I'll fight for us. Dragging us down, face on the ground, but still we're so proud. Just look at the crowd, making some noise, making some sound. We ain't got a choice, they're hearing us now. Paradise through dirt in our eyes for us. Oh, actually, I'll try, actually, I'll fight for us. Dragging us down, face on the ground, but still we're so proud. Just look at the crowd, making some noise, making some sound. We ain't got a choice, they're hearing us now. Paradise through dirt in our eyes for us. Oh, actually, I'll try, actually, I'll fight for us. on the ground, but still we're so proud. Just look at the crowd, making some noise, making some sound. We ain't got a choice, they're hearing us now. Through dirt in our eyes for us. Oh, actually I'll try, actually I'll fight for us. Dragging us down, face on the ground, but still we're so proud. Just look at the crowd, making some noise, making some sound. We ain't got a choice, they're hearing us now. Through dirt in our eyes for us. Oh, actually I'll try, actually I'll fight for us. Dragging us down, face on the ground, but still we're so proud. Just look at the crowd, making some noise, making some sound. We ain't got a choice, they're hearing us now. Through dirt in our eyes for us. Oh, actually I'll try, actually I'll fight for us. so proud, just look at the crowd. Making some noise, making some sound. We got a choice, they're hearing us now. Paradise through dirt in our eyes for us. Oh, actually, I'll try, actually, I'll fight for us. Dragging us down, face on the ground. Still we're so proud, just look at the crowd. Making some noise, making some sound. We got a choice, they're hearing us now. Paradise through dirt in our eyes for us. Oh, actually, I'll try, actually, I'll fight for us. Dragging us down, face on the ground. Still we're so proud, just look at the crowd. Making some noise, making some sound. We got a choice, they're hearing us now. Paradise through dirt in our eyes for us. Oh, actually, I'll try, actually, I'll fight for us.
a lot to me to compete here.
It's going to be a very exciting experience for me.
I'm waiting for amazing games here.
That's going to be a rampage! Forehead. God, collapse! Welcome to the Riyadh Masters.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is the time that you have been waiting for such a long time. It is the Riyadh Masters kicking off today here at the Xtreme. And of course, T-Panda and of course, Lizard. Who else would it be? Liz, we've been all waiting for this to kick off for quite some time. How are you feeling, man?
You can see my hair isn't that great. I'm a little bit sweaty. It's very hot here. I'm still in Bali. I haven't left. I decided to just stick around like most have. I'm feeling great. How about you?
I mean, you're having a bit of a vacation. I'm having a bit of a vacation here as well for a couple of weeks now, and it's good to be back into the action itself and talking about the action. I think it's a good moment for us to break down to the viewers what's really going down at Riyadh. What's this whole fuzz about? Like $50 million, right? That's pretty sizable of a prize pool, right, man?
I think so. Like usually 50 mil is not a small prize pool in Dota. There's quite a lot, like 1-5 and a lot of zeros after that. I've been
you're reading it right.
In Bali there's a lot of these like small currencies, like their currencies not necessarily weak, they just denominated in a strange way. Mm-hmm. So at all times I'm a bloody millionaire over here, sometimes even a billionaire. So I wish it was dollars though. Well, these guys they can reach that, right? Like these guys that have gone to Riyadh, they can actually, what is it, 5 million for first slot? Man,
yep.
This is a mini, not a mini.
This is mini
this
TI.
is like a good
yes.
TI, yeah.
I totally agree with that, and that's a pretty sizable pool that the players and the teams are going to be playing for. And of course, the format is as follows: we're going to be playing the play-ins for the next few days, and after that, we're going to be kicking off straight into the group stage. So only the best teams are going to make their way through. To tune in with some of the invitees, some of the qualified teams, you know, they're going to be fighting off against a hefty lot of super good teams from this year. I mean, we could just instantly take a look at the teams as well, because going into the playoffs, you got to go up against some of these behemoths of the Dota scene, all the way from the group stage seeds. Basically, the teams that are going to be playing there, those are going to be super hard to take over. Quality level, triple time major winners and whatnots are going to be participating there. As you can see, Group A kind of stacked. Liquid Entity, Aster, VP, Execration, and TSM. And of course, Group B. Nevertheless, that is also going to be a huge challenge for some of these teams to mount up against as well. So what do you think about these teams participating here? Some of them already paved their way through, and a lot of them are going to be super difficult to beat.
Yeah, some of them are going to be super difficult to beat. Some of them have been looking pretty damn good at the major, right? At the same time, some of these teams have a lot to prove and perhaps a lot to fight for. Like some of these old school organizations that haven't really been performing super well as of late. Looking at you, Team Secret, looking at you, OG, and some upcoming insane stars, right? Like Quest Esports, I would say. Like one of those teams that is looking better than most tier ones at the moment, right?
Yeah, I mean, going through some roster changes as well. You know, they did lose their offlane player. That was one of the big talks from the last week or so. So basically, it's Quest in an interesting position now with Malik coming into the offlane position. But of course, some of the games and some of the teams that we're going to be covering here on this stream. We're going to be looking at some of the Group B matchups, and we're going to kick off the day with Xtreme Gaming going up against 9 Pandas, China versus East Europe to start things off. And that's going to be a super spicy matchup because 9 Pandas, they've been looking good throughout the year. Xtreme Gaming, they've been hot and they have been cold at the same time. And they're going to be playing up a second series against Team Secret right after.
Yeah. Team Secret, that's the one I'm looking forward to. I always want to see Team Secret, and if they can finally perform up to their strengths, but we'll see that a bit later, right?
Yep, and of course, followed up by 2 more series after Beast Coast up against Xtreme Gaming again, and of course, it's going to be another Xtreme Gaming series. This time it's going to be Quest Esports to finish off the day. So you got 4 series in a row as a team. It's going to be a hurdle. It's going to be a marathon. But for some of these teams, the 9 Panda Secret, Beast Coast, and Quest, they got to take it seriously. They're going to put their everything into these series, as of course, we are talking best of 2s. It's going to be losses, ties, or wins for any of these teams. And of course, every match counts. Heading over into the first series as well. I believe we're closing up on start time of this game. And there you have it. We got a draft, ladies and gents. Xtreme Gaming and 9 Pandas kicking off here. And of course, what are we expected to see? Lizard, you've had some time in Bali. What are the hottest heroes in Bali?
I'll tell you one hottest hero. The Bali major was Earth NC. Actually, I'll give you 2. It was the Beast Master and the Morphling. Now take it away while I fix my microphone, T-Panda.
Go ahead. Damn it. Go ahead. Do that. Do that while that happens. Of course, meta is defined by either the tournament or the last few months or the last few weeks. So, of course, what I'm expecting and I would like to maybe see is the meta shift around a little bit in terms of tournament meta? Do we see something happening on the first day that people are like, oh, we've been practicing this since the major, and I think Riyadh is the place to experiment this hero or this particular draft and make it work? And of course, Batrider and Broodmother are going to be our starters here from Xtreme and from 9 Pandas. They do have the double pick, so let's see, do they have the Batrider answered with something here? One of the big talks about the Batrider has basically been this hero is super flexible into multiple positions. So if you counter the hero as a core, we're just going to demote it to support. We don't care about it anymore. So 9 Pandas, they are ignoring this Batrider for now, deciding to go for the Brood Enigma, now followed up as their second pick. I'm a bit curious about this one because I'm an Enigma spammer. You know that, Lizard. But I feel like there should be something filling in the void here because there's a couple good counters to it, especially when you talk laning matchups. And I think Bloodseeker is going to be thriving against the Enigma in the lane at least.
Yeah, I think Bloodseeker is pretty damn good there. But what about the Brood, though? What do you think? Like, this hero has been... Yeah, like we've seen some nerf patch come after the major, but Brood is still scary. She's still super spooky spider, still does her thing, and I feel like as long as Solo is in 9 Pandas, they're gonna be picking it because Ramses has got the captainship. Yeah, he's the one picking, but trust me, Solo is the one. Pick Brood, bro. Yeah. Bratan, Brood mother, trust me, Bratan. It's strong hero.
It will work. It will work, trust me.
Even Dota, yes.
Though, do these heroes be, are they going to be playing the same lane? You know, like, do we see a support Enigma 4? Or are we just putting this as a 5 into the safe lane combined with Ramses? I know Ramses can play these more aggressive type pause 1s, meaning his 5 doesn't need to be necessarily the setup type of hero. He could just farm and chill. Enigma can tune in around, farm the jungle a little bit, and pressure the lane. But you don't really need to look for a kill combo if you put this Enigma as a 5, as long as your 1 is durable enough.
Yeah, I think so. I think like you can put Enigma on 5 and have a really strong laner with her, like you said. That's completely okay. Like even a Broodmother, you can suffer a little bit as Enigma, sap a couple of those creeps, leave her be, right? Depending on what lane they decide to put Brood on. I think it's very flexible. I do like the overall the Bat. I like it versus both of these heroes. I think he brings a lot of strength in that early game. And my boy Meepo, once again, getting that ban hammer. Let's go. Finally, a patch in which he's relevant, TP.
Man, has it been forever or what? You know, this Meepo hero has always been like, oh, it's the ultimate cheese pick out of everything. But now actually being banned in the second phase already. So, I mean, you're probably smiling a bit that the hero's been getting some love lately. But at the same time, I think it's kind of hard to utilize in many of these drafts too.
Man, there's a lot of heroes right now that they are hard to utilize at some point, right? Like in most games. But at the same time, even though they're hard to utilize, the other team is like, yeah, they're hard to utilize, but we don't want to play against that shit, right? So you still you still get rid of it. You still ban it. So it all depends on like the team and how happy they are to pick some of these heroes,
Hmm.
and also the enemy team and how prepared they are versus it. Because this game is difficult. It always has been. It always will be, and it's difficult to prepare versus every single little thing that every team is bringing to the table.
Yeah.
And that's why we have bans. We have them because of broken heroes, and we have them because of these nasty spammers. You get rid of your Tinkers. Kiyotaka is just unbelievable on him, and you get rid of the Meepos. For whoever plays it on Extreme Gaming is, I'm sure, more than capable of winning with it.
Well, they've definitely done their scouting, at least in terms of pub matches in the late few days. Probably that Tinker has, well, not just the Tinker, but the Meepo, most likely on the side of Extreme Gaming, has been causing some havoc against some of these teams. But Spirit Breaker into the Ember, followed up by Extreme Gaming. And they got a pretty much of a tempo lineup going on right now. You know, all of these three heroes, they're active pretty early. And Nine Pandas are trying to respond to that as well. Maybe their 18th pick has to be something that matches the tempo, where the Bloodseeker gets online, where the Ember Spirit is going to be all around the map. This Spirit Breaker, he's going to need some buddies around him. He can't do it all by himself.
Yeah, I think I do like the fiery red lineup of Extreme Gaming. I think they're really fast. They can wreak havoc on the map. I kind of like the breaker into the spirit. Sorry, the spirit into the spirit breaker, Ember Spirit into the spirit breaker. I feel there are some nice things that you have, even though spirit breaker is picked now. Like you can dodge him if he's ganking you and stuff with sleight of fist. If you at the same time he's bringing a lot of control. What one thing that I kind of dislike about Nine Pandas, something that you touched upon right now, is yeah, you have this spirit breaker. By the way, Dark Willow is an amazing pick. Everyone that's playing into Spirit Breaker, please start picking Dark Willow. Hey, this is it's such a mess to play a Spirit Breaker versus her. Every fight there are brambles everywhere. You can't charge through them. Uh, you need to position yourself properly all the time. It just doesn't feel great. And Extreme Gaming, I feel like their lineup is run at you lineup. And Nine Pandas, they need to find a way to deal with this because they're kind of more on the greedier side. Yeah, if the lanes go well, sure, but overall, I see no big combos for Nine Pandas.
Yep.
Spirit Breaker and
Meanwhile-
Enigma, like what's happening, right?
Yeah.
Like who's doing what?
And meanwhile, on the side of Extreme Gaming, you have AoE Root, you have AoE Silence, you have AoE Fear, you have AoE Stun, you have AoE Damage, you have High Mobility, and even single target lockdown on this Batrider as well. So Extreme, they're covering all sides of controlling these fights while having mobility, being able to move around, keep up with that Broodmother, locate the Enigma pretty fast to fight. This is a really difficult Enigma game if you think about it. If it doesn't pop up like mass armor, able to just kind of walk into these fights, get a presence out there. So you need something to stall things, and I see the Oracle has a place in this draft for that particular reason.
Yeah, he has a place in this draft for multiple reasons. I think overall it's a good Oracle. Look, I like the Oracle as an answer to Extreme Gaming's heroes. At the same time, I don't like the Oracle as Nine Pandas and what they've got. Like right now, the way I'm seeing it, this Oracle needs to be comboed with something, and that combo needs to be really damn good. Because I'm looking at all these heroes that you're with. Where's the damage coming from in the mid game? And Huskar, yeah, it had to be a ban. I'm not sure what else. Like you need some other big combo, big ass combo with that false promise. As Spirit Breaker and Oracle, you can charge and purge. Wow, amazing combo. Enigma Black Hole into Fate's Edict. Cool. Purifying Flames.
Very nice.
I mean, I just don't see it. It's really, really damn good versus Dark Willow. Don't get me wrong. It's good versus Bat as well, versus Lasso. Decent versus Ember. You can purge the Flame Guard. Like, there are definite good things, but it's like a standalone good thing. I don't see it as a great pickup with what they've got, but maybe they'll find something.
The funny thing about Nine Pandas, when you look at the draft and the way I was listening to you saying, I like the Oracle, but I was waiting for the but. It's like, what about this? Is they're able to match up some of the tempo, but at the same time, holy damn, does Nine Pandas need like a lot of items this game to counter the majority of the control that Extreme Gaming has, like BKBs and stuff, Lotus Orbs, maybe even a Lincoln's versus this Bloodseeker. And it's a greedy lineup when you have an Enigma added up on there. Spirit Breaker, well, he usually needs like 1 to maybe 3 items and he's optimal. Oracle's just going to have to position himself well, has to keep up an experience, which means you need to get kills to get that experience. And Broodmother and Spiritbreaker just have to brawl, brawl, brawl. But Xtreme Gaming, they're like, come at us. We're ready for that. We have a lineup that's going to fight back, and we're going to be the ones initiating the majority of this game. So how do they close out this draft? What's the thing they're missing? Because now they're ready to fight. Do they secure late game with this last pick? Or what's the process that they're thinking about? Well, Magnus kind of gives a bit of everything.
Yeah, Magnus kind of gives a bit of everything. Good combos with Ember Spirit and Bloodseeker for Xtreme Gaming. Their draft, I feel like, is pretty damn solid. You can see the idea behind it, like even some follow-up with Magnus RP is there. You have Bloodrite, you have Terrorize. It's not like amazing, but it's still pretty damn good considering Empower. For 9 Pandas, I think you need some ultimate carry. Because I don't see what it is, right? Is this even Spirit Breaker mid? Is that what they're doing, or Brood mid? How are they going to play it? Because I'm supposing...
I got the flex, at least.
Yeah, the flex is there, but you need some ultimate carry here, like a Terrorblade or something that Ramsey is gonna potentially blow up on. Maybe some Monkey King, I don't even know, but it's not that great versus Bat. I'm not sure. I think that they had an idea behind this Oracle, and with Magnus, you get another thing that you can kind of save from, right? That RP. Now you have False Promise versus that too, which is pretty damn good. So there's a lot of nice things, but do you see anything else, like some
I'm just
crazy
looking at
top tier carry at the moment?
I'm just looking at Ramsey's what are the heroes that he's been playing lately, and it is a large variety of different types of heroes. There's Linas, Nagas, Faceless Voids, anti-mages, Dooms, Morphlings, Shadow. He's been playing like bloody 9 to 12 different carry heroes at this time, and it's gonna be the Doom. So one that he did play some time ago, Midas Rush goes for the Octarine core, and hopefully durable enough to just stick around in fights, because I think that's what they need. Prolong these fights, get as much out of their cooldowns, especially Spirit Breaker. Needs to be able to get at least multiple charges inside the team fight. Enigma, his spells are like 30 to 40 seconds cooldowns every single time, so you got to make them count. If you can get them out multiple times, even better. So probably Doom has to build into something like a Vanguard at least, maybe even a Crimson Guard, to mitigate some of the damage the Ember and the Magnus with that Empower are going to be dealing against them. Plus, Bloodseeker, he's not fantastic versus the Doom. I think Doom is actually a pretty good answer in terms of Ghost carry pick.
Yeah, it is. I like what 9 Pandas have got. Like, they're not really aiming for this. They can aim for some super late game because they have Enigma, right? Like with that Enigma, like you can aim to go late if there's no big cancels and there aren't any super huge ones. So you can do that. At the same time, I feel that 9 Pandas can play this game really damn fast. Like you have the Doom, he gets online really damn quick. And while I'm on the camera, I need to use this small little second. Check this out. Check the view.
Oh, look at
I
that!
have a pool right there. My God, I love this country. I love this place.
You're really teasing us with that.
I'm having.
Man. Who doesn't love a pool?
I'm having a
good
time.
I mean,
yeah,
I'm pretty sure you are, and at least for the people considering going to check out the Riyadh Masters live as well. I mean, you're not necessarily right now at the locale. Are you actually going to the Riyadh place? Are you going to check things out there, or are you just going to chill out somewhere else?
Yo, Riyadh is amazing. I love it, but I think Bali has taken my heart for now. I think I'm staying here.
All right. That's reasonable. That's reasonable enough, at least for the place where you are right now. Is close to your heart. But Xtreme Gaming versus 9 Pandas, the first best of 2 to kick off the day. It is right in front of your eyes, and we got 2 teams fully smoked up, ready to go for the first brawl. Xtreme Gaming taking over that high ground position for themselves, and let's see if they can capitalize on this movement. Nobody to be found for the time being, and a pause called out as well. 9 Pandas just sticking around that mid-tier 1 tower, playing it safe, got their vision placed down. Xtreme, they're going to bite the dust on this one.
Do you like these smokes early on, Panda? Tell me. I think I'm sick and tired of them. Put a cooldown on that. No more shenanigans.
I mean, what I do like about it is we actually had a narrative for this. The team that doesn't smoke from their base is not a professional team, right? Because you want to get out of your base fast. You want to get the wards placed down ASAP. But the thing is, they didn't place it down into mid. they put it into the jungle because they're suspecting Ramses to move out from this lane pretty early on. So I can find the reasoning for it, sure, but you're sick of it. You don't want to see this kind of stuff anymore. What would make it more?
I think it's bad for us.
What's the option? What's the option for it?
I think it's bad for us. You know, like we should eliminate smokes, and because it's Riyadh Master, we should maybe switch to hookah, like shisha instead of smokes. They last 3 times as long, but they're not as potent. You know, they're maybe
makes you a bit slower.
Makes you a bit slower, yeah.
All right, let's see what's going to be happening here as bounties are going to be split 2 for 2 on both ends. For Solo already scouted out there by JT and Jinkyu, but just a bit of poke, no real damage being dealt there. And of course, we're going to kick off with a mid Brood Mother, out of all things. We were discussing this in the draft. Do they put the Spirit Breaker mid? Do they put the Brood mid? Where's this Enigma going? And it is a 3 Enigma and a 2 Brood. But no changes in the safe lane, really. We saw the Oracle come out, so makes sense with the Doom.
Yeah. I think it's still a pretty solid lane versus Dark Willow, like we discussed it. Throughout the game, it's strong. So overall, I do like that. I do like that quite a bit. When it comes to this bottom lane, I think that what is it, like Spirit Breaker Enigma? It's decent, but it's not necessarily a kill lane. So unless there are some big mistakes coming from Xtreme, they should be fine over there. Mid lane, I suppose Brood should have an advantage, right? And Kiyotaka right now, I feel like this guy's having a good advantage every game, like no matter what the matchup is. Like
everything as in place as it should be, right? Nothing wrong here. No need to fix it if it's not broken. In terms of CS though, JT, he's in a bit of in a bit of a slump right now. He missed an entire creep wave. Might be able to lose his life on the top lane. Down to 30 HP, but able to run out, and that blood grenade tick damage is not quite enough, but very close for 9 Pandas to find the first kill. Magnus only 2 CS in 2 minutes.
1 CS per minute. Reminds me of my own games. Not really that great. Like you can see that their lane is not easy, right? And there we go. They kill him. Like this is. This isn't an easy lane. Like the Dark Willow just doesn't accomplish a lot here, especially with the Magnus, right? Like Dark Willow Magnus used to be one of those amazing lanes. Just when I believe Dark Willow was pretty much just added to the game. Ghost, is he gonna die here? Yeah, he is.
All right, that's gonna be 2 kills going to the way of 9 Pandas, and of course from the Spirit Breaker Enigma lane. I have to say my hopes weren't too high for a potential kill. It is quite hard with a level 2 Enigma to find yourself an actual pick-off, because it really goes down to like the level 2 demonic conversion when the Eidolons actually start to do some damage. It's 28 per Eidolon, so you're doing somewhat 70 damage plus your right click, so you could say 100 DPS, right? Bloodseeker hitting creeps, he's got 800 HP, pretty hard target to kill, but they make it work. So 9 Pandas happy with 2 early picks in their laning stage, and of course the CS advantage is going in their way, so things are looking good.
There's a lot of damage, mini damage coming from those Eidolons. Like Bloodseeker isn't the weakest hero, he's got a lot of armor as well to work with, but Jinkyu, are they gonna
get body blocked as well? The exit has been blocked out by Doom's model, and this Dark Willow is going to have to make a run for it. So Solo, he's going to be hunting it down, potentially even looking for a kill. Goes for the max duration route as well. Going to get rooted up himself by the Brambles at the same time, preventing the Dark Willow from TPing out. He's got 2 more seconds for it. And of course, the Courier is coming in as well. So Jinkyu, he's not going to pick his battles. Just going to make him run for the money. All the way to the portal, all the way past the portal. Solo thought he went through.
Solo even uses it. And you can just TP now, right?
Forces out the way, I mean, goes away.
Both of them kind of knew that Jinkyu isn't dying there unless he decides to die, because he can also opt for that, but yeah, of course he won't. He just made Oracle use all of his mana and then TPs away. Like he always had the W, the Shadow Realm, available for him, so yeah, he wasn't gonna die.
Hence the reason for the long duration charges out as well, to make sure if he does pop that Shadow Realm TP, now that 2.5 second channel time, might be able to catch it out. And Torrens with another charge under the tower, but hitting both Ghost and DY. Xtreme Gaming, they're going to have to find some answers soon because we were expecting them to bring the tempo. Oracle coming in for the rotation as well, and Antares, he's going to secure the kill onto Ghost, and that's going to be DY. He's going to be dropping too in a matter of moments, but Ramses has been punished at the same time.
Yeah.
So Xtreme Gaming find their first kill.
Yeah, so basically what happened there is Solo did a good thing. After he saw Dark Willow tipping away, he instantly uses the gate and goes bottom. He shows himself, they attempt for a kill, and then he fakes that he's going out. He just goes to the gate, but then goes back in the lane. That's why they managed to get both of those kills. At the same time, because he's been chilling on the bottom lane for so long, he does lose a carry on top, but he gets another kill.
Yep, it's going to be a one-for-one trade by the looks of it. Oracle to drop, and Ghost is going to get a kill for himself. Is he going to be able to catch up to Miero, though? It's going to be the Malphite pop, level 2 already. We'll keep the distance of this Bloodseeker from hitting him at least. So, support trades. At the same time, I haven't really taken a look at this mid lane, but holy damn, Kiyotaka, this guy's built different. 36-12 to 26 on this Ember Spirit. Paparazzi not enjoying his time at the moment.
Yeah, it's kind of hard. Like melee hero on Brood doesn't feel that good. Like she hits hard, and she's about to hit 6 as well now. It's not even about the level 6 really. Level 6 is where it becomes spooky, but up to that point she is still a really strong lane dominator. Versus some of these heroes, not versus everyone, right? Like if you remember when she was changed, what he picked up all the time, like Monkey, Slardar, Ember was definitely not one of those. KFC is the sponsor, wow! No wonder we have 15 million prize pool, my god damn. I want some fried chicken now.
KFC enjoyer, right here. Let's see what the players think about that. Have they been, you know, amped up in this game? Jinkyu gonna get hit by the charge from Antares and Solo. He's got the route to connect, so this Willow ain't going anywhere. Blood grenaded, making sure they're gonna get this kill. They gotta make it happen though. JT trying to go for the mini cliff onto Solo, and it might just be Solo who ends up being dead here. A lot of heals coming in though, and JT full stick. 3 seconds for Shockwave. Can he slow him down? Jinkyu ready. Paparazzi also joining in on the fun, and he wants this kill for himself. He wants it, but Jinkyu, I'm gonna take support tax. Here comes the Brood though. Kiyotaka also making a move as Antares was picking up Wisdom Runes, and that's going to be your Willow down. Easy pick there for Kiyotaka. And Antares, he's in a very peculiar position there, trying to go for the charge from behind.
Yeah, I love how all the good Broods, they know exactly when to spread their wings a little bit, rotate, get a couple of kills
Wings or
going.
spiders?
You saw Australia, you saw how they're flying above everyone's house.
I actually linked that pic that Nat took, and a friend of mine was just, he was scared. He's like, he's never going to Australia, neither am I, most likely. But in the bottom lane, 3v3 scuffle. Antares going to get body blocked a bit by Jinkyu, but it's just a trade-off of damage. No kills going to be happening here. But yeah, those spiders. I'm not arachnophobic, but
yeah, it sounds good. It sounds good, right? Like sunshine coast, everything is beautiful, beaches, the people, everyone is blonde. Sounds good, and then you get hit by a kangaroo to the face. Like it's not even the spider, the kangaroo comes in. Like,
Paparazzi, he's pretty low in the river right now. He will take down Solo. While looking for the first kill, and he's going to be dropping soon. Kiyotaka with Antares. There's no chains available, so the Willow's going to take a hefty amount of damage. It will go down with the Bramble Maze, but that's not going to keep the spiders at bay. You're going to need to bring a flamethrower, Jinkyu, if you want to keep Kiyotaka off of you.
Yeah, I don't even know if a flamethrower would be enough. At this point, I don't know what you can do to this Brood. Like, how do you kill her? You need some Rupture, RP, you need your supports to be level 6. Like, Kiyotaka is literally winning the game on his own.
Oh, but he might just be dying as well at the same time. Or is it just a bait? Is it just a bait? That's the big question right now. Paparazzi going to get the charge by Antares. Won't get the connection onto the Broodmother. Has to dodge the Spirit Breaker. They've got a lot of stuff onto Antares, so they will get Kiyotaka away. And the Ancient's looking for the deny. Oh, that was close. Jinkyu racking up the kills.
My god, if he got denied there, it would be literally game over morally for Xtreme Gaming. At that point, you just feel, yeah, we just missed a kill on Brood because of the Spirit Breaker. then we don't even get the Spirit Breaker. That would be abysmal.
With 4 players.
DY,
Yeah.
yeah. Look at this. Like,
Saka finding a kill. Oh my goodness.
he's level 9. He's level 9, minute 9.
Remember the days of, people playing Kunkka carry, hitting 5k net worth of 10 minutes? Kiyotaka's already over 5k, and it's not even 10 minutes on this Brood. That's how serious the situation is.
Yeah, they fed him. Like, he's had a good lane, and then he got...
Bot lane, no, they might just lose the
kills.
Bloodseeker. That's not the one you want to lose here in this fight. He's trying to make a run for it. Has the Rupture at least connected, but Miero still spots him. Trying to go for the blind black hole, no. We'll hold on to it for now. Ghost, he's walking back in. Antara's going to get pushed around by JT. Miero dropping low. Paparazzi still with a harass onto this Enigma. Throws out all the black holes. Going to be placed out. He dodges it. Jumps out with a remnant. It's going to be a whiff from Miero. And Ghost is just chilling. And he's going to find the kill for himself as well. Yes, sir. It's JT. He will get it from Miero. He will be dropping down. And Xtreme Gaming. Look at the movement.
He did get 2 in the end with that black hole, so the black hole was good. Come on. they did walk into it on purpose, but still. Yeah, unfortunate for him. Bloodseeker, the attempt on his life was good, but he got way too much movement speed, so they need to be a bit careful when it comes to these rotations on him. Still though, Brood is coming in. Yeah.
Brood making the moves. They're happy to keep that Bloodseeker alive because he's, 1, quite far behind in farm. 2, if he would have died, that would have been a very detrimental position for Xtreme Gaming to get their carry online. But again, they're going to make a second move onto Ghost. Kiyotaka with an arrow, and this time they're going to be successful with it. Taking down the Bloodseeker. Oh my goodness, Kiyotaka. What the hell is... What did he eat for breakfast? What did they serve in Riyadh? I'm pretty sure it's not just hookah that he's been taking. It's probably something else too, because he's going for another one with Antares, and that's another unstoppable spider. Look, Spider-Man is nothing compared to this.
Yeah, this is one of those scary Brood Mother games in which we've all been. I feel like everyone at some point in their life has played versus a Brood that's just completely fed on the mid lane. And the thing is, like, back in the day when Brood is fed from the mid lane, you can still win because eventually she becomes this big-ass piñata, you know, like she's got a lot of net worth, but she doesn't really do a lot. I think those days are... Yeah, I think those days are gone, though. I feel like Brood is just way too strong right now, even in the mid game, in the late game, the Harpoon build, the Diffusal Harpoon build. Like, there are just so many different things that you can go for on Brood and still stay relevant and still stay tanky, which is even more important. So they're gonna struggle. This isn't going to be damn easy for them. And Doom pick makes even more sense now when you see the Brood and what she's able to do.
That Harpoon's going to be online fairly soon, but it's going to be an Orchid build-up before that. Shinkyu going to get charged by Antares. And it's Xtreme Gaming. They're a bit short-handed here. It's 12 minutes DY, still no lasso up on the support Batrider. We'll be able to lock down the Brood Mother, and that is their sole purpose as well. While Spider is hunting down an unfortunate Dark Willow. Nowhere to go, nowhere to run. Gaming trying to convert to a top tier 1 push, but there's TPs coming in. At least the Oracle there to help out Ramses, who's just been farming, just been chilling in front of his tower. So we talked about that deep ward they placed down early on in the game. They got 0 benefit out of it because Pandas have just been running over them.
Yeah, they have been. It's mostly about the Brood, right? Like she created so much space that even the lanes that went kinda alright for you, they aren't that great any longer, because you have to respond to this Brood on the mid lane.
Oh, that damage is just overwhelming. DY trying to TP out, but not going to be successful with it. And now JT being targeted. Miero has another black hole available, just baiting with that Nether Strike, not going full commit though. Solo is here, and so is Kiyotaka. Push out this lane. The downside for Xtreme Gaming, right? Like, we were kind of hyping up that they've got a bit of everything in their draft. They've got a good amount of control. But since the early game didn't go their way, I mean, we're still in the early game, but you could technically say the early game is a loss for them. They have too much to accumulate to get back into this game.
Of course, it's a loss. They're 6K
does it feel like a
behind.
game over scenario? I mean, you talked about the Brood a bit there, but this Doom is scaling. The Enigma is scaling pretty hard into this game as well because he's been pretty much uncontested. Is there a way out for Xtreme? Is it this 4-man smoke?
I don't think it's like I don't think this 4-man smoke is game over for them, even if they miss it. Overall, like 7K behind now, even it's huge. 14 minutes in, I still think they have heroes that can make a comeback, but they need to make all the right moves. And these 4-man smokes, I think they're kind of necessary, but they're wasting a lot of their time. Look at that, barely, right? Like, you have to use everything. Okay. They didn't use everything, but still, a lot. You have to use a lot to take down a solo Spirit Breaker.
That is a support kill. They are going to be able to pick up. It is just a Spirit Breaker, but it is something. Maybe it is a start of a beautiful story. Maybe not too much. It is a best of 2 in the end, but you're still looking at this game potentially still winnable for Xtreme Gaming. It's not going to come easy, though. Octory now ready, 15 minutes in on this Doom. He's going to be ramping up his farm, but at the same time, Ghost has just been run down, and so is JP dropping super low. Ramsey's also taking part in this fight on Taris. Look at the connection as the Nether Strike will secure him down. Kiyotaka gets stunned up at least by the Crown, but they do have the Batrider in their arms. Those wings, they've been clipped.
Another pair. Actual wings this time.
Yeah, maybe Kiyotaka's going to put it on his Spiderlings. Who knows?
Yeah. Tell me, T-Panda. Like, I am losing my optimism. Usually I have it, but with this Orchid online, you can pretty much, packet loss. It happens. But with this Orchid online, I feel like it's just gonna be easier and easier to take targets down, right? Like, I feel it was a no-brainer pick just because you're doing well and you're playing versus an Ember. Versus anyone, even the Dark Willow suffers from it, even Mag.
This Ember literally just dies to that Orchid. Even the Spiders are surviving because that's just the level 1 blood, right? They do have the Crown on top of Kiyotaka, but the Black Hole will be dropped to secure the kill on Ghost.
Yeah, we're in for a quick one, it feels like. JT Magnus is a scary thing, by the way. Always has been. But what can he do? He's got a Blink Dagger, right? You can perhaps catch a hero, but there's always an Oracle behind to save him. So you kind of have to get on top of solo first with someone else. Who's gonna do that? Bat? Maybe.
And Pandas, they have more tools than Xtreme Gaming does right now. And we talk about at the pre-show that Xtreme Gaming, they've had a rocky year so far. They did get one good placement in the Chinese DPC, but outside of that, not a lot of success going their way in the international tournaments, and looks like they are into a rocky start here as well at the Riyadh Masters. But even if you lose every single game, you're still going to be in the deciders. So all 6 teams from both groups A and B still get to play for a qualification match. The downside is you're going to be playing off one of the top teams from Group A, and talked about the Liquids, the Entities, Virtus Pros, maybe even Aster. Probably one of those going to be one of your opponents if that's going to be the path. But it's still game 1 of the first series, and Paparazzi and DY double for Kiyotaka, and Xtreme Gaming going to have to play the defensive yet again.
Yeah, they just can't find their stuff, their stride. They're being prevented by Kiyotaka, by the Brood. He's just way too big, standing in front. He has absolutely no worries. He knows that he's gonna be saved if they go on him. Like, the high ground push is kind of difficult for 9 Pandas, and maybe that's something that they can, play off of. Like, if 9 Pandas rushes things and tries to end this game way too soon, perhaps you can do one of those shenanigans, right? Like, pull heroes back with Magnus, skewer them back to tier 4, kill them that way. But if you don't get to that point, it's gonna be rough.
It's definitely gonna be rough. Kiyotaka 1 versus 3 there for a moment, maybe even a 4 as Ghost is also rotated into mid.
Yeah, do you think that they need to find space for DY? He needs this blink, right? I feel that way at least. I think that Batrider just desperately needs the blink. I don't know. He needs to initiate. It can't only be Mag.
Oh, let's see what they
There
can
we
do.
go.
Mag's going to be the one to initiate primarily, but the Doom comes out, so this Ember Spirit is going to be rendered useless in this fight, and that is the end of the Magnus as well. Silenced up by the Orchid. Another hero doomed up. Not much you can do to fight back. Nine Pandas looking for convincing game one here. No mercy whatsoever. And here's
That's
another
the
one.
problem, right? Yeah, that's kind of the problem, right? Like you can go with Mag first. You can use the RP or not use it. Try to initiate with Skewer, but you'll never reach a good target. You'll never reach the Enigmas, the Oracles that are sitting in behind. Like the only way you do that is with a bat that has something, some blink. But don't get me wrong. Even if he had the blink, this game feels insanely difficult.
Brutality inside the base of Xtreme Gaming. JT trying to capitalize with the RP, and Doom even trying to go for a, you know, little cheeky teleport in the base, but just get lassoed up. And finally, some kills going to the way of Xtreme Gaming. Ramsey's in front of the fountain, even with the tier 3 still standing. This Doom is going to be a slow, cumbersome death, but Ghost will pick it up nevertheless.
I love the well played from his teammate, right? From the Enigma. I love that one. But yeah, this is pretty much the only way, right? This is the only way they kill anyone. That's if you skewer them to the fountain, it seems like.
Yep.
Tier 4s were not
player.
enough. Yeah, tier 4s were not enough. They needed to get him even further.
Oh, thank you. Itsy
Should be fine,
bitsy
right?
spider.
Oh, no, he won't be. He won't be fine.
Should be fine.
Never mind. I thought you should be fine. Nope. I thought he had enough space to just use Shadow Walk before the Orchid runs away, but my poor friend, he had to move back.
That's when you put like one person to fight 100, and you're like the coach, and it's like, he'll be fine, and the first punch gets thrown in and just gets knocked out. Uh-oh. That's not my
Gotta
product.
believe you have to have faith, man. Not everything is in life is black and white. If spiders attack, you need to show some courage. It'll scare them away.
I mean, I guess you need some extra abilities for that. Talking about extra abilities, Tormentors haven't really been touched this game. They are actually pinging it right now as the same time Roshan is being taken. Okay, I thought Antares is going to solo it, but he's just going to pick up the Wisdom Rune. That's a much more wiser decision. This is going to be the Aegis picked up for 9 Pandas, and very likely Kiyotaka is the one to take it. He's on a roll right now. And of course, Xtreme Gaming. I think one of the big things we didn't really talk about is their late roster changes with Jinkyu basically joining the team. He was on a loan from PSG LGD before, and I think they got Jinkyu back into the roster not too long ago.
Yeah,
Kaka
we're having
left to join Team Aster, so
yeah. So position 4 is basically switching up here and there. I don't know, Kaka. Look, Xtreme. You know about the Kaka curse, right? Have you heard of it?
yes,
Yeah. So
familiar with it.
yep. Basically, for everyone that isn't aware of it, Kaka curse is the moment this guy leaves the team starts sucking bad. They start losing. So we'll see if the same thing happens for Xtreme Gaming.
Okay. Ramses is not taking any second chances. Drops the Doom of the Batrider when he was at 20% HP. He's like, nope, you're not running away. And that was Antares who initially started off the fight. He had the pipe. He got the Oracle ulti as he was ruptured up. Antares, is he stuck actually? Yeah, he is. He's found a little corner for himself. He's just chilling there.
He can charge. He can charge, right? But I have a little theory about Kaka, you know, and why that is. I feel like he's such a strong voice that he takes over.
He got silenced! Oh, that could have been a 3-man RP. Ends up being a 0. Falls flat to the ground.
Yeah. They can pretty much just go and do whatever now, right? That's exactly what they're doing.
The fountain.
Aegis though.
6th player. Aegis gone. What does the rest of 9 Pandas think about this? Miero does have Blink Black Hole. Gonna bait their movements out Kiyotaka. Able to run a bit safer out from the the main front line, but they do find an initiation onto Paparazzi. Stuck around for a little bit too long there. Instantly blinked and silenced.
Yeah, Miro didn't even use Black Hole here, by the way. Like, he knew he doesn't need a Black Hole. He just went in, and that's it. Like, used the stun. Absolutely unnecessary to Black Hole. And it's an Ember, by the way, that he's not Black Holing, so... They're in such a commanding position that they can Doom targets on 20%. They can not even use Doom, the Black Hole. The game is like very, very much in their favor.
I know we've been highlighting this Broodmother throughout this game, but when's the last time in a 24-minute game you've seen a 19-0 Broodmother with 800 GPM, almost 20,000 net worth? I mean, this is not record-breaking, but this is super close to being already one of the highest Broodmother numbers this early on into a game.
I don't think I've seen a Brood as dominant like this since I don't even know.
Maybe I am wrong with record-breaking. Maybe it is, but it's definitely some very high numbers. Miro coming up the side of the Malphite stun, and Bloodseeker going to get zoomed up on the other side of the defender's gate. And there's the GD. They're going to tap out on the side of Xtreme Gaming. 9 Pandas score the first win.
I just love the Doom into just staring at him from beyond the barrier, you know, like he knew he can't follow him, he just doomed him anyway, because there are heroes that can, and there were heroes that could kill him off. Even maybe without the Brute hitting him, he would have died before
you know what that's called?
The fountain.
You know what that's called when you get the death stare from Doom like that? It's called impending Doom.
Ah, damn. Nice one, nice one. Thank you for that. It is, though. It's exactly that. Impending Doom. It was... They were gonna lose, and this game, I feel like... Yeah, it needed to be over fast. Like, they need to just reset, go next, ban out the Broodmother together with the Tinker. I feel like that's... If you do not ban out the Brood, you need better answers than what they've had. Because this game was one-man show, and that was literally the Broodmother. He's 22-0-4. Come on,
yeah,
give me a break. Like, yeah.
Absolutely sick numbers on the board, and 9 Pandas with 32 kills versus the 9 kills from Xtreme Gaming. Really got 9 Pandas there, marking the number on the board. That's going to be the first win for 9 Pandas, and we're going to be taking a little break here, of course, a breather for the players and for us as well, and we're going to be seeing what is the turnaround course for Xtreme Gaming into the second game. Are we looking at a potential tie? Has the beast been awoken, or is the 9 Pandas scrubbing their eyes a little bit, squinting there and just smiling and looking? Are we going to be taking this series for themselves? Hey, we're going to take a break. We'll be back after that.
They're dragging us down, face on the ground, but still we're so proud. Just look at the crowd, making some noise, making some sound. We got a choice, they're hearing us now. Through dirt in our eyes for us. Oh, actually, I'll try, actually, I'll fight for us. at the crowd, making some noise, making some sound. We ain't got a choice, they're hearing us now. Paradise through dirt in our eyes for us. Oh, Effie, I'll try, Effie, I'll fight for us. Dragging us down, face on the ground, but still we so proud. Just look at the crowd, making some noise, making some sound. We ain't got a choice, they're hearing us now. Paradise through dirt in our eyes for us. Oh, Effie, I'll try, Effie, I'll fight for us. Dragging us down, face on the ground, but still we so proud. Just look at the crowd, making some noise, making some sound. We ain't got a choice, they're hearing us now. Paradise through dirt in our eyes for us. Oh, Effie, I'll try, Effie, I'll fight for us. so proud, just look at the crowd. Making some noise, making some sound. We got a choice, they're hearing us now. Paradise through dirt in our eyes for us. Oh, actually, I'll try, actually, I'll fight for us. Dragging us down, face on the ground. Still we're so proud, just look at the crowd. Making some noise, making some sound. We got a choice, they're hearing us now. Paradise through dirt in our eyes for us. Oh, actually, I'll try, actually, I'll fight for us. Dragging us down, face on the ground. Still we're so proud, just look at the crowd. Making some noise, making some sound. We got a choice, they're hearing us now. Paradise through dirt in our eyes for us. Oh, actually, I'll try, actually, I'll fight for us.
And welcome back, ladies and gents, as Riyadh Masters continues with our first series and the second game in Xtreme Gaming versus 9 Pandas. And that first game, Lizard, man, that was a hell of a way to start the tournament. That was 9 Pandas' dominance, but where was Xtreme Gaming? Where were they when the tournament started?
It's the Kaka curse, man, I'm telling you. He left and they're in shambles. It's happening all over again to another team. I'm sorry, Xtreme Gaming, but it's just the way things are. That's the way it goes. And this time around, they're the ones being affected by the curse. But yeah, curse aside, ban out the Tinker, ban out the Broodmother. The game is, or at least should be, a little bit easier. Because that game realistically was won by a single person, and that's the mid laner. He was 22-04. I don't think anyone else on his team had more than 5 kills. So yeah, overall, I think that he's the focus, right? Like, they really have to shut him down.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, they got to target that Kiyotaka a bit harder in game number 2 as the draft is live. So we're going to see what kind of adjustments is Xtreme Gaming going to be taking. And of course, it is the Broodmother ban to start things off with. And of course, 9 Pandas follow up with what they did in the previous game, kick things off with the Primal Beast. But I don't think they saw any issues on the side of Xtreme Gaming's draft. So they're just going to stick to what we banned in game number 1 and adjust accordingly.
Let's see, Brood and Shen. Tinker is true though. He's been banned out in the second stage last game, right? Like, out of other cheese picks, it's been Meepo and Tinker that were banned out, but both in the second round. Instead, we have an Undying. Yeah, okay. Now it's a bit different when it comes to bunkering your allies, but I feel that Undying is still pretty damn solid. This time around for 9 Pandas, I think do you think that they are doing a different approach? Because I feel that their silence should be even stronger now, right? With an Undying.
They could. Maybe. I mean, it feels weird to say it, but I could believe a Tinker Undying opener could be coming out for the first time and since ever. But if they really want to secure that hero, they're going to have to do it in the first phase, because they did swap around pick order. Xtreme Gaming this time with the second pick, so they double up with the Snap and the Storm Spirit. So 9 Pandas, this is the time for the mid counter if they want to go for it.
Yeah.
The Wind Ranger instead.
I think the reason behind the Storm is also preventative. Like, you're preventing them from having perhaps the Tinker idea. A Storm can be pretty damn difficult to play against. He can be hunting you down constantly. So maybe that's the point. Also, obviously, Storm is still pretty damn strong. We've seen what players can do with him. Aster, they pretty much dominated the region while they were able to pick Storm the moment it was taken away from them. Yeah. It didn't look as great. So yeah, Wind Ranger, on the other hand, on 9 Pandas, do you think that that's flexible or not?
It should be. I mean, 9 Pandas last game, they had 3 flexible heroes. I don't think they're going to be taking a too much of a different route compared to that. Wind Ranger, you could play it mid, could play it maybe even as a carry. There's the time. I mean, I've seen Wind 4 from time to time, but it's also kind of like if you play a Wind as a support, it's. I think that hero has not changed one bit. It's still down to skill shotting your shackle shots. If you start missing them, if you only connect it onto one hero, no creep, no tree, no opponent's hero, it just feels like a waste of space. So if you play it as a core, obviously the meta has shown that this Wind Ranger is a capable core, but you want to leave the option open. However, do you double support in the first phase and leave it fully to cores? That means your Tinker is going to be gone. That's probably going to mean Ramses is going to lose 1 or 2 of his heroes as well. So they definitely want to flex this around a bit in terms of bans from Xtreme Gaming. That would make sense.
No, for sure, I agree with you. Maybe if they have some good idea behind the Wind Ranger on another position, they could do it. But overall, I'd rather see it as a core, just like you said.
Tide Hunter. How often do you ban a Tide in the second phase? That's not your go-to win all hero.
So tell me, T Panda, why?
Well, I'm asking you, Lizard.
What do you think? Why is Tide the band? I mean, there's a lot of melee key heroes that can struggle against him, such as perhaps even the Naga. So they ban it out. And
I mean, they
these
don't have
illusion
anything
heroes.
to really. They don't have any break, right? So Tidehunter really does relish versus Snapfire and Storm Spirit, natural
Yeah, but
pipe
it's
builder, very tanky.
sure, but I don't think you're banning it out because Snap and Storm are like weak against him. I think you're banning it out because you have something else in mind, or you're trying to bait out some bans if you're super next level, which I don't think anyone is thinking that way at the moment, at least.
Well, what is a carry that really struggles
Oh,
versus
look,
Tidehunter in the laning
it's
stage?
both of them have been banned out. You see, like Underlord and Tide, they're similar approach, similar sort of heroes when it comes to the laning stage, and they usually mess with illusion-based heroes. Like Naga has
Hmm.
been banned out. She's strong versus Undying, versus a Tombstone. PL is still
Yeah,
left in the
and
pool.
counter by
He,
Underlord. Yeah.
yeah, he's one of the options. Maybe CK. They get a Shadow Demon, so they might be even preparing for an additional just illusion maker, right? Like it can be something like that. But when it comes to Shadow Demon,
Mm.
he's pretty good versus Wind Ranger as well, because you have the purge against her, right? So it's kind of difficult for her to be running about if you just use your ulti on her constantly.
What has Ghost been playing? Ghost has been spamming Drow, hence the Drow ban from Nine Pandas. There is the occasional Medusa, which is also banned by Xtreme Gaming. Um, I honestly, all I see here is Naga and Drow. Maybe a couple Sven games here and there. Probably the Sven might have been a hero that might struggle against Tidehunter in the laning stage. So it's looking a bit better with this Lycan pick coming out. So that's what I'm thinking about right now. However, it's not the illusion hero you're looking for to pair up with the SD, but it does allow
What
catch.
what do you mean? For who? For Lycan? I don't get it. Like
Oh, for
they.
Xtreme Gaming, basically, because they
Ah.
banned the Tidehunter. So going back to your idea, why
Mhm.
did they ban the Tidehunter? They're looking for a hero that's
No.
not
Of
good
course,
against them.
I heard you. I heard you. I was just thinking you were talking about Lycan in the end because he's been picked up, and I feel that he's pretty good versus these backliners that really don't have a ton of mobility. He's not great versus Bloodseeker. Bloodseeker in this game has two options to rapture, right? Like you have Windranger
True.
and Lycan,
Hmm.
and both of them kind of hate being ruptured. So
Yeah, yeah.
overall, I do like the Bloodseeker pickup. It didn't work for them in the last game, but maybe this time around it will be a little bit better. I feel like Nine Pandas once again have a shot to just dominate the game very early on. Like I'm sick and
Possible.
tired of these zoo offlaners, by the way. Can we every single patch I feel like we just go back to the zoo. It doesn't even matter anymore. Eventually it all goes back to zoo.
Back to the zoo. I mean, yeah, that's an ancient old strat at this point because zoo was pretty much implemented with the rat gaming in TI3. Thank you, Alliance, for that. It's been around ever since. It's a strat that seems to work from time to time. There hasn't really been a patch where zoo is a no-go. I feel like it's always been viable. Sometimes it's been super strong. That's also with the Necronomicons back in the day. And now with
Oh
the
no,
lion being
please, no
revealed,
Necronomicons, man.
with the lion pickup on Nine Pandas, they basically got you look at supports and Dying Lion, but then at the same time, this is a East European team, and they're not unfamiliar with the idea of a 3 Undying. However, then the Lycan would have to be like, does Ramses carry with it? Does Kiyotaka want a mid-wind ranger? And we put the Undying as a core. They're banning out carries, so they'd suspect that wind is mid, Lycan's off. Lion Undying is going to be the supports. The Bloodseeker, like you said, it looks good this game.
Yeah, I think those calls are fair, and I don't think the Nine Pandas are hiding a lot. Like it's still a bit flexible when it comes to the lanes and how they want to lane it. But yeah, I do think this Wind Ranger will be versus Storm. You put the Lycan on the offlane, you don't have to mix things up super hard. Like it's kind of obvious. When it comes to Extreme Gaming, it's also kind of the same. All you need is an offlane. Now it's the last pick, and that's why Nine Pandas are panning out both the Axe and the Timber, like two heroes that literally wouldn't care about the Lycan or the Wind Ranger.
Yeah,
So
makes sense.
pretty good bans from both sides so far. What are we banning when
Sensible.
it comes to carries? Like Morphling and what else for 9 pandas?
I mean, if you want to make illusions, you probably don't want to ban the Terrorblade here. But yeah, Ramses, like mentioned before, he's played like 12 different carry heroes in the last 2-3 days. He's
Doom
got a lot
again?
of options to pick from. Doom could
Yes,
work. I mean,
yeah.
he already had success.
I mean, it's not banned.
Unless, what do you think about Lycan carry here?
I mean,
Pick an
it
offlaner
could.
that has playmaking capability and
Yeah,
just put Lycan 1.
it's doable, I guess. Maybe it's not that great versus Bloodseeker, right? Because he can always rapture you and make your life living hell. Because as Lycan in this game, I feel like all you have to do is bring utility and beasts. So they finalize it with an Alk. I'm very interested in what he builds. And if it's like a good old same old Radiance versus Shadow Demon, it can be a little backfiery, but overall I do like the pickup. And now Xtreme Gaming.
10 seconds remaining.
What do you get on offlane here? Any melee kind of dominator, I suppose, but what's left in the pool? Like, can you just do some Mars Snapfire, some good old school?
Can you play LC here?
I mean, LC is also kind of okay. I guess
It's
I don't
decent,
know. I like.
right? It's not
Yeah,
fantastic.
it's good. It's good. There's not a ton of instant burst damage, but you have Snap, you have Storm. It's not too bad. I feel
Or
like
a
with
wild
Snap,
idea, if you put
Mhm.
Snap 3 and pick AA.
I feel like a Shadow Demon versus Lycan would really suck. Like you'd get
It kind of
ran down
does.
by, yeah, you'd be ran down by beasts. You wouldn't be able to play the game. Even though it's great versus Alchemist, I agree with that. It might be too difficult to play. I don't know. For me, I feel simplicity is the way to go. It's not great, but it is an arena versus the dog. You have Snap to follow up. Alchemist will be farming though. That's the issue. Like you won't be able to control him.
Then again, Mars is another option I'm thinking about here. And there we go. We're going to get the Mars to clean out the draft for Xtreme Gaming. That's always like a go-to hero. You talked about the arena, and that's what I was thinking about right away. That's at least going to lock down Lycans. The Wind Ranger can run out. You got to get BKBs to run out from the Coliseum that JT is going to be placing down. So what do you take out of these two drafts? You know, there's nothing too super flexible on the side of 9 pandas this time compared to game number 1. So at least the draft was much more easier to read. You do get the Lion out after quite some time. You don't always get to see this hero. He's getting also a bit of love. You talk about the Meepo. Lion also being another that doesn't really get played that much. But Xtreme following up with the Mars final pick. Who do you favor here? Whose draft do you like more? Which one seems more fun to play?
I think that Mars was actually a pretty perfect last pickup here. You get everything that you need. You have some Snapfire combo. You get control for the Lycan, for the Wind Ranger. It's kind of hard for me to go against 9 pandas after game 1. But we'll see. Maybe it's just one of those games in which, yeah, we got brooded. That's it. Let's play a normal game of Dota, right? So I'm still going to go with the draft that I prefer more, and that's the Mars draft. I feel like it's pretty damn solid with that last pickup.
All right. I kind of also favor 9 pandas with what I saw in the last game, but also I want to see that Chinese power come out once again, because they've kind of been silent throughout this year, and I think that Riyadh Masters would finally be the place for these Chinese teams to rise up to the occasion, stand high on the pedestal where everyone's been holding China for all these years. Why does this region come up strong year after year after year? But why has 2023 been so damn difficult for most of these two teams? Not these two teams, most of these Chinese teams. Of course, there's been events this year, but Xtreme Gaming, they don't want to fall flat in their first series. They've got 3 more to go after this. This is not the only series they're going to play, so you got to get your engines running.
Yeah, basically too much shuffling, right? Like that's probably the main reason behind it all. Like they've been shuffling for way too much time, and too many old school players are just going in and out, trying to find different places in the scene, trying to get to new teams. Some fresh blood has been introduced as well to the scene, and because of that, we're not really seeing Chinese region. I think in everyone's opinion, that's the reason why. Like a lot of old talent retiring. So
30
yeah.
seconds. to
In any
battle.
case, I'm just waiting. Like you said, eventually they're gonna take back the pedestal. It's just a matter of time, I suppose. And or this is my wishful thinking, maybe. But I hope that's gonna be the case because it's always fun when we have these like West
Yeah.
versus East rivalries. Now it's still
Let's see.
cool. Now we have South America, right?
Yep, yeah, we definitely do on the game. Horn sounds as well. And we're going to get the game underway. It's going to be game 2 with Xtreme Gaming versus
Yeah, that was
9
pretty good, T
Pandas.
Panda.
Trying to imitate the dire horn as bounce is going to be denied actually by Antares there. So is that wait? He got denied and picked up at the same time. Did he get it or not? I missed that. Maybe JJ didn't miss it though. Antares though, he's in a lot of trouble here. Miero's just well, that's a way to get a first blood. Throw a bloody grenade at the guy. Xtreme Gaming get the first blood this game. First time
grenade?
for everything.
Was it? It was, right? It was just a blood grenade.
It was just a blood grenade. He literally just chucked the grenade, yelled fire in the hole, blood grenade splatters all around and gets the first kill.
That's yeah. And there's a reason why everyone is buying that damn thing. Every single game, you just can't play without it anymore.
You know what the best part about that kill was? Miero literally standing still, staring Antares in the eyes, just watching him slowly drop in HP, gets hit by a grenade, and he's still standing there like, oh, so he just died.
Yeah, maybe this is one of the problems that they'll have, right? The top lane. Look at this. This could be kind of difficult. Like you're playing a Mars snap into Undying, and he's hitting both of them with the K. 16 charges on him. Like, it's gonna be a bit rough. Like he will be stealing them stats.
Now Antares down for the second time. Extreme Gaming
Again.
getting a completely different start for this this second game compared to how they started this series off with. It was 1-4, and now it is 2-0 for them. Ramsey is going to get the stun connection onto Zinq. Does take a lot of damage from both of these two, plus a couple zombies added into the mix. This guy's got 20 decay stacks, so Snapfire does take a hefty amount of damage from these hits. And onto JT they go. Ramsey's diving with that unstable concoction connecting onto the Snapfire. Spear save from JT, trying to keep Solo at bay. Will be successful in doing so, so Zinq will live.
Yeah, he gets away, and JT also gets at least a bit of farm under the tower. It's not amazing, but at least something. 6-0. This is probably one of the biggest issues. Remember when I was talking about, when we were discussing the Mars pick, yeah, it's great. It's good for the game, but maybe the laning stage isn't that amazing, specifically because you're playing into an Alchemist. Alchemist is much stronger than he used to be in laning stage, of course, but still, you have to be pressuring him at least a little bit.
Well, the theme is good for the game, bad for the lane. But it is an old school classic with the Mars and the Snapfire. At least one of my top 3 pair-ups with the Mars. I think maybe in my top 2 we'd be looking at Willow Mars and maybe even Sky Mars. I feel like that's probably one of my favorites. Maybe the Willow Mars is still my favorite out of the pair-ups. But Snapfire is definitely in the top 3. Looking at the mid matchup as well a bit, it has been tied
Much
up
better
a little
now,
bit.
right?
Much
Yeah.
better, much more controllable for Paparazzi. Tied up in CS with this Wind Ranger. He is quite low on mana, but at least he's got the raindrops to help him out here. And
the last
talking about
game-
mid solo, Tombstone down, but Paparazzi does not get hit by any of them, so it's too far away.
He had one zombie on him. He just killed it immediately. Like the zombie spawns, Paparazzi kills it and just moves away, and that's it.
Yep.
And
DY
he's
fighting
moving back
against
in.
Antares in the river, as well as Paparazzi dropping low under the tower, but Zinq will protect him. Power shot will miss, and DY is going to get turned around by Antares, and the Wolves are still knowing at the feet of this SD, and will end up dropping, and Antares will live. Meanwhile, Solo versus Zinq. Solo drops low. But that's not going to be another kill for Xtreme Gaming. However, 9 Pandas up on the board.
Yeah, he pinged it out in the end, hoping that somehow someone can help with the Undying, but that's just not happening. I feel like one of the biggest differences still in this game is the mid lane. Paparazzi actually winning now, even 28 last hits versus 27, so very even. And yeah, I'm looking forward to watching this game because it's going to be very different. Like, it's not just some brood mother winning instead. Like, we're going to have a normal matchup. Kiyotaka is still way too good, though, I feel like, with these early game rotations. We'll see how much he can do with the Wind Ranger. I would say that it's maybe even a bit easier for Storm to make some moves.
Getting a nice amount of extra damage with that Howl being used, while Ramses will find the kill onto Jinkyu. Snapfire to drop. JT just falling back into the lane. This Mars has been catching up nicely in CS, up to 22 now. So he's not out of the game.
Yeah, I remember talking to JT about exact this hero, about Mars. I feel like that's why they didn't insta pick it, because what was he saying? Kiyotaka mid lane, let's just see this.
Oh,
Gets
that's
pulled
a
in.
tight one. Not going to be enough though. Paparazzi, there's some zombies and a blood grenade, and maybe one power shot will do the trick for Kiyotaka, but he's going to be poking Jinkyu for the time being and actually lets this Storm escape. All the raindrops will soak up the damage, and he will get to keep his life intact.
Crazy how everyone is playing on the edge here. Like, they're really pushing the boundaries. Even the Wind Ranger, I feel like he got pulled on purpose just because he saw the Undying moving in and he knew that he cannot die. So he tried to maybe bait them a bit. In case they go, maybe they can turn on Storm. They did turn on him, still not enough damage.
So
Any case,
move towards top. JT's low.
Can they kill him? Like, JT, what he was talking about Mars is that he thinks the hero is cursed. So you pick Mars even in the best games, you still lose with him.
Ramsey's going to get pushed away because he did have that concoction up and running. He's going to stun himself. Jinkyu going quick for the kill, trying to snipe him down. Very low on HP. One more hit from Jinkyu should do it. Yes, sir. And Solo's going to be trading off JT, but that is your carry down on the side of 9 Pandas. I'd say that's a profitable trade for the side of Xtreme Gaming because Alchemist needs every bit of time to get himself online. That's going to buy some time.
Oh, for sure. That was very well worth it. You get that Alchemist down a bit. Your Mars, I'm not sure if he was in range with experience. I think he was. Like, overall, pretty good for him. Even though you die in the end, so what? You're slowing down the Alch a bit. Like, it's a different patch, but it's still an Alch game, right?
He gets surrounded, but no crowd control. However, the damage is sufficient. 2 points in Shadow, Poison, and Ghost, but the right clicks, they will clean out on Tars and Kiyotaka in the mid lane as well. Look at the drop. And Xtreme Gaming pulling up the Xtreme shift as well in the gearbox because they've turned their course around completely from that last game. Paparazzi.
Oh, look at this.
Solo going to be in a bit of trouble here. Solo trying to go for a solo kill. Bit of Kale being called out by Jinkyu. We're also getting that. Looks like this Storm Spirit will get to stay in place. Solo really trying to live up to his name there, Lizard.
Yeah, he tried to do a solo move on Paparazzi. He might be killed here. Oh my god, this is such a quintessential solo gameplay right here. I don't know, for as long as I can remember this player, I played against him as well a bit in the day. He was always like this. Miero just manning up, right? Like, he understood I cannot run away, so at least I'll fight. He'll do UI, right?
I mean, he's looking for that kill and he will get it with the micro, but did DY really have to do that? You know, he could have just stood still and let the Bloodseeker pick up the kill, but he wanted it all for himself. He was doing the same thing last game as well. He's got 3 kills.
He had to be nearby. He had to be close, because if he's not close, Lycan TPs. Like, he was there for the disruption. He didn't have to take the kill.
Oh, he was there for the disruption, but he shouldn't have taken the kill. I mean, that's what I was thinking about.
Yeah,
but maybe there's an idea behind it. DY, he just teleported in and he might just end up dying for it. He's popped the bubble already on top of Miero, but the body blocks and the big zoo. No match is this Shadow Demon versus all those many targets.
Yep. Storm rotating mid, but he doesn't really have any help. Now he might. He has Arcane Rune as well. They have ulti on
Mid.
Snap, keep in mind.
Mortimer's kisses. Chef's kiss. Moi. Connection onto Kiyotaka, but that wind run is going to be very hard to maneuver around. And Antares trying to catch up to the Storm. However, he's taken a different direction. Still on the hunt, though. Also, oh, he doesn't have vision. He doesn't know that they're coming. Going to be right behind him. Hex comes out. Storm Spirit going to get caught, and that's going to be a death for him.
Oh, I didn't expect that Hex, actually. Yeah, I didn't expect that Hex, and I believe he didn't as well, because he had enough mana. He could have zipped out instantly. That was kind of interesting when it came to the range. I feel like he was 50 out of range, but still connects.
Radiant's top
But
tower
the perseverance paying off, at least. You know, playing on the edge, it still seems to continue. JT dropping down the arena. Kiyotaka even tries to do illusion dodge and actually is successful with it because the spear catches an illusion onto the wall. Mere moments ago, Miero was also caught in the bottom lane, so this Bloodseeker will seem to get a kill every single time the Lycan shows up if he has Rupture up.
Yeah, I had a question when they went on the Windrunner, and that's do they have the damage? They obviously don't. Like these heroes, they can kill her, but only when Snapfire has ulti. So that arena was pretty much doomed from the get. Storm Spirit was also not around.
That's some beautiful footwork there. He dodges almost every single shadow poison thrown his way, already anticipating the moves, and DY. It wasn't really a kill or anything. I just love to see the footwork from Solo. And he might have to intervene.
We don't shame here. That's completely fine. Anyways, they go on the Wind Ranger. They don't have 6 on DY.
He's out. That is a Maelstrom picked up on the Bloodseeker, and only seeing a Maelstrom proc go off, but not sufficient with the damage to kill a Wind Run Wind Ranger. So Kiyotaka out. He's running straight back to mid. Still 3 heroes from Xtreme Gaming there, but this second game, I think we're in for a pretty good one. Ramses has been pretty much free farming, finishing off the Radiance in a matter of moments, and Xtreme Gaming into a much better position. An actual playable position.
Yep, it comes down really to those timings of Alchemist, right? I feel like you wait for him, JT.
Pick up the damage to take down Miero. The one of his kisses coming out as well. Yeah, that's going to be enough. The teleport is not going to go through. So Miero's going to go down, and Antares is going to walk back in. He's got backup on the way. Solo, Kiyotaka. It's still 3 versus 4. Short-handed, but no ultis remaining. Kiyotaka. Shackle Shot connects onto the only tree out there. 3-man silence coming out as well. Beautiful connection from Ghost. Going to go for the kill onto the Wind Ranger. Kiyotaka down. And Solo with Antares trying to make the capitulation. Capital what? Capital XG. More like it. They all end up dying. And Xtreme Gaming happy with this trade-off here.
Yeah, much better engagement for them. 9 Pandas, I feel like they kind of rushed it because there was no arena and no ulti from Snapfire. But the problem is you have no initiation. Lion cannot blink in, he doesn't have one yet. Because of that Wind Ranger, he needs to just Wind Run in. And if you're using that Wind Run so aggressively, by the time you get on top of the target, like you have no defensive capabilities. So Kiyotaka just dies there super easily. From then on, the fight is way too simple for Xtreme Gaming. So maybe, yeah, they have to pick their fights properly because they do not have an Alchemist. Ghost, remember, he was a part of that fight. He's ready. He can join these fights. Bloodseeker is that type of hero. With Maelstrom already, like, you can be joining. Meanwhile, Alchemist, yeah, you can, but you probably don't wanna. You need some more. You need like a Blink, BKB, Radiance, and or at least Radiance and Blink. And then you should be kinda ready to be fighting.
Also the fact that Kiyotaka, he had a DD rune in his bottle, but he did not use it in the last fight. So he respawned into mid and it got popped automatically as the timer ran out. So didn't even get that extra punch needed for that fight. Mars was like 100 HP and JT was able to walk away with his life intact. So maybe that DD rune could have made a little bit of an extra difference there. As for at least 1 kill for 9 Pandas. It got unused, so they got nothing out of it. And now 3-man smoke coming in from Xtreme Gaming. This is your blink reveal from Mars, and this could be huge. Antares and Kiyotaka right next to each other, but the Lion prime position. Smoke will be popped. Antares scouted out, and there's Kiyotaka as well. One of his kisses flying in the Hex does connect onto the Lion. Stun coming through as well. Paparazzi jumping in with a zap and looking for Kiyotaka, trying to get the connection. Will finally get the stun out, but also at the same time, Ramsey's coming in with the Radiance, trying to turn around the fight for 9 Pandas, but he's gonna have to TP away, and he's trying to go for it. He will be successful in doing so. The arrow coming into the fight as well. Ghost gonna be in the middle of them as well. They got the Rita place down, but they're gonna lose the Bloodseeker. Maybe even losing even more. They got the Mars running away. ZQ trying to interrupt, trying to slow them down, but Miero, he keeps on running. He ain't caring, and Kiyotaka coming in as well. This Mars is gonna be history in just a matter of moments, but he's trying to juke around in the trees, but the Hill Troll is relentless, and Kiyotaka with the double, and Solo also getting Jinkyu in the end. And how the turntables as 9 Pandas this time coming out successful.
Who the hell did they lose? They lost the Lion only, right? And Tares, and that's it. And even though they lost him, he's the one that used Hex instantly on Mars, so he couldn't pop that arena on him and on Windranger at the get-go. One team overextends and then another. Like in this game, in this last fight, that is, Paparazzi overextends in the back. Like he goes in with Storm, loses all of his mana, he can't really contribute later on.
Spoke up on Ghost, and he doesn't see this one coming. Might be a Ghost himself. Oh, okay, he does get a feeling that something's not right here. He backs out just in time before the smoke gank connects. Ramses was really lucky that last fight. There was no interruption for his teleport. Level 2 chemical rage, extra 80 HP per second regeneration, keeping him alive during that teleport duration.
Yeah, he just needs the BKB and
post that. Oh, the Hex from Antares. Beautiful timing as well. Mars gonna get caught in the shackle with Ghost. And Ramses for the kill. Antares trading his life away, but XG still here with 4. Solo, now he's also here, and so is Miero.
These arenas so far, besides the first one, have been pretty damn bad.
Kiyotaka
purged.
And we'll connect onto the Storm Spirit. Paparazzi dropping low, but they will get Kiyotaka first, and Ramses the drop as well! They're gonna lose the Alchemist on the side, and Miero will find a kill, but he's also out of the play, with these Radiance illusions being a nuisance too. And they will end up losing every single core on 9 Pandas. So back to back to back we go.
Yeah, that's it, right? The curse of JT's Mars. The moment he's not in the fight, his team actually... Yeah, the moment he's not in the fight, his team is actually winning. Crazy. I feel like 9 Pandas overcommit a little bit. They thought that they had the Storm, but they just didn't. The Purge there versus Windranger proved to be way too powerful. Blood right afterwards silencing her, so she can't really do a lot. Alchemist as well, way too eager to start these engagements. I understand completely, like you're an Alchemist, they're fighting around your tier 1, why not join the fight? But he just jumped on a stun.
Got the Rod of Atos there into the Shackle Shot stun, followed up by Antares, and the Hex will secure the kill. Nobody to help out Paparazzi, where the tier 1 used to stand once on the side of Xtreme Gaming, that is. They will lose their Storm. And 9 Pandas, they're thinking about Roshan. Miero's already pinging it out, going straight to the Roche pit in the top half of the map. But the rest of them, nobody seems to be... Is he just going to solo this Roche? Well, he's got Solo with him, so he's technically not soloing, but kind of he is with Solo.
He's soloing with Solo. That's a lot.
That's a lot to take.
Yeah, but yeah, they kind of can do it, and now Ramses is joining as well, right, with the Alchemist. So some Radiance here and there. They have way than enough to finish off this Roshan.
There you go. Aegis for the Alchemist as he's about to finish his BKB. This is a great timing for 9 Pandas. Scary, scary looking team fight that Xtreme Gaming is going to have to reply to. 9 Pandas, they want to up the ante with that tempo. They are going straight to the triangle.
Keep in mind that even though they have Alchemist on the side of 9 Pandas, they're still only 1k ahead.
They could find a kill here.
So
Kiyotaka, they get caught. They have a rod of their own, and it's on Jinkyu. Good night, Kiyotaka.
Yeah, Demonic Purge afterwards, and yeah, they kill off the Windrunner. Kiyotaka is not having nearly as good of a game as he did in game 1.
Pops the shapeshift, JT inside. They've got the Snapfire ulti flying in, but the kisses don't really find good succession as Antara is interrupting the Snapfire. And there's a teleport coming out, but at the same time, Lion just blown up in the river. 9 Pandas, yet again, still short-handed as their Wind Ranger is still respawning. They will lose the Lion. Bit of a regrouping mode as well for 9 Pandas. But Xtreme Gaming, what is the big thing that changed for them this game compared to the last one? I know draft has a play in it, but what's the big thing that has changed? I feel like Ghost is playing a completely different game now in this Bloodseeker. He was shut down in game 1, didn't actually get to play game 1, and now I feel like he's in the prime position. JT, though, we're going to watch him fight against Kiyotaka in the top lane with a rapid fire, and he will go down, so they will lose this this Mars. But back to my original question, Lizard, what do you think is the big thing that changed for Xtreme?
I mean, both of these teams are kind of in and out, right? Like, we're seeing some crazy-ass fights. One team wins a team fight than the other, so nothing necessarily has changed when it comes to the outcome of the game. But right now, at least, they're looking better. I think the most important aspect, the most important part is the mid lane. It's as simple as that. Last game, they got crushed on mid. They had to bring like 5 heroes, minute 14 on that mid lane. This time around, the mid lane actually went in their favor, and they're pressuring Kiyotaka, so they addressed that problem very nicely. Bratzi, Atos is there.
Oh, seen this before from the duo Kiyotaka and Tara. Ramsey's coming in as well. DY, he's pretty tanky with that Solar Crest. He will get to keep his life for now. Solo coming in from the side as well. This Undying has no cares of a tier 3 tower, but JT never gets the spear off. Can't throw the Undying, and Ramsey's gonna self-stun himself.
Yeah,
I really like the itemization outside of Xtreme, like Jinkyu, Maelstrom Rod, so he's going for the Gleipnir and Snap, and of course the Solar Crest on this SD. Like, really good support itemization, and a good timing too.
Yep, they have a really nice idea of what they're supposed to be buying, because also they're lacking some control, right? Like, you can't only rely on the Mars Arena. Because of that, you need that Atos as well. Like, you need some things to help you out with that. Like, one of the best things that good players do is they itemize accordingly to the game, not necessarily only to the hero. Because sometimes you get stuck in this rut in which you're always doing the same things for the same hero no matter what. Meanwhile, you actually have to switch things up for a specific game. Because in the specific games, yeah, like, even when you look at Atos or 9 Pandas, sure, the item is super popular, but it's also necessary for them here, right? Like, you need it versus the Storm. So, overall, yeah, nice itemization. I agree with you. 9 Pandas gonna smoke up.
Let's see what they can capitalize on here. They want to use that Aegis.
Are you friends with Dota Capitalist? By the way, we really like the word capitalized. Like, let's see. Dota Cap.
Capitalizing capitalism. Not quite the same thing, Liz. But close. I mean, when you're thinking about the...
It derives from the same thing, man. Come on.
All right. Let's see if 9 Pandas can score on this one. A dodge is going to take place from Xtreme Gaming. JT, the only tanky hero in the front to just clear out the waves, make sure that Kiyotaka and Antares, again, don't get a jump. That's the one thing that they want, but they will not get the advantage out of this Aegis, and there's the counter smoke. Xtreme Gaming looking at the clock, they're looking at their wristwatches, if they're allowed to use those, and this is the time to go. And into Miero potentially. JT spots him. And there we go. He's got no BKB, so force out the shapeshift and get the kill. Can't get out.
Is it a good enough of a kill for all that? What do you think?
No ulti for over a minute. I mean, this is your time to push objectives. And to get to a tier 2 in time. Doesn't look like the wave's going to be there fast enough. The call is to just try to pressure out the waves, push them out, buy some more time, slow down the Alchemist power spike, because right now he's literally online right now. So if they can kind of, you know, just extend a bit longer, the win for Xtreme.
No, yeah, I can see your point, because eventually he will fall off when it comes to him being stronger than these heroes, right? Like, the power spikes of Alchemist are right now, and if you're 9 pandas, you want to be utilizing them at the moment. So if you're Xtreme and you can kind of negate that by killing everyone else or anyone else, I think it's a good plan for them, yeah.
Barazzi, oh, the bait has been laid down by Kiyotaka, trying to get the kill on the Storm Spirit, and he's going to be successful with this one too, but the rotations are kicking in. Hey, was it worth it? AT's toying around with him as well. That's going to be a trade-off. Mid for mid. 9 pandas do. Is Ramsey strong enough without that Storm Spirit in play? Does he overpower everyone? We talked about this power spike. Now it's time to unleash it. Link on top of DY. Connection on the 2 Ghosts with the BKB. DY will fall down. Mortimer's Kisses drop down as well. He still has his BKB. Doesn't need to use it either. And that's an ulti down the drain. JT going to be targeted next, but the grenade doesn't connect. But JT actually goes into the initiation onto the Lycan. Pinning him down onto the wall. BKB going to be used up as well. They got the jump of Shinku. Shinku's going to be falling inside this one in the arms of Ramses. Those fiery swords hacking that lizard to pieces.
Yeah, that's what you talked about, right? Like, that's the power spec coming into play, and Xtreme Gaming, up to this point, they managed to dodge it. They managed to get like some crazy pickoffs left, right, and center, dodge the main fight. But yeah, it's kind of difficult to dodge it forever. And this is 9 pandas. The only thing is, like, 9 pandas. Okay, you get a pretty good pickoff. You not pickoff team fight. The question is, like, what did they get out of it? Did they get a lot out of the map because of that, or just the win in team fight and some network difference? What do you think? For me, it's just the network difference, right? Xtreme Gaming can still fight back.
Well, 5,000 of that is the Alchemist lead, so it technically feels like this is a pretty even game. At least if Xtreme Gaming can still hold on a bit longer. Because what the whole idea I had behind this power spike for Alchemist, of course, he's still going to be strong in like 5 to 6 minutes, but that also means Xtreme Gaming is going to be a lot stronger, which is the word that I'm really trying to articulate here. Allowing them to have a better chance at these team fights because they get more tools. Paparazzi being really aggressive there with trying to catch Antares.
He was being a real Chad, like, just turns around, goes back in. Yeah, of course. I love when
he's been playing on edge throughout this entire game, right? Like, they've been going 100, 200 HP in the laning stage already, both him and JT, and they're not letting go. They're not afraid of 9 pandas, and I think that's a statement in itself.
Yeah, I think that's what you have to be doing, right? Like, when you're playing these Storms, and I don't know, the Storm is probably one of a kind. Storm and maybe Quap, maybe. Like, you need to count every single disable. Like, if you see that they're out of them, you're free. Like, you can do whatever the hell you want to in the game. And Paparazzi.
You know what?
I've been
on a roll with aphorisms today. I feel like the theme for this one is, don't be bald, be bold.
I like it.
Let's see if 9 pandas are more bolder than Xtreme Gaming right now. Shadow Demon, he's going to be the unfortunate one to be caught, but Shadow Demonic Cleansing allows him to run away a bit further. Meanwhile, Jinkyu already cleaned out by Ramses and Antares, and still following with the hunt. 6 seconds for Blink. Ramses going back and forth in the tree line. He's going to lose some valuable meters. Oh! Antares and the Ancient Ice Shaman finding a pair up, and there goes JT next to the Roche pit. And Roche literally spawns in front of Kiyotaka. We'll take this one too.
What a perfect timing, yeah. Absolutely perfect timing. Into the Roche pit, take that Roche once again. Where's the Alk? He's chilling, he's pushing, he doesn't even care. The 3 of them can do it. Meanwhile, the Alchemist is taking down your towers.
That was a pretty costly fight, because 9 pandas not only get the Aegis and the cheese, that was like 5,000 to 6,000 net worth shifting in their favor. So now you could say Nine Pandas actually has a formidable lead. Still can be given away. Xtreme Gaming, if they won that last fight or avoided that last fight, it's going to look so much better. Paparazzi doesn't get the Vortex off and gets rooted up by Kiyotaka. It definitely feels like some of these interactions on the side of Xtreme Gaming, they initiate. They're not getting their spells off like instantly instead of Nine Pandas. Not sure if this is a ping thing, but it looks like they're sometimes just standing still, you know?
Yeah, maybe just some lack of coordination, perhaps, because it shouldn't be the ping issue. Because if it was a ping issue, it would kind of be on both sides, I suppose, right?
Yeah. That's exactly what I'm going for. Like, there's not a online matchup here. Solo. That's going to be the opener for Xtreme Gaming, but still, Storm Spirit blown to pieces. And that Rupture ain't doing much to this Alchemist right now. But Kiyotaka, JT, gonna get cookied in to stun the Wind Ranger. But also at the same time, he's like, please don't throw me in. I'm trying to get the hell out of here. Gonna get fingered up as well. Miero still in the middle of all of these three. And then DY, he's in big trouble. Kiyotaka is on the run. The buyback coming up from Paparazzi. Here's a chance for them to retaliate and look for these kills. They need to get them. Jinkyu, beautiful stun on 2. Forces out the Aegis. And the Alchemist is coming back in. No rage, though, so he's going to provide some more support for Kiyotaka. Maybe even getting Ghost killed. Yes, he will.
Cheese,
with
right?
that focus fire from Kiyotaka, just doing way too much damage. And that's a plenty. That's a whole plenty of Maelstrom procs flying back and forth from multiple targets, and they just get blown up. And Kiyotaka, he did 6,000 damage that fight out of the 15 they dealt as a team. So that's a huge piece.
Yeah, it looked like a really good buyback coming from Storm. It looked like they will be able to convert the fight and get a couple of kills. But at the same time, like you click on the Wind Ranger, they're focusing her down. She's got cheese. Like, you're not killing that hero. And Kiyotaka just heals up and fights on. It's very difficult.
And he keeps on going. On another.
Keeps on going, like you said. Yeah. Thank you.
Not enough necessarily this time. Wind Ranger brought a bit closer to Jinkyu. He'll finally get the kill. The Tombstone is there. Does he get the bunker? He's trying to collect the bunker. Get him safety. No! Solo can't help him with the bunker. Can't put him into safety. And that's going to be the Undying to follow up as well. He will drop. Nothing he can do.
Yeah, perhaps pushing their limits a little bit there, right? You
get
one kill.
Bunker.
Yeah, you get one kill. You get. Oh, look at. Never mind. It was just joking. Never mind. Links away. Yeah, overall, yeah, they were doing really well, but every now and then you can see some mishaps from Nine Pandas just going in and feeding away these 2 kills, because that's literally what it was. Wind Ranger and Undying for a Snapfire. That's usually not a good trait, right? And they didn't have to go for that kill because there's just way too many heroes that are up and alive. You're diving behind the tier 2 tower, you're gonna get punished.
Let's see what we've got coming up on the side of Xtreme Gaming. A gem has been picked up. They're working on a Shiva's Guard and Aghanims for the Bloodseeker. JT's also got a Sheep Stick lined up, so the more control, the better for them. Nine Pandas. Boots of Bearing for the Lycan and the BKB. And Lion has a heart lined up? Are you kidding me? Antares! This is classic Antares, right?
Yeah. We'll see if he completes that one, but so far he's having a really good game. I mean, he's got the damage, now he only needs the health, right? Like, he's got how many stacks at this point? 5, 6?
5 like already, yeah, that's a lot.
Yeah, 5 already. His finger feels pretty damn good at the moment.
Yep. Solid amount of damage to be applied. That's a quick burst that could be needed, especially when taking down the Storm Spirit. But Kiyotaka, he's found Jinkyu. He's found Jinkyu, more like. And Nine Pandas, they see an opening. X is already being burnt out onto the Mars as well. JT can't do much for Paparazzi. Got to get back control, but able to jump out for the time being. Rupture also being used up onto Ramses, but Ramses keeps on going. He's been bitten by a wolf, and this wolf is running them down. And that's a triple for Nine Pandas. Kiyotaka to secure them all, the Nine Pandas as a whole. There's no Xtreme Gaming member left to defend this base.
Yeah, I don't think that they can hold on any longer. I think we might be seeing an end. They do still glyph. They want to continue fighting. What do they have? They have Snap in 9 seconds. Storm can perhaps jump in. But the problem is he can't jump in alone. There's just way too much control. The tier 3 is open on the mid lane, but not on top. So, okay, Xtreme Gaming, they'll still live to fight one more fight afterwards. Unless they get picked off here.
Yeah, I mean, it is a bit of a desperation mode fight right now, and that should clean out the game for 9 Pandas. GG's called out 2-0 for East European 9 Pandas, and the rocky road for Xtreme Gaming still seems to continue all the way to Riyadh Masters, but this is their first out of the 4. The day's not over for them yet.
It was a nice attempt. Like in the second game, I feel that they were much stronger than in the first one. They had a couple of good team fights. They held on in the mid lane. I feel that's the most important thing. They even won against Kiyotaka. Like first game, it was so on him. Like he literally delivered and won the game on his own. The second one was kind of more rough for him. He still had a ton of impact, but it wasn't as simple. It wasn't some 22-0 Broodmother, right? 12-6, still pretty damn good. More kills than anyone on his team. Did he have more impact? I think not. I feel like this game Lycan perhaps did a bit more. It was just a very good Lycan game, and he dominated across the map.
And that last fight, we got to see the wolf bite as well from Miero with that Aghanims onto the Alchemist, so Ramsey is getting himself a bit of extras in terms of that. But hey, that's our first series basically in the books. 9 Pandas going to start their day with a victory, and that is maybe, let me take a quick look at the schedule. 9 Pandas definitely have a lot more Dota to come here today as well. So do all of these teams pretty much. There's plenty of games for them to play, but starting off the day with a victory, that is something that you love to start your day off with. Xtreme Gaming, though, well, it's time to bounce back up because they're going to be on this stream next. Followed up with a series with Team Secret going to be going up against them. Let's see what kind of form Secret is coming into this tournament with their roster, trying to make their final impact before, of course, the TI qualifiers. But since we are in mini TI, might as well just dominate in the Riyadh Masters. It's T-Panda and Lizard. We're going to be taking a bit of a break until the second series on the stream kicks off. So time to get your refreshments, and we'll be back after the break.
In our eyes for us. Oh, actually, I'll try, actually, I'll fight for us. Dragging us down, face on the ground, but still we so proud. Just look at the crowd, making some noise, making some sound. We ain't got a choice, they're hearing us now. I'll fight for us. Dragging us down, face on the ground, but still we're so proud. Just look at the crowd, making some noise, making some sound. We ain't got a choice, they're hearing us now. Paradise through dirt in our eyes for us. Oh, actually, I'll try, actually, I'll fight for us. Dragging us down, face on the ground, but still we're so proud. Just look at the crowd, making some noise, making some sound. We ain't got a choice, they're hearing us now. Paradise through dirt in our eyes for us. Oh, actually, I'll try, actually, I'll fight for us. face on the ground. Still we're so proud, just look at the crowd. Making some noise, making some sound. We ain't got a choice, they're hearing us now. Paradise through dirt in our eyes for us. Oh, actually I'll try, actually I'll fight for us. Dragging us down, face on the ground. Still we're so proud, just look at the crowd. Making some noise, making some sound. We ain't got a choice, they're hearing us now. Paradise through dirt in our eyes for us. Oh, actually I'll try, actually I'll fight for us. Dragging us down, face on the ground. Still we're so proud, just look at the crowd. Making some noise, making some sound. We ain't got a choice, they're hearing us now. Gina, look at the crowd, making some noise, making some sound. We ain't got a choice, they're hearing us now. Paradise through dirt in our eyes for us. Oh, actually, I'll try, actually, I'll fight for us. Dragging us down, face on the ground, but still we're so proud. Just look at the crowd, making some noise, making some sound. We ain't got a choice, they're hearing us now. Paradise through dirt in our eyes for us. Oh, actually, I'll try, actually, I'll fight for us. Dragging us down, face on the ground, but still we're so proud. Just look at the crowd, making some noise, making some sound. We ain't got a choice, they're hearing us now. Gina, so proud, just look at the crowd. Making some noise, making some sound. We ain't got a choice, they're hearing us now. Paradise through dirt in our eyes for us. Oh, actually, I'll try, actually, I'll fight for us. Dragging us down, face on the ground. Still we're so proud, just look at the crowd. Making some noise, making some sound. We ain't got a choice, they're hearing us now. Paradise through dirt in our eyes for us. Oh, actually, I'll try, actually, I'll fight for us. Dragging us down, face on the ground. Still we're so proud, just look at the crowd. Making some noise, making some sound. We ain't got a choice, they're hearing us now. Paradise through dirt in our eyes for us. Oh, actually, I'll try, actually, I'll fight for us. paradise through dirt in our eyes for us. Oh, actually, I'll try, actually, I'll fight for us. Dragging us down, face on the ground, but still we're so proud. Just look at the crowd, making some noise, making some sound. We ain't got a choice, they're hearing us now. Paradise through dirt in our eyes for us. Oh, actually, I'll try, actually, I'll fight for us. Dragging us down, face on the ground, but still we're so proud. Just look at the crowd, making some noise, making some sound. We ain't got a choice, they're hearing us now. Paradise through dirt in our eyes for us. Oh, actually, I'll try, actually, I'll fight for us. on the ground, but still we're so proud. Just look at the crowd, making some noise, making some sound. We ain't got a choice, they're hearing us now. Paradise through dirt in our eyes for us. Oh, actually, I'll try, actually, I'll fight for us. Dragging us down, face on the ground, but still we're so proud. Just look at the crowd, making some noise, making some sound. We ain't got a choice, they're hearing us now. Paradise through dirt in our eyes for us. Oh, actually, I'll try, actually, I'll fight for us. Dragging us down, face on the ground, but still we're so proud. Just look at the crowd, making some noise, making some sound. We ain't got a choice, they're hearing us now. Paradise through dirt in our eyes for us. Oh, actually, I'll try, actually, I'll fight for us. so proud, just look at the crowd. Making some noise, making some sound. We ain't got a choice, they're hearing us now. Paradise through dirt in our eyes for us. Oh, actually, I'll try, actually, I'll fight for us. Dragging us down, face on the ground. Still we're so proud, just look at the crowd. Making some noise, making some sound. We ain't got a choice, they're hearing us now. Paradise through dirt in our eyes for us. Oh, actually, I'll try, actually, I'll fight for us. Dragging us down, face on the ground. Still we're so proud, just look at the crowd. Making some noise, making some sound. We ain't got a choice, they're hearing us now. Paradise through dirt in our eyes for us. Oh, actually, I'll try, actually, I'll fight for us. on the ground, still we're so proud. Just look at the crowd, making some noise, making some sound. We ain't got a choice, they're hearing us now. Paradise through dirt in our eyes for us. Oh, actually, I'll try, actually, I'll fight for us. Dragging us down, face on the ground, still we're so proud. Just look at the crowd, making some noise, making some sound. We ain't got a choice, they're hearing us now. Paradise through dirt in our eyes for us. Oh, actually, I'll try, actually, I'll fight for us. Dragging us down, face on the ground, still we're so proud. Just look at the crowd, making some noise, making some sound. We ain't got a choice, they're hearing us now. Paradise through dirt in our eyes for us. Oh, actually, I'll try, actually, I'll fight for us. so proud, just look at the crowd. We're making some noise, making some sound. We ain't got a choice, they're hearing us now.
And welcome back, ladies and gents. We return here at the Xtreme with the Riyadh Masters in our second series after quite of a sizable break. We're done with the first one and heading over to the next. Here with T-Panda and, of course, my man Lizard, enjoying the sun there, the nice warm place that he is on right now. You can probably see the sun radiating from this guy's face as well. How you doing, Lizard? Ready for the next one?
I'm ready for the next one, but sun is gone, dude. Like, it's nighttime. That's only the lamp that's radiating over there. But yeah, I'm ready. Which one do we have? What's happening? Tell
Let's
me.
look at the schedule.
Intro
I mean,
me.
Since we already had one series played out earlier on today, which was 9 Pandas running over Xtreme Gaming in Game 1 and also Game 2, pretty convincingly sweeping the series, we are heading over to Team Secret versus Xtreme Gaming. And Team Secret coming out of a victory from their previous series versus Beast Coast. That is also later on today. We will see Beast Coast here versus Xtreme Gaming, and of course Quest Esports to finish off the day. So if you're in China Dota, you're in the right place to be. But if you're a European fan, a Team Secret fan, 2-0 versus Beast Coast in the first round. Looking at some of the averages from that game, 40 and 39 minutes. So you could say that these were pretty sizable games. Beast Coast giving up a bit of a fight, but Europe coming out on top.
Yeah, like definitely sizable games in comparison to what we had in Game 1, right? Like that one was a stomp. It was a very quick affair. Wasn't really, that interesting. Let's say it was interesting in bad ways. Like usually you want to see some games that are back and forth. That was definitely not one. Second game as well, maybe a little bit more competitive, but not really. Hopefully the second series for us at least brings us that competitiveness, right? Because that's what we all like to watch in Dota. You want to see some good games, some back and forth, some at least 40 minutes. I don't have to get to the 60-minute mark. I'm not crazy about newts and everything, but 40 minutes, I think that's enough for both teams to show what they've got.
Well, it all starts with a draft, and we are ready to go with Xtreme Gaming taking on Team Secret. Our first phase almost completed. Xtreme Gaming continuing, actually, taking over the band's 9 Pandas used in the last series, the Chen and the Primal Beast. Well, the Chen was theirs, but the Primal Beast was something that seems to be broken as hell right now. So that will stick in the banning schedule for now. But Medusa and the Undying from the side of Team Secret. And let's see what Xtreme Gaming are coming up after that 40-minute break or 50-minute break that they had in between to reset themselves, prepare themselves for their opponent. This time, they had the opportunity to scout their opponent's drafts, and Team Secret's been doing the same. We do get the Snapfire through, though.
Yeah, like we get some snap action in every game, more or less. I like the snap into Undying as well. You can take down the Tombstone easily, but this time, obviously, we won't be seeing the Undying. It's banned out already. And speaking of, look at that buy our bundle Undying.
Yep.
On one of those heads from Christmas Islands, is it, or where at? I can't really remember. But also kind of looks like a puppy head.
It's got a bit of everything, right? You got to stick with the brand.
Yeah. How do you feel about Team Secret right now?
As a team?
Yep.
I think Secret's a bit of a wild card to me these days, right? I mean, it's not like the Team Secret of 2020, destroying everybody, winning every single online tournament, having Matumba man of the team. Now it's a lot different, right? Like Crystalis has been already getting some experience in his first TI, playing a TI final, but the DPC year has really not been Secret's year at all, and Xtreme Gaming feels like another team that's also kind of in the same boat as they are. Are they kind of not the #1 stars anymore? Are they still looking for their fame here at Riyadh Masters?
mean, Extreme Gaming, I feel like they were never truly the stars, right? Like they were a team that was kind of strong when they went through Division 2. They won that one, qualified for Division 1, and then in Division 1 they had like a good decent run. Can't remember who their carry was. Was it Olu or someone like that? In any case, they they had a strong performance for one or two tournaments. I believe in Arlington Major. They never really did anything great. So overall, Extreme Gaming right now they're struggling again. They made some changes. They got Kaka in. I'm not sure. I feel like this is definitely a team that can do quite a lot on the big scene if they manage to find that right synergy between the players. And right now, you do have that Rubik versus Enigma. Feels like a good pickup.
It's a classic, right? I mean, with the Enigma pick, I was a bit worried that you are picking this into a support, which feels good, but there's still like five to seven heroes that you're quite comfortable picking against this hero as either a counter in the lane, B, a counter in the team fight, or throughout the game, like Silencer, for example. You just don't really get to do anything as an Enigma. So it becomes a battle of the big minds, right? But Rubik, at least, it's not just locked down to the Enigma. It makes Rubik a bit better as a hero, but Rubik is still like super stable as a laning stage brawler. A lot, not only just stealing abilities, but like long cast range, instant stun with telekinesis. You can snipe kills, make sure that they don't get away. And just stat wise, like Rubik is not your like super squishy support either, like CM.
Yeah, I agree. I feel like maybe one thing that can backfire is, like you mentioned, the laning stage. I think it's strong, but if Enigma just goes for those utility builds, don't really care about Rubik that much. You still just dominate that mid game. If he doesn't have a good game, he can really struggle getting levels as well. But yeah, we'll see. It is Extreme Gaming. Most likely, it's going to be Kaka, right, playing it on the Rubik. Maybe DY. We'll see.
Who did you say?
It could be DY, right? Like playing the Rubik.
Right. I was listening to the name first. I was like, is the curse among us again?
I was wait. Kaka left Extreme Gaming.
Exactly.
Right?
That's why I was like, it's the Kaka curse, right?
I was literally talking about the team like while you were fixing up the door, and I was saying that Kaka joined them instead of left them. So for everyone that's confused, my brain is confused as well.
You're
Kaka
not wrong.
Left them, didn't join them, right?
You are right. Kaka is still in the team spiritually because the curse did strike them in the first series. So you're not wrong, Lizard. You're completely right about it. But he's just not in physical form. Jinq's taking over that now.
Exactly. That's the point. And if Jinq is playing, I'd rather see him on Snap than Rubik. Like overall, I'd just rather see him on that hero. Sure, Rubik as well, doable. I think the UI perhaps a bit more comfortable. Then again, opening up with two supports not really the greatest. And I don't mind the Tusk here. I feel like he brings a lot to the table for Team Secret. A good brawler can set up for the Enigma on that offlane. Same way they played the Spirit Breaker with Enigma. Not Team Spirit, not Team Secret, obviously, but Nine Pandas. Team Secret can do something similar, rotate around the map. He's strong versus both Snap and Rubik. I like him. Oh, damn. Never mind.
FBZ Classic.
Yeah. It's a quick one.
Out of the two Mars players on the server, JT and FBZ, I feel like I would pick FBZ with the Mars. He's super capable on this hero. We already saw that previously with his performances in Boom Esports. Definitely super capable, knows the hero inside and outside, and of course JT. Like he's I wouldn't say as much of a specialist, but he's definitely close to that. I think I'm upsetting someone by saying JT's not a specialist on Mars, but FBZ in my eyes is definitely a specialist on the hero. However,
JT even said it.
From that.
Yeah, JT even said it himself, like about Mars and how much he loves the hero, but always loses with him, so it doesn't even matter. Going on from that, like I saw the Elder Titan and I was thinking, wait, what's the reasoning? And they pick up the draw.
The catch up?
So
what's the catch here?
Yeah, so overall, probably one of the best laners with draw. Like there's ZT, there's Undying, and a couple of others, but You really love playing with these melee fives that can dish out the hurt. This should be your DUI, and then Rubik will be most likely in Q, which puts Snap on what? An offlane or a mid? Probably an offlane, right?
Mm-hmm. Very likely, unless we get something like a 3 Elder Titan. Some like tier 1, tier 2 teams have experimented the hero in the past, and some of them have been successful. I'll name Zai for one, who has been successful with the Elder Titan 3. But if JT decides to bring it out, does that put him in a lane-winning position? Because right now he doesn't see who he's matched up against. It's just most likely the support Enigma paired up with... It could be this. It could also be the last pick. We still don't know.
I think you could put it, but then why would you separate TT from Drow Ranger? That's how I see it. Like, that lane is just very strong. You complement each other very damn well. Drow Ranger slows heroes down for ET. ET hits them harder. It's just, I feel like if I could choose, I would put Rubik, or probably Rubik on a 4 and ET on a 5. But yeah, like you said, ET offlane, let's go. Why not? I've seen Slark offlane in the major. Maybe Elder Titan as well isn't that bad. You could then put, I don't know, like Snap with Drow and then Rubik with ET, and you last pick your mid. That's an option. I don't think it's super likely, but it's an option.
Fun thing about JT's Dota buff, at least, he has 0 games on Elder Titan. He has 1 game on Snapfire. That was in 2020, in October. So he's going to have to play a new hero by the looks of it. It's either one of those two. Most likely he's been playing it in the pubs, but just not competitively.
No, it's probably Snap mid and last pick offlane for him. Like, I think that's what's happening here.
That could also be true.
They just put Papa on the mid lane. They put Elder Titan with the Drow, position for Rubik. You pick yourself a last pick JT hero and keep it simple. Like, Team Secret, you can see by the bans, right? What they banned. They banned out the Timber and the Legion Commander. So they're pretty much expecting an offlane here coming for JT.
Oh, fun fact is, Paparazzi on Snapfire, guess how many games he actually has?
How many?
That's an absolute 0. So we've got support specialists for the Snapfire. We don't have anybody who plays Elder Titan, at least competitively. The Rubik obviously looking like a support and Drow looking like the carry. So bit of flex coming out from Xtreme Gaming. I guess Secret's also wondering, like, huh? Well,
so what are happening? You like? If you look at just the draft, if you don't look at the players, which way would you like to run it? Because I'd still perhaps prefer Drow and ET.
I'd need to see the carry to know if I can put ET at a 3. Like, and they don't have last pick either. So I think Crystallis gets to see either Snap or ET or Xtreme Gaming with their last pick as their offlane. So he's got all the keys. I'm favoring Secret right a lot, considering the position they're in right now.
Do you think that Slark is unplayable? Because for me, for Team Secret, it looks like perhaps a Slark game. Like
Slark.
You get that boy for Crystallis.
Could work.
Yeah, you get on top of Drow easily.
It could. His Monkey King.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, it's Crystallis. It's Crystallis. It's gonna be Monkey King probably.
Yeah, I'm thinking Monkey King, but I'm also thinking, is Bloodseeker viable here? Probably not fantastic.
Yeah, banned out last ban.
Oh, it was last ban. Right. So then I'm looking at So then I'm looking at probably Monkey King. I'm not going to say no to Slark. I don't think it's a bad Slark game, to be honest. But also forgot about the existence of this hero. It is the Husker, last pick for Secret and Xtreme Gaming. How do they play the Snap and the ET? Leaving the suspense, the drum roll.
November is mid, right? So let's see. Maybe Snap ET on the offlane.
That's
maybe
probably
Snap
the move,
Rubik. Yeah. We'll see. I still put.
I'd like ET Rubik and Snap Drow.
You're wild.
The suspense is killing me here.
You're wild. You're wild. I would never separate. Yeah, I would never separate the ET from the Drow. Like, I feel that's just a cookie cutter. That's the reason why they third and fourth it.
Hence why you are the the more knowledgeable professional.
No, I just spam it.
The gaming field.
It's not about knowledge. I just spam ET. That's it. I used to play it a lot on 5.
I remember watching one of your pubs. I think I'm not sure whether you're playing ET or somebody else, but you were yelling at them like, "Why isn't this ET like controlling?" Because that's the one thing you need as a core, right? Like get that Elder Titan to close in the gap, slow him down, get a stun, pick up anything that allows your carry or your 3 to close in the gap to start dealing damage. So ET
How
also
hard was I
amplifies the
yelling?
damage.
How hard was I yelling? I do like to yell, but not too
You
much.
were like
1
in
out
a
of 10.
good in a good Balkan way. You were fired up, so you weren't like yelling, you weren't mad, you weren't agitated, but you were getting there. So from a 0 to 10 scale, I'd say based on volume 7, but reality is probably a 5.
Okay, and what do you think about this CT here in the draft from 0 to 10? I would put it in a good 8. I think it's a really good ET game overall.
7.58, yeah. No
Cool.
arguments there.
But then again, it's going to be versus Huskar. Do you think that this Huskar is just like the cheese pick that they needed? Like more or less the cheese pick?
Can work. I guess it can work. Like with this Elder Titan, I see weakness in the Husker, right? Because he's not like super tanky. We can't kill this guy when he's level 9, level 11, somewhere around that area. Husker just brawling against everybody. He's taking damage for sure, but he's just not dying. I think the ET kind of scales that fight a bit better in a sense. So Xtreme Gaming can match up. Plus, you got a Drow. So Drow, Elder Titan, both great dealing damage, but can they distance them away from the Drown Ranger? That's what I'm worried about. Can they protect this carry with just Telekinesis, with just Cookie, with Stomp? Is it enough? It's not like you have a stun. You just got ways of reposition. Maybe that's enough.
Yeah, that's how I always see the Huskar as well. Like you mentioned, there's a lot of damage coming from I don't know, ET, from Drow. But then again, I'm thinking it's a last pick Huskar. They knew what they were picking it into, and they still picked it. So they must know what's up. They must know the power spikes, the timings, right?
I mean, who are we kidding here? It's Armel. Like, it's not Crystallis with the Husker. It's Crystallis with the Wind Ranger. Armel with the Husker. He's a specialist on this hero for sure, and on many of these mid heroes, Armel is just a real force to be reckoned with in the mid lane.
Yeah, and he'll be running at mid, right? Most likely.
Yep. Yes, and the matchup, Ember loses. Ember loses to Husker every single time. But the point is, where does the Husker start overextending under the tower? Support rotation, kill the Husker, Ember lives. That's where you lose your advantage. But Husker versus Ember, 100-0, Armel should be winning this matchup.
Yeah, but he's not playing the Ember. Ember won't be mid. It's Snap. They switch things up. Ember is actually played by JT.
Smart. Very smart.
They're playing it on the offlane. I mean, look, it's gonna be Grandma versus Huskar. It's a bit better, definitely.
It's a lot better.
Let's put it that way. Yeah, it's a lot better. It's still, though, you're playing versus Huskar, but
yeah,
it's not
probably
too much fun.
It's probably an idea Xtreme Gaming had during the draft that, yeah, we could play the Snap mid. So, like, you mentioned it in the draft. Yeah, they could put the Snapfire into the mid lane. But they don't know enough about the draft to really, like, set their heroes in place, except for maybe their safe lane duo was already the Drow and the ET idea locked in the second phase. But putting this Ember into the off lane, meaning that they won't get the same itemization from their offlane Snapfire, but at the same time it means Ember's not going to lose this matchup versus the Husker. So, I'm curious to see where this is going to go in the end.
I don't know. I think they overcomplicated things a little bit. Again, yeah, it's a last pick Huskar. You want to kind of make his life harder. But you mentioned these rotations mid and punishing him for diving. Maybe that was a better thing than making an offlane Ember played by JT. Like, JT is super capable, but let's see. Like, I'm a bit reserved when I see this. I'm always a little bit reserved, but it can work.
Oh, bottom lane FBZ already dropping fairly low on HP, but will survive for the time being. A DY. Enigma actually throws out the grenade onto the Elder Titan. He's got 7 stick charges, so he will live, and the salvo also popped on the Mars, so FBZ gonna be just fine. Mid lane Snapfire also taking a lot of damage from Armel. Both we already saw in the 9 Pandas series that Xtreme Gaming, they like to stretch their limits as far as they possibly can. I feel like that is the big tool that they gotta live around this series as well. They can't give an inch in secret.
Oh, nice little chains by JT. Blood grenade as well on top. They just don't have enough damage at this point. I love the Blightstone, by the way, very early on. Like, instantly into Blightstone in the lane. This reminds me of, I don't know if you remember when Nature's Prophet was played with offlane all the time. Ember was kind of popular as 4, and you would always go Blightstone, Sleight of Fist. Like, Blightstone, Sleight of Fist, and just right-click them, together with your range core. Rubik, he doesn't right-click as hard, but it's still not bad. Like, still pretty useful.
See what the game is looking like right now. Mars is struggling in terms of CS. He's only picked up 5 up till now, but in the top lane, Yamich, they get chained up by JT and Jin-Q, and Crystallis trying to help him out as much as possible. Telekinesis bringing him back, but JT's gonna be closing out the first kill for Xtreme Gaming, and Crystallis can't even get the courier to die. That would have been Jin-Q's bit of extra gold going in the way of Secret, but they're gonna be left empty-handed.
Yeah, nice little fight by Xtreme Gaming around that, around the Lotus Pool. Usually Tusk is this... wait, there's Tusk, there's Undying, and maybe Ogre, right? Okay, Elder Titan. Like 4 heroes that are absolute beasts in the laning stage as melee cores. And as Tusk, you want to be in front, you want to be trading hits, but man, Rubik and Ember, they just have way too much firepower at this point.
Oh, FBZ is going to get slowed up a lot. Maybe this is a kill opportunity for Xtreme Gaming. FBZ very low on HP, and Ghost will secure it for the Drow. Also clear out the Eidolons from Puppey at the same time. Bit of extra CS on top of the kill. Very happy. Feels good, man.
Yeah, he's free farming on Drow. Like, this is why I love this lane, by the way. You get level 3. Once you get level 3, with Drow, you can slow them sufficiently for Elder Titan to kill him off. Like, he gets level 2 Astral Spirits, that there's just way too much damage being dished out by the 2 of them. So, especially if you're on the long lane, like the off lane, and you're somewhere behind, around the enemy tower, they will run you down 9 out of 10 times.
Out of that, fighting on the top lane, Shackle shot to keep them at bay. Crystallis forcing out Xtreme Gaming. Meanwhile, Armel has forced Paparazzi to take a long walk of shame all the way back home. This Husker, obviously doing Husker things, up to 30 CS now. Snap only below 20.
Unsurprising, right? Like this
Unsurprising, yeah.
It just happens so very often. You're playing versus Huskar. At some point, it's just... there's more work than running back phase and healing up than just staying there and looking at him as he takes last hits.
Talking about, when we were watching the 9 Pandas series, actually reminded me about accents and stuff. Husker as a hero name. Do you have your own way of pronouncing Husker in your native language? Is it just Husker, or is it like...
It's Huskar.
Oh, it's like we say in Finnish. We say Huskar as well, or Husse. You know, like a nickname.
Oh my god. My math professor at the university was Husset.
Oh, Husse.
Yeah. He was kind of angry, just like this, bro. Just like.
Now maybe Crystallis, as well as the top lane, is going to be angry too with that slate connecting. Will finish off his life. So maybe Husse is going to have to stand in for the team and start looking for some kills. Armel.
Don't mention that name. It's triggering me. My palms are sweating right now.
Math PTSD striking me as Paparazzi going to get caught by Yamich. But Elder Titan with the intervention, DY. It will force out that Hastrun defensively back on their side of the map.
Yeah, a couple of rotations going towards that mid lane, right? Trying to poke a bit, see if you can get an advantage on the Huskar or perhaps get a kill on him. Both sides, that is, attempting a rotation. DUI is still around, but like there is no way. Snap and DUI, they can't really do a lot to the Husk. Maybe they need +1, and then it's possible, but not like this.
Wisdom runes in 8 seconds. Yamich is already contesting, and Jin-Q's got to be here too. Snowball versus Lift. Snowball's going to win. And Puppey also gets the others, so both Wisdom runes going for Team Secret. And JT Rotating in to help out Jinkyu. Maybe they can get Yamich. Chains are still available, though, so it's going to be a desperate teleport attempt, but he's just going to force them out, and there's a defender's gate. You can't go there. You just can't go to the enemy base anymore, Yamich. You don't have a key to that door.
Yeah, and he didn't manage to ice shards in a way that prevented Rubik from getting to him, so TPing wouldn't really work. There's still lift. Nicely done by them, like stealing one rune, taking the other. That's a huge XP difference now that went in their favor.
That's something that we repeated a lot with Fear. About if you get both Wisdom runes at 7 and 14, you have a what's a good word I could use here? Gigantic advantage in terms of experience and team fighting.
Humongous.
Your opponent's
advantage.
humongous. Yeah, that would be one. Because like your opponents are barely getting to like level 6s if they don't get any of those Wisdom runes, and especially in a game where you don't have a lot of kills. You don't get your ultimates to buff up that extra needed damage for the cores to finish off the kills, right?
Yeah, it just happens so often. Like you see these two sports level 4 chilling around mid, or some side lane trying to get levels. They get him.
Pretty easy catch for Team Secret. That's their first kill. 8.5 minutes into this game. Secret also on the board now.
What do you think? Why are they so slow to like get the ball rolling? They don't really have a playmaker, right? Like that's probably the biggest issue.
Yeah, it's like I guess you could rotate with the Husker, but isn't necessary. I guess Armel could just keep up amping up, pushing towards that next item, or even just look for an experience advantage, because they did pick up the Wisdom runes. They're in a pretty favorable position to start amping up their game. Enigma probably wants to hit level 6. He's about to get it from the jungle right now. But is there something they're waiting from the Wind? I mean, Crystallis he's okay in farm. He's level 6 in 9 minutes, but he doesn't have a Mithril Hammer or a Javelin, so you don't really have kill potential. Yeah, I guess no playmaker, no damage either.
Yeah, you can't. You're kind of waiting. I'm not even sure on who. Like Tusk is probably your best playmaker at the moment if you're Secret, and you could see that every move that was attempted was pretty much attempted by him. That's the one rotating around, trying to make space. Yeah, it's all Tusk. Every breath he takes, I guess. I don't know. Every beer he takes, maybe that's
every bounty he takes. It is Armel who picks up the triple bounty, snowball into the mid, and that's pretty much it. Snowball fight with Paparazzi. And minutes in, only 5 kills so far. Pretty calm pace for our first matchup between these two teams.
I expected some bloodbath. I don't know why. I see Huskar. I'm expecting all hell to break loose level like minute 1, but no. Instead, they're taking the slow and steady approach, and I think it benefits Huskar. Like that's how you want to be playing this hero. You don't want to be diving super early on.
Maybe that's the reason why Secret also had those long games in the previous series, going to early late game, basically 40 minutes, while 9 Pandas running over Xtreme Gaming in the last series, pretty much like plus 20-minute games, 20 and 30 minutes-ish. I will double-check that in a moment. I don't have the tab open, but it was pretty much very fast games, so that's all we
around
need to know.
20-minute mark, first game, for sure.
No tower pressure on either side or any side of the map. Everybody's just farming and hitting creeps. It's just one of those games, Lizard.
The tier 1 on top lane. They have Orb of Corrosion, but Enigma is TPing in. Puppy's here. Black.
Oh, he doesn't have mana for Black Hole.
Mana. He needed
like a medallion, but yeah, 3 mana short. Catching JT. And Paparazzi does have Mortimer's kit. Oh, he uses it. And he's going to find the kill. Puppy's going to go down. JT. That's his 4th kill on the offlane Ember.
He's doing really damn fine on that Ember. I think one of the reasons, even if he black holes on top, there's no ulti on Wind Ranger, or she didn't have it at the moment, so probably you don't get that kill anyway, right? So why waste the black hole? without the damage. That's one of the problems that Secret have got. You talked about it earlier as well. Like the damage of Wind Ranger is not there yet. What they have to do is just a ball up around this Huskar and create that ball. I feel that's literally the play you play this game.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
We'll see when Armel is going to rally up the troops, or is it Puppy yelling everybody together? Building the Solar Crest. Mars is probably the Mars Blink. I would say that's the key to go, because like then you get the Huskar in easier. It's easier for Puppy to also monitor the fight. Where does he drop the black hole? Who does he focus it on? And Tusk is also building his Blink, so Yamich only 1,000 gold short from that. Secret looking at a strong 16-17 minute timer. Maybe Mars can finish off that Blink sooner.
Nice shackle,
It is
but
pretty much needed.
actually, okay.
Oh, there's the black hole. They're going to catch the Ember Spirit, and it is going to be enough.
Baited him a
Doesn't
bit
get the
there.
kill, but participated in it. Yeah, they definitely did. But his life, meanwhile, in mid, Yamich going to get caught by the rod. Does use the ice shards there.
Nice
and
stomp.
Mars also gets sleep on the spot by DY.
That was a really, really nice stomp from DY. Like instantly as they TP in. There was an arena on Mars. Paparazzi already used the cookie, so he was pretty damn deep. But DY just master on Elder Titan. I don't know, every
They
time.
pick this hero.
Yeah, every time I see DY and I don't see PYW, there's a tear coming down my face. When
Tears of happiness.
Not really. When I remember the patches of him playing Elder Titan and PYW playing that bloody Weaver position 4 every single game, those were good times. Good games have been played by them. That was
But
them in...
not tears of happiness. Is it tears of sadness then?
Yeah, tears of sadness because they're not together anymore.
Ah. I thought
But-
tears of happiness in a way, like you're reminiscing, like, oh, the good days. But
We can
Let's
also
put
put
it
it that way. No. Let's put it in a positive way. I'm reforming myself.
I'm all in for PMA. I'm all in for
Exactly.
PMA.
I like
But
your
let's see,
approach.
FBZ.
Are scanning.
He's got this Invis rune still for a bit longer, but Xtreme Gaming smoking up towards top. And scan right on top of Mars. FBZ wants to use that blink, but no information given, no idea. Also under a ward, and Puppy's gonna get caught. Or is he? Tumbler toy to safety. Puppy's out of there. No casualties on either side. No blink reveal. They did actually see him have that blink because his invis ran out before the smoke. It's actually good information for Xtreme Gaming, because they probably thought Secret was literally just making a move on us as we were making a move on them.
Yep.
I mean, Secret's ready.
They got some good info after that. One info that they do not have is where's Huskar? What's he up to? What's he doing? How is he? How's the fam? The kids? Did the little one start going to school or not? They don't know anything
Huskar
because because Armel has been like he's been away on the map. He's not even showing in the lanes for quite some time now. He's got the halberd going towards VKB.
On a bit of a parental leave, I guess, with this Huskar just going into the jungle. He told his kids that he'd go to the shop to buy some milk, but he never came back. Instead, he's just been farming the jungle.
What do you think? What kind of a family Huskar runs? Like, is he a good dad?
Do I even want to know?
Probably not.
His ulti is called Life Break, so that doesn't really tell a very positive story about their family, so I'll not go too deep into that. But it's a good question, Lizard. Unfortunately, I won't answer it.
Yeah. Maybe he breaks the lives of everyone that threatens his family, but he's actually the best dad ever. I even think I saw a picture somewhere, like some fan art in which he's raising his kid.
Oh, Puppy
Like that.
doesn't have his little Dolans going in with him this time. They're still in daycare somewhere, but this Enigma is in big trouble. Mortimer's Kiss is flying on top of two. FBZ gonna burn alive. And here comes the stolen arena from Jinky. Catches Armel. He's inside. Silenced up as well. Perfect initiation. And the connection from Xtreme Gaming. And they're
Holy
going
hell.
to take 4 from Secret.
Damn, that was good. Like, first the Earth Splitter catching both of them, bringing them real low, Then the Morty's Kisses as well. The Stolen Arena, like you mentioned. I'm not sure. Team Secret, like, they're just not doing much on the map. They're waiting and waiting, and I'm not sure what they're waiting for anymore. Yeah, they're very extremely passive. And because of that passiveness, like, you put yourself in this position in which Xtreme Gaming, they know where you're at, what you're doing, and they can set up easily.
That's going to spell difficulty for Team Secret because, of course, they need items to deal damage, but right now they're not even making anything happen on the map. They are probably still planning for a better tomorrow. It has to happen during this game, though. You don't want to sleep past your luck. And, of course, JT, as soon as he's spotted under those wards placed down there, they will be able to scout out his position, find a quick kill. Crystal is also finding his first kill of the game 18 minutes in with this carry Wind Ranger.
Yep.
To start.
It's also a pretty good pick off on the Ember. Do you think that it's a problem that they don't necessarily have a utility hero on Xtreme Gaming? Like a utility in an offlane sense in which you're actually going to have a lot of farm.
Yeah, like the Snapfire was the idea for it, right? That you could itemize differently as a 3 position, but now things are a little bit different. Could end up biting them if this game does end up stretching out, but it will find DY and trying to kill off Jin-Q, but the Stolen Arena blocking some of those projectiles. And FBZ goes down. Armel, he's isolated though. Xtreme Gaming, can they get this kill? It's a big one. Armlet toggling Armel. Of course it is, but he will finally end up dropping into the arms of JT. Yamich trying to battle it out. Crystal is also taken down. Black Hole placed on 2. Maybe they can kill the Rubik, but I think the Ember is going to be a bit too much to deal with, while Ghost is finishing off Yamich. And Puppy, the last man, not even standing. It's a team wipe. Xtreme Gaming pulling out the Extreme.
That was some good Armel toggling happening during that fight, but still, Xtreme Gaming, they managed to wipe all of them in the end. Nicely done. Like, I would analyze more, but I was too busy trying to figure out a pun on the level of Lacoste. Armel toggling, I'm not sure. There is definitely a pun there in somewhere.
Yeah, I mean, as long as it's not an arm lulled.
Yeah. What do you think? Like, probably my point, if we are really gonna analyze and talk about these fights, is that they need a BKB on Huskar. We don't have to, but let's do it a bit. Like, they need a BKB on Huskar, right? Like, without that BKB, I feel he goes in and he just dies every single time. Yeah, you can maybe kill one target off, but they just have so much physical damage. They're killing him off.
True. Yeah, but also I think positioning is a really big one here. Like, they lost their Wind Ranger pretty early on in the fight to the Drow Ranger on the sidelines of the fight. We had like 2 to 3 different skirmishes going on, and Secret, I feel like they're a lineup that wants to stick at least somewhat close to each other. The Mars potentially buffing up the rest of the team with the Bulwark, sanking up hits, allowing the Wind to go for wraparounds, allow the Husker to just dive in deep and find those targets to kill. But they were all spread around, and right now it's the same thing. Yamich is basically just scouting out for a ward. He does get the D ward, but he loses life. But at the same time, JT going to be caught in the back line, and he tries to Remnant jump away, and he's going to be about successful with it. Doesn't almost go down the spear dodge as well, and the burning spears and everything that's been thrown his way will not take him out. JT
playing December.
Story.
Yeah, JT playing December like it's the most common offlane hero, right? Like, it's the most common hero that everyone picks on the offlane, and he practices it every damn game. Very nicely done by him. I like the build as well, by the way. Has that blade mill, tanking himself quite a bit up.
And also dealing damage in the process. He was dodging spears while being burned by burning spears.
Yeah.
Thank God there's no Britney Spears here, at least, because I don't know what would happen after that. But at least Roshan going in the way of Xtreme Gaming, and the Aegis secured in their pocket. That's going to be a huge tool for Ghost. But Secret, it's not looking too hot for them. They've been unsuccessful 2 fights in a row now with this Husker lineup. Where's the aggression going to come from if it isn't coming from these last 2 fights they were supposed to win?
Yeah, I'm not sure. Does he have a BKB on Husk?
Still in the works.
No, still in the works. That's I think like he was AFK farming for such a long time, right? And then he joins like 2-3 fights for no reason instead of completing that BKB. I mean, he obviously saw the reason, and I'm sure that if the fights went a little bit better, he could have already had a BKB and it would be a completely different story.
Yep.
But sometimes taking that safer approach is better, right? Especially if the team is completely reliant on you. I'm not sure just how much you can count on Wind Ranger in this game.
Well, 16 to 6, 22 kills for 22 minutes. We like to see that. But do we like to see Team Secret on the back foot? At least for people rooting for Xtreme Gaming, happy to see that this team has found a way to turn around the course since the first series. I mean, when you look at this way, from our perspective, the first series was probably a bit too fast for Xtreme Gaming in terms of tempo. Now they can dictate the tempo by themselves, and Secret's just playing passive, allowing them to get into that stage. Maybe that's just what they needed, but Secret, wrap around. Yamich, Armel going into the back line. They're trying to initiate onto Puppey. Puppey's going to get hit, but they also got the arena placed down. Ghost not going to be able to hit him, but they still have the Aegis. They've lost DY, and now Ghost is going to be surrounded by 3 heroes. Yamich, Armel, FBC, pummeling him down. Looking for the kill onto the Drow Ranger. That's going to be death number 1. Crystallis also going to be chasing Jinkyu on the sidelines. Take down the Rubik. Force him away. Armel with BKB going to be popping on Ghost. Ghost going to be disarmed for the time being. He's going to be hit from the life break as well, but they're trying to blow down this Husker, and they're successful with it too. And Ghost, he's burning, and he burns down to the ground. They're going to lose Crystallis in the process, and Yamich, can he escape? Yes, he can, but it's a costly loss for Secret. At least they killed the Drow this time, but still no green flag success for them.
Yeah, 3 for 4, right, in the end. So overall, once they got that BKB, even though they're like 6k behind Fighter, it still doesn't look that terrible for them. My issue is like, with this BKB and with the Huskar pick, you should have been winning these fights and snowballing already. You should have already been in front, like taking these engagements favorably. You know how the Huskar lineups usually work. But because they took a couple of those, right now, being even in fights, I don't think that benefits them. That one wasn't even, they lost it, but even being even, I'm not sure how good it is. However, they didn't use Black Hole. Maybe that can change things. He's got a blink, by the way, on Puppey.
At least the way the last fight started was really good for Secret. FBZ, he placed down the arena to block those projectiles from Ghost, keeping Puppey alive, isolated the Drow. We're able to hunt down DY and also Jinkyu while not really getting any proper backup, but when the rest of them were able to connect on top of that Aegis respawn from Ghost, it really turned into a proper fight for Xtreme Gaming. So the start was fantastic for Secret, and they're going to have to replicate something like that, but this time there's no Aegis to fight against. Maybe that's just the advantage that they need. Xtreme Gaming chilling around the area, trying to pressure that tier 2 tower, but Secret, they are ready for this. They're ready to fight.
Yeah, it's a
second
dangerous
BKBs. And a 9-second BKB on FBZ. I want to go for the blind blink black hole, but I think that just might be the surprise, you know? The tempo shift sometimes can catch you off guard.
Of course.
And there we go, Yamich. He's going to do exactly that, but Jinkyu with the fast fingers blink away. Ghost gonna try to isolate them with that multi-shot. They've caught Paparazzi, but they also caught Ghost. Ghost gonna need some backup. Secret's gonna be stacking up top of this Drow Ranger. No backup, and a big kill going for Secret. AT still trying to kill off the Enigma. Snowball not gonna connect, and the Stomp also not quite on target. Stolen power shot, not on the money. Puppey's already teleported away, but look at this. Re-smoke initiation, maybe catching Secret off guard. They're going to go straight onto Crystal. Snowball save coming out, but they're going to be connecting onto Jinkyu. But here comes Paparazzi, throwing in the 2-man stun, and they will lose Crystallis and Yamich, both going down. Beautiful re-smoke, re-engage from Xtreme Gaming, and FBZ has to beat KB TP away.
Yeah, Paparazzi got right there, being in the right position with the open hands. He embraces both the Tusk and Wind Ranger. They kind of saved that fight. The fight looked really well. The fight was just Drow Ranger dying at the beginning, right? So nice counter smoke. Very fast thinking by Extreme Gaming as well. Showing that, yeah, definitely. I mean, just because it's something that you need a really good voice in the team, you need a good voice to accomplish that, and they just demonstrated that even without Kaka, they can do it.
He shows himself in the lane. Puppy's got a fresh blink dagger as well. He could just jump on top of him, and there we go. The black hole will be sent on top of the Ember Spirit. Spear coming out as well from FBZ, and this JT Ember Spirit is history. That's a lot of money as well.
Yeah, at one moment it looked like he might even survive.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Oh, let's see what's going to be following up from this, because the scoreline was 22-6. Sorry, 16-6. Now it's 22-11. So both teams have been scoring an equal amount of kills, pretty much.
Yep, you got those BKBs up. You started winning some fights, but you don't have a black hole at the moment, and that's a pretty damn long cooldown that XG was really afraid of. Without the threat of that black hole, imminent doom, the way you call it, I'm pretty sure XG should fight. It's just the fact that they need to wait this Ember to respawn, JT perhaps at the smoke, and a move should be happening.
They are playing pretty close to each other on the side of Xtreme Gaming. They could potentially just stack up and go once again. DY holding a gem. And Drow Ranger getting bigger by the minute. Almost that level 20 talent. If he wants to pick up that extra gust cooldown, drop it down to 9 seconds, or maybe an extra 25% multi-shot damage. Not bad either, especially if you're fighting more from a range and wanting to use your abilities more instead of just direct right-clicking. Because it is really difficult to position as a Drow sometimes. It feels like maybe just a casual multi-shot is better than just rushing into right-click.
Yeah, because you're playing versus Mars. And that's one of the reasons why Drow is kind of decent versus Mars. You can always multi-shot, so probably what you want to snatch and get up. They're getting a lot of initiating.
Straight into the tree lines.
Yeah.
Catch a casual blink off cooldown, like Puppy's like, oh, my blink's been broken, I can't jump. But we'll see. Xtreme Gaming this time swapping lanes. Last time they were pushing the top lane, now they decide to head over to bottom. No Wisdom Rune to be picked up here. There's a Tormentor that they could look for, and so is Secret also pushing in the top lane. That's a tier 1 going down. BD Rune of the River, 30 minutes. Roshan, 2 minutes plus. That's going to take a bit of time.
Yeah, you can see that they're really happy with their timings. As long as there's no black hole, I feel like the fights should be pretty simple for them now. Especially with the BKB on Drow. But the black hole is up on Puppy.
That's a very fast Tormentor taken out. Paparazzi to pick up the shard. So extra distance on the cookie. Also Mortimer's Kiss with that nice little extra dot damage. Secret coming in from the side. That's a DD Wind Ranger. Gotta be careful for it. JT might just run into them. And they will get the catch on him first. Walking down, start that fight. Oh, the Rubik's also in trouble. Stomp comes out. Crystal is down to half HP. Yamich is going to tank a lot of damage. But goes with his BKB. He's going to fight back. And JT returning to the battle with the Remnant. Secret backing out. Armel is somewhat low. Not low enough to die, though. 2 for 1.
Yeah, 2 for 1 with the Ember buying back. Maybe that was... probably it was necessary. If he doesn't buy back, they don't back out. They continue fighting. But still, it did hurt them a bit. Yeah. It did hurt them a bit with him buying back. And keep in mind, Black Hole was still unused, so for Secret, this is a pretty big win.
Smoke up and go. Exactly the plan. Even without the Tusk, 4 versus 4. Well, Rubik's going to be able to teleport to that outpost if required. And he shall do so. There's a Roshan fight. Secret most likely thinking Xtreme is in the pit. But they're right beside it. FBZ scouting in the front. Very close to that smoke popping on JT, but they will scout out the Husker. Mars caught on the spot. Tusk still making his run for to regroup with his team, but the Ogre Steel Totem from Mars. And will the hop, skip, and a jump away.
I love.
Still-
He's just triggering that portal, but you know what he's gonna do. Let's go back into the pit. Like,
Yep. Yeah, that's a stolen inner fire. He could disarm, actually, when you think about Jinkyu. He could just blink and disarm the drow. Sorry, the wind. Force out a BKB off of
or the Huskar
Solace.
even.
Or even the Husker, yeah. Either
Use it
target. That's
against
a
him,
great,
yeah.
great BKB popping ability with the cost of Rubik's life. Could work.
At some point, man's gotta do what the man's gotta do. You know, you jump in there, you sacrifice yourself for a BKB charge. Your team has an easier time after.
So might be able to win. FBC coming up with the spear, interrupting Paparazzi. The lift coming out as well. Paparazzi, he is choked up. He will cookie away. Ghost getting a lot of damage, and Windsword, he forced that Crystallis. Has to run away with a BKB pop, and Ghost, he's happy with this one.
Yeah, that's
Bait
one
from
of those.
Paparazzi.
Top tower is under attack.
That's one of those cheap BKBs, I would call them. Like, literally utilized for not really a lot. He was
He's
just
always in
brought
a
out
prime
of
position as well to interrupt this. Husker, 1000 HP, has a BKB. Snowball used to try to force Yamich into an unfavorable position, and he's down. And they're still looking to fight on Secret. They're going to charge in. Armel BKB's in. He's not doing any damage to Paparazzi, but the Black Hole from Puppy. He's got ET and also takes down the Snapfire. They're going to lose Crystallis though, but the buybacks are coming in from Xtreme Gaming. Already 2. Armel's going to be dropping. And Ghost, he's surviving, and he is taking lives away. Triple kill for him. And with those buybacks, Xtreme Gaming, they overpower Secret. Despite the 2-man Black Hole from Puppy, it was pretty much just 3 to 4 heroes left the moment they take that engagement.
Yeah, 2 buybacks straight into the pit. This should be easy ages for them. Nice fight overall by XG. I like the way the Drow completely demolished Crystals. He tried to do what he always does. That's run in and just solo
That's what I'm
focus the
worried
Drow.
about. That's what I'm worried about. Like, is this Crystallis Wind Ranger? He's already got 5 deaths. He's not really finding any kills with this hero. Falling behind in items, doesn't really have that much damage to deal, and Drow is just 3 times stronger.
Yeah, I feel like the only time he is getting the kills is when there's so much control that no one can stop his ulti. In that last fight, even if there is control, which there wasn't for the Drow, the Black Hole was used in different targets, still couldn't die. He still couldn't kill her. He died to the multi-shot. Like, then again, I don't think this game is on him, right? Like we've been talking about from the beginning. Huskar is the one. This is a Huskar game. Unfortunately, they didn't manage to snowball it, but they're still in it.
Uh-oh. They saw him with the ward. Now, still weren't able to jump him, though. Blink was on cooldown for Jinkyu. They did have that high ground ward locating his position. He waltzes down to the low ground here. This is literally like X marks the spot. That's the spot where you grab somebody and they're like, yep, you're not getting out. But somehow Puppy finds a way back home. Armel is going to get lifted up in the air.
Yeah, it seemed like they weren't quite sure who's going to go in first. Because Ember was close enough. He could have perhaps broken the blink and then you go in with someone else, but
Radiant are scanning.
yeah, it happens. To the best players, it still happens. You have vision, you have everything, and just make that one mistake.
Well, Roshan claimed after that previous team fight, Aegis and Cheese for Xtreme Gaming. 3 minutes of a timer for them to capitalize. I know you love that word. Crystallis finding a kill with Yamich, and BKB TP home. He's not taking any risks here. They're gonna lose the Tusk. Punches himself to death as he Walrus punches that blade mail.
That one last punch. Yeah, for Xtreme Gaming, this game feels pretty simple, I would say. Get that MKB, try to get the fight outside of their base, then push high ground.
Look at top lane. Paparazzi with a Shadow Blade literally walked on top of the Husker, and they're looking for the lockdown. Bumpy coming in with a black hole. Paparazzi's inside it. All three heroes on top of him. Paparazzi and Armel.
They got Husker though.
Going down. They actually got the Husker, yeah. JT. Man, that blade mail hurts when you're standing on top of that Midnight Pulse. And FBZ, beautiful spear then landing there on top of the Ember Spirit. Exactly where he's gonna land, but that's still 2 for 1. Didn't get to use the G's.
Yeah, it was a pretty good spear, but they lost the fight prior to that, and they also lost Black Hole. And it happens the same, right? Like, they get the MKB, they force the fight outside of the base, and then they can push high ground. Like, literally, I feel like Secret gave Xtreme Gaming exactly what they needed. That's that fight outside. There's no way you're winning it, by the way. Like you mentioned, they have Aegis, they have G's. And I believe the MKB on Drow is completed, right?
Henley, it was just a one-man black hole, but Puppy, he had to intervene. You got to do something. Unfortunate that they really have to value the black hole that much that they need to get even just 1 kill with it, even if it's going to come at the cost of losing your racks in the top lane. Maybe even more. Still 80 seconds, even at level 3. That black hole cooldown, it is the end of many teams and many drafts. You know, just waiting for that 2.5-minute cooldown to come back up.
Yeah, it's the unfortunate story when you're having Enigma in your team. At the same time, it's like, what, some position 5 Enigma. You can't only rely on that. You need to have different ways of taking fights, and right now I feel like they have a lot of control, but not enough of damage.
That's something I'm a bit worried about here, right? Because you've been repeating after me that it's not down to this here, it's not down to that. But now we've kind of gone through pretty much the entire draft of Secret. Yeah, it's like, who do we count on anymore? Can we count on anyone?
I count on you, Panda. I
Count
always count on you.
Wizard.
Yeah. Nice.
39 minutes in the making. Xtreme Gaming looking for their first victory today after the 0-2 loss earlier on. And Secret also victorious versus Beast Coast 2-0. Maybe the tides have shifted both of these teams after their starting series. Xtreme Gaming looking to push towards the high ground, but also Secret stacked up, clumped up, smoked up. Let's see what they can do.
Maybe it was just a warm-up game for Xtreme Gaming, the first series versus 9 Pandas. Now they got the ultimate slab to play against Pupan.
They're really taking a long route here. All the way to the bottom Roach Pit portal. What are they up to?
Maybe
waiting for somebody, maybe expecting somebody to farm one of these camps and hoping that somebody's here. Sadly, Xtreme Gaming, they don't need to split anymore. They can just stick together as 5.
And they also have an illusion running in to scout everything out. Puppy.
Yep, and they saw Puppy, and here goes JT. He's going to be initiating Armel. He's going to be the one to be caught by the chains, and Puppy in the front line. Oh, he has to BKB to walk away, and that's costly again. Stomp coming through. Armel going to be slept on the spot. JT coming in from the side. Paparazzi's going to be standing right there, waiting for their time to abide. And here comes Yamage jumping in onto JT. JT's going to be initiated on and taking damage, but Armel's going to drop, and he lost the Husker. And FBZ's going to be following suit. That's going to be 2 loss for Secret and make it 3. Oh, Crystallus was hoping to capitalize a bit with some damage, but just ends up getting caught as his friends are falling on the battlefield. And Secret down by 3.
Yeah, this is down by 3 heroes and probably down by a set of Raxes, right? Another one, that is, because I don't see how they stop the push. Even if they buy the Huskar out, it's gonna be really difficult to defend this. I'm not sure what's up with Secret. The way they're fighting is, they kind of look like they want to go, but then they get baited. When they're retreating, it doesn't look very crisp. Like, sometimes teams retreat really well, and if you overstep, they will strike back. But Secret is retreating and overstepping at the same time somehow.
All right, Puppy, we're going to need a 5-man black hole here. And he doesn't get it off at all. And now he drops it. It's got 3, but he's already dead. And so is his friends. And that's GG. Xtreme Gaming gonna take the lead in this series.
It could have been a good one. It looked like that black hole could have been good there at the end, but he held it for a little bit too long. Honestly, it wouldn't have changed much, obviously. Xtreme Gaming were in complete control of the game, and in my opinion, the game was kind of broken down from the moment Huskar started joining fights before the BKB. He joined like 3 fights, died 3 times. This is a momentum-based hero still. Like it's not as ridiculously momentum-based as he used to be, but still, he joined those fights, he died, his game got completely messed up. But that's probably due to some drafting difficulties. They didn't really have any ways of initiating besides Yamich. No proper ways, at least. Later on, yeah, you get Blink Hex on FBZ, sure. But they just needed some oomph in the mid-game. And Huskar perhaps thought, okay, I can bring that. I can be the one. I'm just going to click live break and go on them, right? Unfortunately for them, he died every single time he did that.
And of course, one thing that really boggled our minds was basically the passiveness of Team Secret for a very long period of time. You're playing a Huskar lineup, but they weren't able to corral together. They weren't able to make rotations. Yamich made that one move with Tusk, picking up the Haste Rune, instantly intercepted by DY coming in with the Elder Titan, making that situation completely null and void. But maybe Team Secret is going to be looking like a whole different team coming into game number 2. Or is it time for China dominance from Xtreme Gaming and start their win streak? We'll find out after the break.
We're so proud, just look at the crowd, making some noise, making some sound. We got a choice, they're hearing us now. Paradise through dirt in our eyes for us. Oh, actually, I'll try, actually, I'll fight for us. Dragging us down, face on the ground. Still we're so proud, just look at the crowd. Making some noise, making some sound. We got a choice, they're hearing us now. Paradise through dirt in our eyes for us. Oh, actually, I'll try, actually, I'll fight for us. just look at the crowd. Making some noise, making some sound. We got a choice, they're hearing us now. Paradise through dirt in our eyes for us. Oh, actually, I'll try, actually, I'll fight for us. Dragging us down, face on the ground. Still we so proud, just look at the crowd. Making some noise, making some sound. We got a choice, they're hearing us now. Paradise through dirt in our eyes for us. Oh, actually, I'll try, actually, I'll fight for us. Dragging us down, face on the ground. Still we so proud, just look at the crowd. Making some noise, making some sound. We got a choice, they're hearing us now. Paradise through dirt in our eyes for us. Oh, actually, I'll try, actually, I'll fight for us. ground, but still we're so proud. Just look at the crowd, making some noise, making some sound. We got a choice, they're hearing us now. Paradise through dirt in our eyes for us. Oh, actually, I'll try, actually, I'll fight for us. Dragging us down, face on the ground, but still we're so proud. Just look at the crowd, making some noise, making some sound. We got a choice, they're hearing us now.
And of course, we're back once again, heading over to Xtreme versus Secret in game number 2, Lizard. And also, that's going to be the last game for us here at the Riyadh Masters. We've already seen a Stomp 2-0. We are now watching a more, I wouldn't say Stomp, but a bit more convincing Xtreme Gaming in the first game. You were asking me where do I play Secret? What do I feel about the team? Well, I think I was pretty correct with my premonition coming into this game, at least based on what we saw. But does Secret bounce back in series like this? They just came from a win against beastcoast 2-0. You'd suspect them to put up a much more bigger of a fight compared to game 1.
Yeah, I think they, like in the game 1 that Xtreme Gaming played versus 9 Pandas, they lost to a Brute. Brute dominated. There was a chance for something to happen in this game as well, in which Secret just pulls out this Huskar and just dominates and wins with it. But the opposite scenario happened. Like it happens with all these cheese picks that sometimes the game just doesn't work out, right? Like everything goes wrong. And I think that Secret should perhaps leave that to the side and play a normal game. If they have a normal carry, a normal game, I really think that they have more to play for. You know, it's kind of easier when you have some hard carry that you can commit into the late game. Then it's easier to make all the right moves. When you're kind of rushing it, it's really difficult.
And of course, everything starts with maybe a change in the draft. For example, Game 2's draft is ready and available for you people as we head over to Xtreme Gaming versus Team Secret. And will we see something change up in the first phase already? Probably not in the banning section, but maybe in terms of picks. We might see something different come out from either of these teams. Xtreme Gaming, 2 games in a row now. They've had that Snapfire to open up the draft. Potentially, they could just keep on picking it. They had a flex idea this time. They decided to put the Snapfire into mid versus the Huskar. They saw the Huskar versus Ember. They swapped out the Ember into the offlane. JT, beautiful pause 3 Ember Spirit gameplay. And it worked out wonders. Like, he would play it like an initiating tank in a way. Built up the blade mail, soaked up damage, made sure he didn't die, still dishes out damage on top of the blade mail damage returned to his opponents. Just a great concept.
Yeah, I feel like one of those things that really worked well for them. Look, Ember was played on offlane because they needed the flex, right? Like they needed something to save the mid lane from Huskar, and it worked that way. But Ember into Enigma, when Ember is from the offlane, feels so good because he's constantly poking the backlines. He has blade mail, Sanj, and Kaya. Like you can't kill him without committing that black hole. And if you don't commit the black hole, like he's creating enough space that Enigma is so low. So many of these fights, if you remember, Puppy is like 20% HP. He has a black hole, but he can't use it. He'll die instantly. That's mostly due to Ember. Well, JT really played out of his mind.
And for Xtreme Gaming to play a draft like that, they were doing just soft commits. They weren't doing like full commit to kill off Puppy. They were just poking him from range with multi-shot, sleight of fist. Don't really need to do too much. You're constantly giving vision, constantly dealing damage, staying safe. And they're going to bring up that Snapfire a third game in a row.
Yeah, once again, they really, really like the snap, don't they? I mean, if it's flexible like it is for them, why not? I feel like on mid lane, Paparazzi was pretty damn solid. And if they're playing it on position 4, well, you already know what's going to happen. Like, you know that they're really damn good.
Pretty damn solid is definitely the key for it. But Secret, they're not diverting away from their draft too much with that Enigma opener. But we are going to get the Crystallis Monkey King, the famed MK. But it could also be Armel picking up into mid. So the flex is there. However, you don't get to see a pause 1 too often in the first phase. However, mids do get picked more frequently. Let's see which direction they take it as the Rubik comes out for Xtreme again against the Enigma.
I feel like if you're Secret and if you're picking that Monkey King, you probably aren't feeling that great about your game. That's usually this early on, at least, because it's kind of going back to that tried and tested strategy that kind of always works because you have a player with 10,000 games of Monkey. But you can't always rely on that because if you keep on spamming it, it's going to start being banned out every time, every tournament.
Yep.
We'll see. We'll see how it works here, though. Versus Snap and Rubik, I think it's okay. Nothing crazy. It's not good or bad, let's put it that way. And it's on Xtreme Gaming now to find some ways of actually dealing with the Monkey. Find some heroes that actually can crush him. One guy that kind of got nerfed in the last patch is really good versus Monkey. That's Veno. But I don't think they maybe have slot for him in this game.
It is not great and it's not terrible. Venomancer could maybe find a place in this draft, but like I said, he is a very versatile. There are more versatile heroes out there that could potentially be picked in its stead. Let's see which route they go for. As the Drow, the Beastmaster, the FBZ Classic Beastmaster is out. Of course, Ghost with that Drow Ranger, we saw how strong that can be, and especially against these big agility armor pool heroes like the Monkey King, for example. Knowing it is very likely going to be a core, unless, actually, I forgot about the fact that they could play it as a 4 MK when a first phase opener double support could make sense. And FBZ also plays the Enigma. So I don't want to lock this Monkey King in as a 1-2. And Xtreme Gaming doesn't want to address it yet as a 1-2 either, because then they'll just demote it into support and your counters are gone.
Yeah, that's something teams have been doing for a long time, right? Like this position 4 Monkey, if the game isn't great, he can still do a lot, even a 5. Monkey just hitting you in the face, and playing like a pseudo lane dominator, and that's it. It's definitely a mind game that Team Secrets have got going for themselves, but if you are Team Secret, you probably enjoy playing that Monkey on position 1 the most.
Also, the fact that Crystallis is the one picking up the heroes, but it could just be Puppy sitting in his seat picking up the heroes for the team. So could just be Puppy picking it despite the captain logo showing on the side of Crystallis. I wouldn't be too surprised though if Crystallis is like, hey, I wanna put my input into this draft, and they see the Monkey King, they're like, oh, he picked it for himself, but wait, it's a mind trick. It's not actually Crystallis. It might just be Puppy picking this Monkey King, so it might not be a core. But let's not get too stuck on that tangent. The Meepo ban from Xtreme Gaming. Lizard is happy to see the Meepo pop up once again. Sadly, it's not in the actual game, though.
Yeah, I'm happy even when it's banned at this point, you know?
Yeah, at least mentioned, you know? Meepo being mentioned, and Lizard's like, I see you. I hear you.
Better than nothing, man. You know, like at the major, he did get some love. Like he was picked a couple of times, I believe. And he had some good games. So overall, the hero it's not in the worst spot. I think that's why teams are starting at least to respect Meepo players, right? Like they're starting to ban. Someone is a Meepo player, you ban out the Meepo versus him. You make sure that your game is gonna be at least without those problems.
Yeah.
But the Visage here, eh? Interesting.
So FBZ Enigma or Visage? What do you think?
10 seconds remaining.
I'm not sure. I would rather have the Visage on a core then, and maybe some Puppy Enigma with the Monkey 1. Like your Visage can be on the offlane. Monkey doesn't have to be 1, he can be a 4 as well, but yeah, I'd rather have a Visage as a core. Puppy used to play mean Visage, by the way, a long time ago. He used to be position 5 Visage player. I still remember those days. The hero isn't that great in that position anymore, though.
Those were the days when Visage was still played more as a support. Feels like it's been... I feel like it's been forever since Visage has actually been viable as a support in competitive.
Yeah, he was... Yeah, exactly.
Like, how long has it been?
Some teams have tried. Some teams have been playing him a bit here and there on 5 and 4. But it's been since Trilanes, I would say, right? Like the last time Trilanes were popular.
Meta. Oh my god.
Yeah,
that was something. Oh, we're gonna bring the TA. So if this Visage ends up being a 3, TA is gonna have a lot of fun in the lane up till level 6. Plus, you don't have to be there at level 6 anymore. TA gets a good start for the laning stage. You're gone by, you could say, level 3. The hero's no longer there, just happily farming the jungle. And you don't get to worry about Visage getting birds because she's no longer there. So Visage has 1 base armor, if I remember correct. So TA loves to dish out hits on Visage. Plus, you pop refraction when you see Soul Assumption flying in. Easy game.
Pretty much one of the best laners into Visage. If Visage is on the offlane, TA feels pretty damn good against it. Still, I've seen more often than not Visage win that lane. For some reason, if you get a good position 4, you can still deal with the refraction and then use Soul Assumption. You can still win it if that phylactery is early on. Like it can. Yeah, TA overall good idea in the laning stage, but I've seen it backfire many times. Now for Team Secret, they just get a cool, good old Ember Spirit. This should be their mid laner right into the Pango. Probably one of the best left remaining heroes into him.
I'm on the same line, but I will say I am loving this Templar Assassin in the laning stage. Like the first 10 to 15 minutes, TA is just fantastic this game. After that, it can fall flat. You've got the Visage Birds to worry about. They attack pretty fast, destroy the Refraction Shield. Same with the Ember Spirit, the Eidolons from the Enigma. If TA overextends, that shield will obliterate very, very fast. So Team Secret, very fast attacking lineup. You gotta watch out not to misposition this hero. Hence why the PL ban comes out, and also the Slark. You don't want to have the TA stuck on spot. But there's always the Black Hole. The Black Hole is still there. And TA is a good target to use it on as well because you do have this fast attacking lineup.
Yep. I'd like to see from Team Secret, there's no PL, there's no Naga. What's left remaining in the pool that actually messes up with refraction early and easily on Team Secret? Because Right now, Extreme Gaming are telling us that Monkey is a 4 or a 5, something like that, right? Because they're banning out all these position 1s. What else? What else? What else? What could they get? They have the ultimate last pick, I guess, so there's still some time for them to think about it. But
Someone who gets protection while standing in Wukong's command, basically. So if this Monkey King ends up being a support, he can initiate on fights and soak up some of the damage the TA and the Pango are going to be dealing physical damage-wise, because you got the Wukongs to soak up some of the damage. So either you have a squishy range core that forces Xtreme to enter the Wukongs to fight back, and then you also have the threat of the black hole, or you have a melee chasing hero, meaning that you'd have at least 2 melee cores, and then either Enigma or Visage ends up being the 3.
How about a dead tanky range hero such as Luna? Used to be the best counter to TA for ages, but very dead and forgotten at the moment. So
Crystallis Luna. I think I'd rather see him on Monkey King above Luna.
Yes, I agree completely and absolutely.
And
with the Lycan pick, though, maybe some Ursa. Just call it today.
Like Ursa was something I had in mind right away. Like I think Ursa could fit Secret's draft pretty well. It's mobile. It's another fast attacking hero. It doesn't really worry too much about the Lycan. And
what
so
if you just
you
put
got
the Monkey on safe lane and last pick some position 4 or 5?
You could. Yamich, pause 4, something surprising. I don't know, Earth Spirit. Probably not.
Any hero that can deal with refractions, perhaps, and with Visage can be in the lane. Instead, they go for the last remaining illusion hero that deals with the illusions, with refractions.
Illusion hero that deals with illusions.
Illusion hero that deals with illusions. Yeah, exactly. Well, yeah, they got the TB. Interesting one. I maybe expected the Monkey on because it's Crystallis, but TB is in a much better spot at the moment.
It's a stand and fight hero. It's a stand and fight hero with the control that Secret has and the turnaround capability. With the Monkey King being played as a support, I like this. I have nothing against Terrorblades in my pubs or in my competitive games. And of course, this Crystallis, I feel like he spent the majority of last game just farming. Like the rest of his team, they were passive, just hitting creeps. They weren't hitting players. If they want to execute that same kind of strategy, it has to come out from Armel playing a tempo hero on Ember. You got FBZ and Visage who wants to get a rolling start for the laning stage because it's going to get hard versus Ghost. Then Ghost is going to leave the lane, and they want to start playing together with Yamich, FBZ, Armel running around the map. Then Crystallis joins in, and Team Secret looks for a win at 35, 36 minutes. That's how I see the game from Secret's perspective. From Xtreme, though, you got to deal with a TA power spike if Ghost has a good game, which is already looking like she's going to have a great game in terms of the laning stage. That's 16 to 27 minutes, somewhere around that area. Ghost is going to be a deadly force to be reckoned with and a public enemy number 1 that Secret has to focus. That's just how I'm seeing the game. It's either Secret plus 35 or Xtreme sub 28 minutes GG. That's all I have to say.
Perfect. I don't have anything to add. I think you did a marvelous job analyzing this. I really think it's solid. Yeah, you have this Lycan TA on one side, you have the TB on the other. Of course, you need to push the tempo, right? Like, you need to play really fast if you're Lycan and TA. You don't have to, like, you can still go late and make some plays and still win the game, of course, but I feel like, yeah, if you're Lycan and TA, you should go in fast, and we should maybe go into the game as well.
Let's do that indeed. Game number 2, Xtreme Gaming Team Secret is live right now. Both teams smoked up, but do we see any decisive moves or not? We'll see. As they're just stacking up around that tier 1 tower. All Xtreme Gaming just sitting on their side of the map and no action. It feels like we're not getting too many of these 3-minute brawls anymore. I feel a bit saddened, Lizard.
Is it because teams just get way too used to
It's
all the
probably
moves and-
because
yeah.
of all the smokes being used and not enough hookah. And it's just like, they're just, you know, they're just chilling.
I'm telling you, we should upgrade the bottle into hookah. Like,
Well,
it
now
should
the
be
bottle should be
upgradable.
it.
Yeah, of course, bottled hookah is right water pipe anyway, so you need some
Said it was
water.
the smoke in the first series. Like, change the smoke. Okay, what should the smoke be then?
Smoke, it creates smoke. It creates smoke. It's like a smoke on cooldown. You click it and it creates smoke,
Interesting.
right? But
Oh, you could
upgrade
actually.
it-
Oh, you could make it like this. As long as the bottle buff is active as you've clicked it, and then you use a smoke, it gets an extra buff on top of it. You know,
Very nice. We're going somewhere. I
we're
hope
going
no
game
one
designing,
ever-
boys.
I hope no one ever listens to our game design. But, like, tell me, what's the lane that's gonna give us first blood? If you fail,
it's gonna give us first blood.
we're done.
It has to be this Templar getting first blood on Visage, right?
Damn, you're really going ham into this lane. Like,
This is. I mean, I play Visage a lot, and I hate this matchup. Like, I also, as an Enigma, I hate playing against TA. Like, those are the two heroes that I really struggle with Templar. Lack of armor,
Templar,
and
yeah.
you can't really reposition yourself. You're gonna lose Eidolons. You're gonna soak up a lot of hits because you don't have armor on these heroes. It's just a win.
like when you're playing versus TA, like you need to utilize Grave Chill a bit more. If you use the Grave Chill, you can. By the time she hits you once, you can already get 2 of her refraction charges down. So, like, usually that helps a little bit, but we'll see in this lane. One problem that the Visage has probably is not only the TA, you have Snap there as well. You talked about minus armor, then you add Snap on top of that. It's not a simple lane for him.
Of course, it is. TA needs to hit level 3. That's when things get a bit easier. And Snapfire has one of the best level 2s in the game, so they're just gonna have to wait a little bit longer for their timing to strike. Not too much going on in the top lane. Crystallis at 8 CS, JT with 6. They're going to use the first Metamorph there as well. Blood Grenade being popped as well. But it's just for poke, just for good measure. Reminding that they are awake and ready to fight at any given moment. Even a bit of a tip coming out from Armel as JT denies a water rune with one of the wolves, apparently. He was looking at the log, like, what was that tip for? But like and denying a water rune despite being in the top lane. It's got to be a wolf. A wolf among us, Blizzard.
Yeah, that's one of the. By the way, that was pretty good. I like that one. But when it comes to denying runes, as any summon-based hero, it's one of the easiest way to tilt a mid laner. You just send some Harpy or you send some wolf. You deny that rune away from the enemy mid laner. You know that deep inside he's hurt. Like, that's emotional damage right there. Especially if he's doing well in the lane. He does well in the lane, then that happens. He's like, where's my team? Why doesn't my team do this? Of course, it's not happening in competitive, but
Yeah, I've got that sound on my Discord soundboard, and I'm so tempted to press that button, but I'm gonna get fired if I do that. So I'll just not do that. But
do it.
do it. It's like tempting me. Here.
Do it.
I'm pretty sure JJ is gonna say no. Don't. Don't do it. No kills in the first 3.5 minutes. Still waiting for the time to strike. 60 seconds on the Terrorblade Metamorph. And of course, Armel and Paparazzi just, sharing farm. Not really trading too much damage on either side. A farming game. Except. What is JT's CS looking like? Could also say what is FBZ's CS looking like, because they're both at the bottom.
Yeah, like the offlaners not having the best of times, I suppose. One is too busy denying runes. The other is playing versus the worst matchup that T-Pandas has ever had. but it's not that bad, right? Like look at the last from the Visage versus TA. Like only 2 CS ahead, 1 CS now on TA. Like he's doing all right.
All right, FBZ, he's catching up now. He was he was sitting at like 12 a moment ago, but now has the wave in front of the tower. DY and Ghost can't do much, and they're going to try and initiate onto this TA.
No.
Early damage coming out, and this is looking like the first blood, but it's close, but it's not going to be enough, though. DY is also going to soak up a lot from that Soul Assumption, and Yamich slowing him down with this blood grenade. No kills.
You could see a mile away that wasn't going to be a kill, but yeah, they're pressuring them a bit, and they have to because soon raindrop time comes, right? Like once the raindrop time is there, like this Visage.
Oh, that's a beautiful stun from Yamich on both of them, and DY sitting low on HP. Yamich about to drop, and Ghost will get the kill. It's not on the Visage, but it is on the Monkey King, and a trade-off right after as FBZ snipes the snap.
Nah, that was
Bottom
a good
lane.
call from you. Anyway, yeah, he gets that kill. I think it's a bit more important that Visage got full experience, but then again, the stronger this TA is, the harder it will be for Visage to get any more levels. What's happening here so far? JT is still struggling, right? 18 CS versus 35. Yeah, he's the one.
He's the one.
He's the one, but it's like, and it's always like this. Not always, but like 90% of the time, you kind of lose the lane. You go back, you get your little dominator to dominate those little creeps, and then you send them around, and you still win. You still recover, and you're top 1 net worth or something. Like the hero is annoying.
Yeah. Also a bit of mental damage in the mid lane. Yamich rotated in to steal the Invis rune, helping out Secret this time as Armel. He might have lost the water rune before, but now denies the bottle refill from Paparazzi. Also that level 6, you know, pop Invis rune, pop Rolling Thunder. Like, wait, I'm getting stunned by something. What is this? Well, probably not the exact reaction from the pro player. They probably know that's exactly a Rolling Thunder animation, but you catch the meaning here. Crystallis going to get lifted up by Jinkyu. They're going to try and poke this TB in the top lane. That's pretty much it. Howl only lasts for a very short term. Well, it's not a short duration. It's an 8-second debuff, but even with -4 armor reduction, TB still has 9, as he's got 13 total. So good luck killing him with just a Howl.
Yeah, you see the highest armor hero early on he is, right? Is there anything else that's higher? Ogre used to be pretty high.
Ogre used to be pretty high. I mean, Naga is somewhere around there, right? Like, Naga has somewhat high armor. I don't think the Medusa anymore. Maybe Weaver? Weaver has a lot of agi per level. Or used to have a lot of agi per level, so I might be wrong with this one. Still, oh, let's look at bottom first. FBZ. He is the target of hatred for Ghost and DY. But here comes Armel. The rotation from the Ember Spirit, and TA is already down a half HP. They're going for the Remnant jumps as well, and that Soul Assumption will end his life. And now hunting down DY for a double for Secret.
Yeah, and the mirror movement on top. Chrysalis actually falling down level 6. Doesn't have Sunder. They lose him as well. Well, nice little mirror movement at least. Take the carry for a carry, right? Like the
both
trade
mids get
isn't
something
even.
and both carries suffer, yeah.
Exactly. The trade-off wasn't even, but it was still good. Armel gets a region rune and actually is moving back down bottom. So if they TP back in, perhaps we can force another fight.
We'll see what they decide to do. Armel, he's sticking around. Trying to get a bit of poke onto DY. Ghost is also going to be participating in this brawl. They got the cookies to... Oh, Armel gets the Remnant jump away just as Paparazzi rotated in. So he's going to rotate in for nothing. Secret's already moving out.
Yeah, they do have region on Ember, so maybe... Let's see, he actually moved back mid, never mind. I like the way... I like what they did. Basically, Visage got 6 before TA and they wanted to kind of capitalize on that, move in, pressure the tower even harder, play around your strongest hero on the map, which Visage is arguably. But they dove a bit too much, didn't really manage to do anything, and because of that, the tower will still stand for a bit. It's a bit too early anyway, to completely commit like that.
Radiant's middle
As it
tower
stands,
is
it's
under
going to be
attack.
the first 5 kills inside the first 10 minutes. As Crystallis is slowly starting to move away from the lane to start rotating into jungle farm, and so is Ghost, but he's got a 15 CS advantage in the carry battle. Anything that keeps the Terrorblade ahead of the Templar Assassin is a win for Secret. Eventually, this TA is going to surpass the Terrorblade, and then TB is going to catch up later on in the game. Shift in the balance. Action rune. An illusion on the top half. And denied by JT. Armel tip.
So
No tip this
annoying.
time. No tip this time.
Yeah, he's just one of those, you know, just one of those. He lives for this. I can imagine him smiling right now as he's denying these runes. And he is that kind of a teammate as well. I don't know if you watched his interviews and his games,
Oh.
but we're gonna watch Visage die.
Oh, we're gonna watch maybe even the Monkey King die too. Visage low, so's the Monkey King. They don't get either one. And the turnaround coming out from Secret Armel, trying to dive in with Puppy with a black hole onto the Templar Assassin. Jinku down, goes to follow in just a matter of moments. Paparazzi doesn't get the chance to use the Rolling Thunder. Oh my goodness, Xtreme Gaming, you were so close to getting 2 kills, and they got nothing. Got nothing. And they're gonna lose a tower.
And it was a good setup. Everything looked all right. They just didn't have that extra oomph, that extra closing power. I was certain Visage is that there. I see Mortimer's Kisses on top of Visage and the trap. I don't expect him to survive. What's he got, by the way? FPZ right now. What's he rolling when it comes to items? FPZ Solar Crest, so okay, no phylactery, just straight into Solar. I guess most players have moved away from it.
I guess phylactery requires you to really stomp the lane for it to actually work out, because you build the item, and then you start to wonder, well, am I getting benefit out of this? I should already be online for me to actually get benefit out of it. So I like the idea. Like, I had something in mind as well with like Necrophos. You build phylactery on Necrophos, which is actually pretty disgusting. But you gotta really win your lane to get the most out of it.
It was also about the stats, right? Like this is your universal, so
yeah.
The phylactery build-up was really damn good on you in the lane. Suddenly you start actually hitting super hard.
Yeah. Oh, Paparazzi's got a good timing for this Diffusal Blade. He just finished off a kill on the Monkey King in the river. He's got a Fusel now, so Xtreme Gaming is actually they're quite ready to fight. Shapeshift used. Puppy's been scouted out. No black hole, no defense for him. EQ will take it.
Armel tried something similar on the bottom, but didn't work.
GQ's TP cancelled because he forgot Malefice was still on him. Oh, might have been a bait TP.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
And the scan, sorry, that does connect onto a hero of Secret. Do they realize it's a DD Ember? Armel's just farming around, and yep, they locate him. They found him. Jinku. Can he get close enough with Tree Dance? Looks like Armel's gonna be escaping.
He's fine.
Actually, a really good scouting spell when you think about Rubik having this. Jumping in trees, lifting you out of nowhere. He's the Randy Orton of Dota.
He truly is, and it would be great if he could actually catch an Ember and have follow-up, but
Telekinesis out of nowhere.
Yeah, telekinesis out of nowhere. Can't see who did it, but yeah, there's just no follow-up. They don't have enough disables to kill off the Ember at the moment. What they need? They need like some Diffusal, maybe on Pango, to burn through all of his mana, or maybe some Atos on the Snapfire. Besides that, like it's gonna be hard cookie to crack, not to crack.
Fun.
Yeah.
I approve of that. Pango with the Aghanims build up this early. Do you approve? Do you feel like Paparazzi should maybe look at Thatcher or I don't know, maybe Lotus is actually not too bad this game either. Do you think Diffusal into Ags is the buildup?
Bottom tower has fallen.
It looks like maybe a little bit too aggressive, but like you were talking about some of these armor heroes and stuff that works really well against the layers versus the TB with the illusions. I think
Yeah.
overall it's still pretty good. Like with the Diffusal versus Ember, I can see it working out well. Like anything defensive, it might be also decent, but you're playing this game uber fast if you're Xtreme Gaming, so why not commit to it?
Well, they tried to jump on Armel there, but he's already out. Wielding the, what me and Fury used to like to call the invulnerability rune, aka the shield rune, because it literally feels like no one's going to die under it. It is so strong. And they located Ghost. Gonna get hit by the Boundless Strike from Yamich. Chained up on the spot. Puppey has Black Hole if needed. But he doesn't need to use it. And now Paparazzi, with the help of this Rolling Thunder and the Mortimer's Kisses, chasing down Armel. Connection is there, and DY burns him alive. And now here comes FBZ. Snipes down the Rubik.
Black Hole.
And a Black Hole onto the Lycan. JT is going to be held in place, and Crystals with the hits. The Malefice stun's going to be there too. Trying to make a run for it. JT still on the way out and gets stunned up by Yamich again. And the birds and everything, but he's still just running for it. And that's a home run. He's going to get out.
Yeah, they needed like what, 2 more hits to take him down, but he was already gone. Just runs away with his little wolf.
Into the night, into the forest, the wolf disappears.
Yeah, overall, what do you think? Decent fight for XG or no? Because they did lose the TA.
They lost
at the beginning,
TA,
so
so I think
yeah.
that's the one that really ends up costing a lot. Is this Terrorblade's been getting away, still leading in net worth versus Ghost, which is optimal for Secret. This is exactly what they're playing for, the late game TB and this TA being shut down.
I kind of feel the same. Like the way Huskar was falling behind in that game 1 is the same, kind of similar situation now with the TA.
Oh, Paparazzi locates Puppey. He's already lost half of his HP. And doesn't even have that anymore. Also, the Boundless Strike misses as Paparazzi swashbuckles to the side. But oh, he takes a lot of damage. Tries the Rolling Thunder. Oh, he doesn't get out. Oh, they found a crack in his shield. That Armadillo, or Pangolin, out for the count. That's a good trade again for Secret. They trade off a support with no Black Hole for a ulti used and a mid kill.
Yeah, they would trade Puppey for any of these kills at any given day. As long as he doesn't waste Black Hole, it's all that matters. Like you can trade that, big boy. By the way, he kind of changed his build this time around in comparison to other games. Like, no Solar Crest straight, no big utility. He's like, yeah, boys, I'm taking this game and I'm winning it. Like, you guys can do whatever. I'm building a Blink. Just making as much use out of my hero as possible.
They want to utilize this fresh Deso on this Templar Assassin to finish off Roshan, which they will look for, but he was scouting outside the pit for a kill, which is some precious seconds that they've just lost because Secret's on their way. Bird scouting out in front. Paparazzi gonna get interrupted by the Boundless Strike. Enigma gonna get lifted up in the air. They also get the jump out from Ember. Armel in deep into the fight. He's gonna be burned up by the Mortimer's Kisses. Low on HP. Shika's gonna be falling. They're gonna lose Armel as well. Paparazzi still rolling around, trying to keep control of the FBZ. And Ghost snipes him with that big Melt Strike. Back to the pit they go. Metamorph also use Secret. They might just have to charge this, or then they have to fully just let it go.
Can they charge this though? Like meta, I guess, is used, right? So they could send some burst to scout, but at this point, I think it's a bit too late. You lost your Ember, your Visage was quite a bit out of position. Nicely done by Paparazzi. I have to really commend his reaction, and they were smoked, but he breaks the smoke with Swashbuckle. He baits out a couple of spells. I'm not sure, like Ember, it felt like he should live there because he went so deep, knowing that he can get out. But Rolling Thunder connects after Sleight of Fist. He didn't have a Remnant, I suppose, to Remnant to after.
Yeah, it looked like he was standing still for a bit there, but nevertheless, it's a win for Xtreme Gaming. They're happy with what they just received, the fresh Aegis, and almost a blink up on Ghost. be finishing it off in just a matter of seconds. That's going to help Xtreme Gaming really push up the tempo. So Secret, every fight from now on counts. If they can win the next fight or the next two, this could be Secret's game to just completely win because the power spike loses too much time and TB continues to grow. But you lose these fights in a row, it's currently Xtreme's game to win.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah, I won't paint the picture that grim. Like, if you look at Secret, they're 1k ahead. And yeah, these heroes on Xtreme Gaming, they are more oriented towards the early game aggression, but you can still play the game later on. You have Pango, this hero is just way too stupid. Have Rubik versus the Enigma, and always some magic can happen from Xingqiu. And like, arguably you have this 3-core that can scale really damn well. And they complement each other, like AC on Lycam plus TA eventually will be really strong, even versus the TB.
AT also building up into that Assault Cuirass, even more minus armor. Solar Crest with the Snapfire, the Mel Strike, the Deso. It's kind of reminding me of a particular Weehaw Kuro draft in TI with Hide Hunter and Templar Assassin, you know, just minus armor all the way.
Yeah, the good old Tide and TA, or Slardar and TA, where when other heroes besides Zoo were popular on the offlane, when you could play something different actually.
Yeah, there was a phase like that in Dota.
I think it was just a fever dream. It never happened.
I guess it's more of a more of a tournament meta thing above the general meta. Trying to get that tier 2 tower, that pesky tower, out of the way. In top lane is Armel farming it up. Kaya Sanj built up. Maelstrom is ready.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
They've actually located him. Don't really get too many pokes in.
They really want to use the Sages, huh? Go in, take out the tier 2 at least. And you want to, like, generally, if you're playing an Aegis hero versus an Enigma, you'd very much enjoy if the Black Hole was wasted on your first life.
Dire's top tower.
But obviously, Secret knows that they will try to dodge, escape, maybe push something else. Rat, basically.
The only way to do that is if you get an Aegis TA plus, like, 2 heroes. You got a 3-man Black Hole. You got an opening for a team fight for the rest of your team to just blow up. Everybody else except the TA respawning for the second life with no friends would basically be Puppy's ticket into the fight. But there's a good scan onto the high ground as Puppy's calling, get back, get back, get back. Don't stick around. You could almost sense on the side of Xtreme Gaming, like you were talking about, they really wanted to get that top tier tower, tier 2 tower. It feels like they're maybe rushing things a bit here. They're like, we gotta make things happen the whole time. They have a really high tempo that they want to hold on to, which makes a lot of sense. And it also speaks volumes that, guys, we're on a timer here. We gotta make things happen. We gotta get a good, sizable lead for ourselves.
When you have all the tools, why not utilize them, right? Like, if they weren't, they would be making mistakes. So
Yep.
you can read it that way as well. But yeah, every time you play as 5, even if you're taking objectives, you are losing some efficiency when it comes to the farming speed that you could have. Like, you can see TB on one side of the map just sending out his illusions as well, farming up, right? And then there's Monkey King completely down bottom, farming a bit as well. It's not great. I'm not saying that you're losing so much efficiency isn't worth it. It is worth it. It's just that it's not all black and white. That's all I'm saying.
No.
Like,
And Secret's taking the initiative. They've counted out the 5-minute timer. Aegis is out, and Secret heading with a smoke towards the triangle. There's a DDTA, though. It's not in the triangle anymore. At least they can establish some vision. There's a Lycan Wolf pack scouting for vision, but Xingqiu, well, he's been located, and Armel's gonna go for him. Also So make sure that they get this kill. If they can't find a core, they'll take anything that they can, and that's actually quite a lot of money for a support there.
It's a ton of gold, actually, that they get only for Rubik. But they will not only stop at the Rubik, they can, maybe take the tier 1, but that's it, right? Like, do you aggress the tier 2? Probably not. It's a little bit too much. And you need these smokes just to get out of the base, ward up a little bit, get some D wards, just set up the next fight. That's what's really important. If you're playing, if Puppy is this Enigma, he knows that vision is what's gonna win or lose this game. Like, if they don't have vision on him, some good black holes can happen. They have vision. If there's traps everywhere, it's just way too difficult.
And this is not a particularly scary TA game either. It's just 25 minutes in now. The couple kills that they got on Ghost early on really paved the way for Secret to build themselves a good mid-game timing, which they're currently approaching. Out of all things, you get to pick one out of those neutral items from every tier. TB with a Grove Bow is... Grove Bow, in my eyes, I think it's still like a tier 4 neutral item instead of a tier 2. That's just my opinion. What do you think?
It's kind of hard to see. If you get a good tier 4, you're probably replacing the Grove Bow, right? Like,
I don't know. I don't
if you
think
get a really good one. Yeah, you don't have to on some heroes, sure, JT.
Oh, the shapeshift being used. Locked down on the spot, though, Armel with the chains, and that's a very long duration chain as well with that 15 talent. Last time the Wolf got away, but not this time. Yamich is about to die to the Golem, though. They're trying to... Oh, Puppy with the body blocks. Puppy being the MVP. Keeping the Golems and the Wolves away. Monkey King gets to live. Yamich is out. Hiding in the trees. Paparazzi's Rolling Thunder has been used as well, but oh my goodness, Puppy. That's a hats off play right there. It's a lot that's very hard to very hard to move against a shapeshift army. But still, he was able to block the big Golem and kept Yamich's life intact, so they got the kill and didn't lose anyone.
Yeah, some Warcraft 3 blockage happening there by Popan. Very nicely done. What's TA going for? BKB next? Yeah, of course. You get that. The problem with that BKB is still you're kind of afraid of the black hole, right? Like, even with the BKB, it's still there's still this big ass threat of the black hole. Meanwhile, Crystal is just becoming bigger and bigger. I guess he's going for a BKB as well. It's kind of different for him. He's kind of has to get it, and once he gets it, the game is much easier and simpler for him.
Well, they've scouted out Armel in the top lane. He did have a remnant to jump away to, even with the diffusal burn.
They're still chasing, it seems like. But it's an Ember,
You know,
right?
he's low mana, so he can't really fight back. Even if there are multiple other heroes. So he picks up some Lotuses. Great healing Lotus. That's plus 400 for himself. Chains onto the Pango. Bit of a stalemate for now. TA shows himself. What Puppy's looking for. Puppy's super far away from the fight. He's trying to keep himself safe as they're going to be initiating onto the Ember Spirit. Armel, he's just hoping for some help, but he's not going to get any. Ember Spirit gone. He does have a buyback, 50 seconds. Secret still holding on to a good position. Onto Snapfire they go. Yamish jumping in. Throws into the Wukong's command. They got the Maleficent to connect onto the Snapfire, and DY out and drops a gem. They can't see it just quite yet, but now Puppy walks in, picks it up.
Yeah,
10 seconds
they
for
bought
Roche.
back yeah, they used meta, they bought back Ember. I really hope, for their sake, they stick around and check if Roche is up or not. If they move away from this... Yeah.
He's there.
Okay, it's still decent timing for them.
Yeah,
Now the question is...
They use Metamorph,
yeah. Can Xtreme Gaming contest this? Like, without the snap? Snap isn't huge for them. It's a lot of damage, but... Paparazzi.
Oh, gets a good catch. They got the Pango right away in the front. Paparazzi can't really get out, even as GQ throws in the telekinesis to get into safety, but no.
It's always like this, right? Like, when you're in these situations in which you think you can kind of go in, but not sure, then you're kind of poking around. It's always that you pay the ultimate price and you get picked off. You get just killed, and then you lose the objective as well.
Roach down a half HP already. Can Ghost do something about it? FBZ with the birds in between. Roach is low, still being taken. Ghost, does he make the big play happen? Or is he gonna skip this one? He's thinking about it, and he goes, actually, he doesn't go in. It's Jinkyu who tried to make the play with the Remnant. It was well timed, but the Aegis recovered for Crystallis and the kill for Dire. So Secret, they get everything, maybe even more. JT forcing out the shapeshift runs out.
So they don't have buyback on Ember, but they do have Aegis now on Terrorblade. They have Cheese on Ember as well. They're in a pretty good lead, but you see the game wasn't as simple as we might have thought, right? Like, it's not, okay, TA winning early game and that's it. Even right now, even though they didn't completely dominate, you could say that they have good shots, like chances on Radiant to win it. Like, Xtreme can still take it. It's just much harder, obviously. I think still the black hole is a big issue that they're not addressing. Also, this Monkey King eventually becomes a core, right? Yeah. Like, he's gonna be scaling.
There's a lot of items that they can get on both sides, and like you said, things can still get better for Xtreme Gaming, not only just relying fully on this Templar Assassin to carry the game. I mean, if we want to talk late game, they still got that Snapfire with some spicy talents later on in the game. We've seen these support Snapfires pick up rapiers and stuff with the 25 talent and just kill people. So definitely Xtreme Gaming scaling does not end here. It's just mainly the Templar Assassin maybe falls a bit behind the Secret lineup. Talking about the Secret lineup, they're smoked up right next to him, heading towards that bottom half of the jungle. Jinkyu already blinks out to safety. Drum Charge also popped on the hunt for a kill. And one huge difference maker. I talked about this earlier in the laning stage about the Howl. How big is that ability later on in the game? 40% damage reduction for the Terrorblade. It's not even the armor reduction, but
they
the
found
damage. No, but they found DY. And we'll get the Snapfire. His days are counted.
So tanky. It's crazy how much time they actually needed. Look at this dragon just chilling here, killing every single wave that comes his way.
Just vibing.
Yeah, just vibing, but preventing them from pushing the tier 2 onto bottom lane. Like, they can't really do a lot while he's there. Someone needs to go and take care of the rats.
A bit of an infestation problem in the bottom half of the map for Secret, but they are ignoring it for the time being. That's gonna more think about the push and the 2-minute timer on the Aegis. But they are gonna have to pick up those lanes eventually, because now Ghost is also splitting the top lane, getting towards the Secret base closer and closer. So Secret might just have to suffice with the tier 2 tower and then start getting control of the map.
Even if you just slowly choke them in, right, that's still a win for you. Like we talked about, the amount of cores that can farm on the side of Secret. Even the Monkey King just slowly and but steadily getting more and more farm. Like, you have Visage with the AC. Even Puppy is itemizing very nicely. He's got a halberd on that Enigma. He's making sure that TA doesn't two-shot everyone. Yeah. The halberd is really good on him. Like, he didn't go for a BKB, anything like that. It won't be too helpful anyway. You're playing versus a Rubik, so...
We've scouted Paparazzi. The chains are going to be connecting onto him, and Puppy getting close enough there for the Midnight Pulse. Also onto the lower ground, but still chasing Paparazzi down. He's got the roll up into the Rolling Thunder Armor BKBs and runs away, but he's also about to die. He has to pop the cheese. Meanwhile, Crystallis throwing in a couple punches into Ghost, onto DY. He will miss a few hits onto the high ground if BC's trying to get Soul Assumption in. It's not going to be enough damage. Shift used, lift onto Crystallis. No kills on either side, and that is basically the Aegis. Going to be running out 35 seconds. They don't have Shapeshift on the side of Xtreme Gaming, though, so going for a smoke up now without 2 ults, it's going to be difficult. 3 ults even. I mean, even a Mortimer's Kiss. I didn't even see the Mortimer's Kisses being used.
Yeah,
but...
I don't think I've noticed them as well. And if they smoke out of the base like this, it's not going to be an easy fight. But then again, they're counting on something else missing, and that's meta, right? There's no meta on TB. They're thinking, yeah, if there's no meta, we can take this fight. There's Hex as well on them, which will help them perhaps pick off an Ember if they get on top of him.
Yeah, maybe it can work, but Puppy again, he's calling his troops back into the base. Fall back, but FBZ. Reed is good. He wants the Ancient camp, but he might just be an Ancient one after this one. Yamech going in the stun onto Ghost. Still slowing them up with the trap, but it's not going to slow them enough. It will not lose a single hero here.
No, just the BKB, right? Like BKB, Boots of Bearing, and he's gone. You Visage. At this point in the game, yeah, early on he was easy kill, but at this point...
Oh, they found Puppy! That's the one that they want! They're gonna take him out! Puppy down! And the Black Hole is available if he gets a buyback out, but that's the kill they were looking for. All this game, Xtreme Gaming just wanted to find where is Puppy. And it just got handed to them.
Is that like, where is Waldo? You should make one with Puppy in. Like somewhere on the screen. He's holding a machete, you know, he's just somewhere.
Yeah, I feel like it has to be some kind of horror version, right?
Of course.
Maybe they stole Puppy's machete. We'll see. Paparazzi coming in from the side. They've scouted FBZ. Xingqiu with the lift already. Quick initiation coming out. We don't have Rolling Thunder for another 20 seconds, but the Mortimer's Kiss is flying in FBZ. Gonna get slowed up, but not enough. Again, Shapeshift also down the drain.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Secret being very successful with these disengages, and they're gonna smoke up as well, turn things around, and now look for Xtreme Gaming on the side of their own triangle. We just saw the TA enter the area. Armel.
It's not an easy, it's not an easy thing to accomplish to go on this high ground though.
Gonna go for it. BKB already popped by Crystals. They need to get these kills. They need to get the DY, but they will throw down the Wukong to the BKB's burnt, but nobody to be caught. Paparazzi on the side. FBC. Oh, they got the Black Hole. They got Ghost. They got Ghost. They're gonna take the TA down.
No buyback. 90 seconds dead, by the way. It's a long time before he will be up.
Armel
JT trying to rat.
Cancelled out as well. They got the Boundless Strike stolen by Xingqiu into the Rolling Thunder. Paparazzi, he's gonna go for his own TP out. Oh no! Oh no, he's gonna root it up! He's not going anywhere! Cookie by DY to move him to safety. Swashbuckle away, still chasing him to the ends of the earth. Roll up to get a bit further away, and this Armel chase does not end unless they get this Paparazzi kill. And he's trying to get out, but he's not successful in doing so.
He could have almost killed, the Ember there, but JT, at least, as all of this was happening, he was doing JT things. He was ratting down bottom with the wolves, with the granite golem. He was also around, came in for the kill. Gets both Raxes actually. So even though they lose the fight, they do gain some map control.
Got something.
Yeah,
they got something out of a bad situation.
When you look at the network difference, like you don't really see a huge advantage for one side or the other. There's still this 4-5K difference coming from, like, in Secret's favor, but it's not huge, and they're also side down now.
38 minutes and counting. Still anybody's game. This is a much better performance as well on the side of this Crystallis TB. The Wind Ranger didn't quite work out last game, but this Terrorblade's something else. Quite the something else. And I think every hero on the side of Secret now has a dangerous tool Xtreme Gaming is worried about. The Puppy Black Hole. Gotta kill or dodge the Metamorph. Armel again with this Ember Spirit. It was JT last time with the offlane Ember being the threat. Now it is Armel, and DY always dangerously close. Won't find him out in time though.
This is the fight, right? This is the fight where you gotta do something about the H. At the same time, JT doesn't even want to fight. He's just skipping. pushing bottom. As long as he outpushes bottom, he can go in mid.
Q. Oh. Quick reaction there. You saw that instant approaching army in the night.
One good thing for Secret is they have December. Even
late down.
Okay.
This is also
JT
burnt out.
mid.
Tango's ready. Ghost is ready to go. JT Rat inside the base. Oh, they go into the roast pit as well. And JT gets the kill, but Krista's going to be picking up the Aegis, and they finish off the Pangolier right away. Ghost is already on the move out. So is BY. And JT, he's got the melee racks. He's got the tier 3 and the melee racks. And now he just needs to get out. But he's got enemies everywhere, every single direction. Harpooned back into the base. Hex is up the Monkey King and still trying to make a run for it. Teleport away with the BKB, and he is out.
Yeah. I actually thought they wouldn't put Ember back into the pit. I thought he would just be defending and then he remnants back in when it's necessary. I was just about to say that. They're lucky that they have Ember because he's one of those heroes that deals very well with these rats, but they moved him in the pit a little bit too early on. I guess they thought they might lose that fight if they don't, and that's also a fair assessment of the situation, I would say. So now they're 2 sides down, but they have Aegis. You really have to use it. Like, you have to start making some moves on the map.
Also, the answer from the TA against this Terrorblade, the Butterfly on TB, there's now an MKB up on Ghost. He will be able to address this Terrorblade situation. If he gets locked down, TA can throw in those big punches.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
But it's really not even about killing the Terrorblade. It's about the control in the fights, getting Puppey out of the way, making sure that Paparazzi can stay around, burning their mana the whole time. This mana issue is a really big one for Secret. Especially with the Ember, who needs to be able to stretch out fights, these long, drawn-out fights. He's got to have the mana for it.
JT on top already. What's the way, JT? Which way do you get to their base? That's the question now.
Does JT know their way? Does he know their way?
He needs their way.
5-man smoke from Xtreme Gaming right in front of their own base. Secret very close to their current positions here. Howl already used. Wolf scouting out, finding a TB illusion, and maybe even Crystallis himself. Still no entry. Actually, just realized Puppey's also picked up a Lincoln's now. Even harder to actually just interrupt him with telekinesis or the spell steal. So he's got a bit of extra protection now for the black hole. Meanwhile, the push from Secret takes down a bottom tier 3 tower. And look at that. Who's in the middle of everyone? It's JT. And of course it's going to be DY with the Snapfire, but he's caught and killed. And we're looking at the golem. Oh, there's Armel. He's a real party pooper.
Like, Ember is one of the best heroes to have against rats. So, TP's in. He's got Remnant to join his teammates back bottom if necessary. And maybe you need to find a different way if you're JT. You can see where he's located. He's around the other side of the river. Like, he's still scheming. And yeah, that's what he's doing. He's sending them mid now. Sending them mid. Yeah. It's just the wolves, though.
And inside the base, the fight's going to be breaking loose. FBZ's there. Crystallis with that Metamorph. Already Paparazzi takes some initial hits. Yamich trying to harpoon, but he's only moving himself. And there's the glyph used as well. Snapfire, he's alive, up and running. Needs to get closer. Can they still save this melee rack? So they're just going to let it fall, wait for the Metamorph to run out. Seems like that is going to be the case. Paparazzi still going for a bit of a chase, but just clears out the wave and the illusions. That's a lane gone. Meanwhile, JT, the Black Dragon parked on the top lane.
Yeah, but it's gonna happen the same way, right? Like, you will see Ember TPing in, defending this, most likely. And there you go. Actually, Monkey King this time around, yeah.
Yeah, no big threat right now. I guess it's when the fight breaks loose, when Armel has to keep an eye open. You know, Remnant Remnant to the team, TP back home.
Exactly, and they're pushing top anyway now. The next objective is the tier 2 on the top lane. Once that tier 2 falls, kind of the whole base is
JT.
open.
They found him. They found him with a ward. They're going to be TPing right around him. Make sure this Lycan's not going to get out. He's a tanky boy, but Puppy's there. Black hole, yeah. You're not going to escape my machete.
At this point, you kind of have to commit it on him, right? He's probably the main reason this game is still going on. Just constantly delaying. You can't take a good fight ever. So, yeah. You just get rid of him, and then perhaps you can take down the tier 2. Oh, and that's such a good item for Puppy. Mr. Pupan with the ninja gear.
40 seconds without the Lycan. DY's in trouble. Trying to teleport out, and he's out. No vision.
That was the best place to cookie in, I swear. It was the best position. Everything else, he dies.
Octarine now ready on Paparazzi as well. And get his ulties, his swashbuckles out more often. Item to have. Looking at Ghost in the mid lane, actually trying to get a jump on Ghost. Ghost going down to half HP, has to beat KB and run away. Great force out Paparazzi, he's committed. Got poked it terribly, but really not doing too much harm. Team Secret. Xtreme Gaming slowly losing the grip of this game.
The noose is tightening.
The noose is tightening indeed, and the lane is pushing in. The tier 2 to fall. Paparazzi jumping in with the initiation. DY, he's in a very aggressive position, tries to jump on FBZ. And at the same time, Armel is going to get hexed up. He's on the high ground, though. He's safe. Ghost, he's in the front line right now. No BKB. You got to remember that. DY got down Mortimer's kisses, but can he get to use it? Yamich is also in the middle of the BKB. Now Crystal is charging in. Armel, he's on the other side of the defender's gate. He's just going to remnant through and take down Xingqiu away. JT is also low on HP, but able to run out a couple hundred.
Now Puppy can black hole. Yeah, Rubik is dead. Puppy is still actually smoke runs out, so they should see him. Okay, decides not to. They move back. Still a pretty decent fight for them. They don't have the black hole actually at all. I don't know what I was talking about. Still on cooldown. And even with the Rubik being alive, I guess he has Lincoln, so it's kind of harder. You can still steal it, but a little bit harder.
Well, as we wait for the next event to kick off, Lizard, let's play a little game. My favorite game. Guess the Roach timer. We're 30 seconds into respawn. Anywhere between 0 and 180 seconds.
I guess 180 seconds.
Max timer Roach.
Yes. What about you? What do you guess?
I'm gonna say, well, I've seen quite a lot of these long Roshans. I'm gonna say 41.
Okay. I already know I won. Gaben told me. Gaben told me I won.
That was...
God damn it. I said 18, not 180. Sorry, my bad.
Yeah, that's 137 or something like that. So you got that number. Might have just won the lottery. However, smoke's up on both teams. Roach will be up in a while, so both teams know what's at stake. BKB already popped by Yamich and was about to get caught in the river. Fly in the front. Thunderhide taking some mean hits from this TV illusion. You can see how much the Templar is already struggling to kill this. Xingqiu gets the lift out on TV. Mortimer's Kiss is flying into the back, but Armel jumping into the backline at the same time, trying to finish up, but the black hole comes out, and that's Paparazzi in, that's JT in as well, but they won't kill either of them, and Crystal is in trouble. The TV to fall, and he's gonna have to fight back into the fight as well, but they're dropping low. They're so low. They need to get these kills. They will lose Yamich first. No, Paparazzi and JT surviving. JT trying to get out. No, he won't. Soul Assumption straight to the face. Armel still in the middle. He's got about 400 remaining, but at the same time, Ghost. He's got no friends.
Oh my
God.
God.
TA down, DY down.
He
and
just
the
disappeared.
buybacks.
Paparazzi, hello, sir?
Buybacks work out as they lose Paparazzi as well. Secret cleaning house.
Why did Paparazzi return there in the end? What happened? He was just, yeah, take me with them. I don't want to live in this cruel world anyway. You've killed all of my... That fight, by the way, was so insane by Xtreme Gaming. They were just joking and jiving on the outskirts of the fight. They killed the TB. They're all on what?
Survived the black hole
1%?
as well, like.
Yeah, they're on 1% HP and they're just refusing to die. And then suddenly Ghost is in the midst of it all. He just gets blown up by a buyback TB. The buyback from TB, yeah, it was literally what changed the fight, but I really think that Xtreme Gaming should have bailed. After forcing the buyback, you bail, and then you're kinda in an even position. But like this, I'm not sure. You need to use a lot of buybacks, unless you want to get mega'd.
It is a grim situation for Xtreme Gaming, but at least they've got their buybacks up to still go for a second fight. Crystallis, he does not. He has one life. He has one opportunity. And he has to make it count. Paparazzi already building space. There's the Mortimer's kisses. Might even have to force out a Sunder from Crystallis. Crystallis goes in, goes in onto JT. Goes coming with the buyback. Now's the time to strike if they can do anything with it. But no, Secret's already far away from the base. And Ghost buybacks for nothing.
Yeah, but still, it's a lot of buybacks and buybacks, right? So, overall, if you can manage to take this rush fight and kill off the TB before he takes Aegis, you're still kind of in the play. If you're Xtreme Gaming, you just need to get there very fast. You can't stay defending the base for way too long. And that's what it's seemingly they're trying to do. They're trying to get here, but I'm not sure this is fast enough the way they're moving. Yeah, it's gonna be...
Yeah, that roach is super fast. That
yeah.
doesn't
Like
take a long time.
I feel like the moment you buy back the TA, you need to start running the same second. Because that's exactly what Secret will do. They'll go and take Rosh. They're still setting up though. Look at this. Kinda cheeky. I like it. Good vision.
Hoping for the casual straggler, just pushing out the wave, right? Anything you can get at this point. 35,000 gold of a lead for Team Secret. Looking to tie this series up against Xtreme Gaming. They were in a minor lead on the side of this Radiant team, but slowly but surely it has turned more into Team Secret's advantage. These fights, they have been quite close despite that net worth differential. The Rat has also
the Rat has helped.
distinguished.
Yeah. And distinguished medal for ratting to our boy Lycan. JT, having fun.
JT's had a good series. Really hate to see him lose this one, considering how much work he's been doing. Denying mid runes from the enemy mid player, helping Paparazzi at the same, doing the rat work later on, itemizing to help his team out, like the full-on utility offlaner he's supposed to be. Vibing in fights, throwing in hexes, popping Howl off cooldown.
You really make Lycan sound like fun.
I wish he was as fun.
Yeah.
And he's got an MKB of his own, so he also wants to build up into damage. So sure, why not? DY gonna get caught by the Boundless Strike. He ain't really going anywhere with that Malefice. He's actually dead. Okay. They are so scared to help out their poor Snapfire that they're just gonna watch him getting pummeled and beaten to the ground.
He does have buyback, but they have to use it.
And
right now,
there's the
Secrets are
shapeshift,
in
and they're gonna go. They need to catch someone. Armel's the target of the hunt, but there's no Basher on the Pango. Oh, Pango got stuck as well. Paparazzi unlucky there. He doesn't even shield crush to the high ground. Oh.
Yeah, how do you even defend this? They can just throw all their animals and stuff. Illusions, familiars, eidolons.
Armel,
Ember.
quite low on HP. Yamich is the one holding on to the cheese. Yamich already down. He has to pop it. Poppy. He didn't blink far enough to go for the black hole play. He is around the area. LA Rack still get to stay. The game continues to stretch.
For a little while longer at least. They have Aegis. Yeah, like worst case scenario, if you're Team Secret and if you really want to be super careful with this, you wait for the buyback right on TV, but I think the Aegis is enough. I feel that they could just force this. They've forced so many buybacks out of Xtreme Gaming. Every kill that they get to this point is worth it, right? They have buybacks on their side. They can just force kills, buyback in, TP in. Let's see. Puppy constantly smoked as well, so you can't even see this bloody Enigma. Now that's a item that needs to be like tier 5 or something.
There's Mega Creeps. Finishing out the melee racks. Armel also baiting a bit with that Remnant jump, hoping to get some attraction from Xtreme Gaming, but it was just enough of a distraction so that they can finish off the last. JT's picking flowers. Herbalism is it's a good hobby, but we're in a battlefield, my friend.
You know, he's playing his own mini games, ratting a little bit. Herbalism, like you just said.
Really
he's got a garden, he's got some animals, he's got a farm. He's making a farm. You gotta have everything.
Gotta feed the zoo somehow. Oh man. Yeah,
if he had if Mango Tree was still in the game, he'd have
the mango tree.
Yeah.
Oh, don't even get me started off with that. Mango Tree. All the memories.
Good times.
Good times.
It's such a fun concept when you think about it. You just have a tree that's shitting mangoes all over the map around it, you know. It was,
yeah,
it was kind of cool.
Also, the few hours before the patch release when Ice Frog was posting the Mango song on Twitter.
Yeah.
The whole build-up.
Good stuff.
Secret building up to get another victory on the board, put them up to 3-1. 1 series win, 1 tie. Just needs one more fight to do so. Paparazzi locates the Enigma. He's got Puppy controlled in the back. Armel soaking up some of the hits, and FBC also coming into the rescue too. But Paparazzi, he couldn't build enough for his team to follow up, and Puppy's out, and he's ready to go in. And there's the black hole. They're gonna close this one out and slice and dice the Chinese team back to the graveyard, and Secret to tie the series 1-1.
Very, very well done by Secret, by Puppy. I feel like he did a ton of his Enigma this time around. But overall, what probably was the biggest change from this game to the first one was that they had a normal win condition in the TB, right? Like Crystallis was actually playing a normal hard carry. You can play around him. He's the ultimate win condition as well, and you can stall out the game. Like Puppy, he has way too much knowledge on how to play the game exactly. Even when you're playing versus something like an Ember, I feel like the team knows what's necessary to be done at every single point, and he will bring you to the late game at least, if nothing else. But when you have some Huskar, that's not Dota, that's Huskar Gaming, right? Like it's completely different. At the same time, Xtreme Gaming in game 1, they did show quite a lot of strength. They won it really fast. Like, what was it, 41 minutes?
Yep.
It wasn't too fast, but it was a solid pace. This second game, yeah, it was like you called it. I think you called it perfectly well at the beginning. If this game goes super late, it's gonna be so difficult for them to win it. They did their best, like the itemization as well. I love Ghost for going for that Revenant's Brooch as well. Like you're playing versus TB, he's got way too much armor. You pop that, you start hitting him, you blow him up, but eventually it all wasn't enough because you're playing versus 4 cores at the end plus an Enigma. Like that's the ultimate late game win condition.
There's a lot of things that you need to take into account and worry about, like the scaling and the itemizations. Everything just kicks in. Even if Xtreme Gaming, if they were able to stretch this game to like plus 60 minutes, maybe they could have been the scarier team. But it's a long effort. JT was trying to buy them enough time with that Lycan Rat, but fortunately, just wasn't quite enough. But I mean, all I'm going to say in my final thoughts, Xtreme Gaming, not looking too hot. You know, 1 series loss and a tie coming out. They could still turn the course around, but they're not quite up to the shape that I was maybe expecting them to potentially be at the start of the first day.
Yeah, definitely not. There's too many changes happening right now. We talked about it a little bit earlier. Too many changes in the Chinese region. And the curse, Panda, I'm telling you, it's real.
The Kaka curse seems to be following the team around. However, the day is not going to be completely over, but for me and Lizard's part, it is. The stream's still not going to go offline, so there's more games to come. I think Beast Coast is going to be the next challenger for Xtreme Gaming here on the stream, but me and Lizard, at least from my part, we say goodbye to you guys. Lizard, you got any last words before we throw it over to the break?
Much love to everyone. Enjoy some good dotes.
Enjoy the dotes, people. We'll be back after the break.
Paradise through dirt in our eyes for us. Oh, actually, I'll try, actually, I'll fight for us. Dragging us down, face on the ground. Still we're so proud, just look at the crowd. Making some noise, making some sound. We got a choice, they're hearing us now. Paradise through dirt in our eyes for us. Oh, actually, I'll try, actually, I'll fight for us. Dragging us down, face on the ground. Still we're so proud, just look at the crowd. Making some noise, making some sound. We got a choice, they're hearing us now. Paradise through dirt in our eyes for us. Oh, actually, I'll try, actually. أخي I'll fight for us. Dragging us down, face on the ground, but still we so proud. Just look at the crowd, making some noise, making some sound. We got a choice, they're hearing us now. Paradise through dirt in our eyes for us. Oh, Akhi, I'll try, Akhi, I'll fight for us. Dragging us down, face on the ground, but still we so proud. Just look at the crowd, making some noise, making some sound. We got a choice, they're hearing us now. Paradise through dirt in our eyes for us. Oh, Akhi, I'll try, Akhi, I'll fight for us. so proud, just look at the crowd. Making some noise, making some sound. We ain't got a choice, they're hearing us now. Paradise through dirt in our eyes for us. Oh, actually, I'll try, actually, I'll fight for us. Dragging us down, face on the ground, but still we so proud, just look at the crowd. Making some noise, making some sound. We ain't got a choice, they're hearing us now. Paradise through dirt in our eyes for us. Oh, actually, I'll try, actually, I'll fight for us. Dragging us down, face on the ground, but still we so proud, just look at the crowd. Making some noise, making some sound. We ain't got a choice, they're hearing us now. Paradise through dirt in our eyes for us. Oh, actually, I'll try, actually, I'll fight for us. face on the ground, but still we so proud. Just look at the crowd, making some noise, making some sound. We ain't got a choice, they're hearing us now. Paradise through dirt in our eyes for us. Oh, actually I'll try, actually I'll fight for us. Dragging us down, face on the ground, but still we so proud. Just look at the crowd, making some noise, making some sound. We ain't got a choice, they're hearing us now. Paradise through dirt in our eyes for us. Oh, actually I'll try, actually I'll fight for us. Dragging us down, face on the ground, but still we so proud. Just look at the crowd, making some noise, making some sound. We ain't got a choice, they're hearing us now. Paradise through dirt in our eyes for us. Oh, actually I'll try, actually I'll fight for us.
welcome, ladies and gentlemen. We are the B Shift Bowie. My name is DK Truman. I am joined by Bowie, and we got 2 more extreme matches for you today.
Oh yeah, Beast Coast versus Xtreme. This is going to be quite exciting, you know, a Beast Coast that has been revitalized by the addition of Dim Park. They did had a hiccup against Secret today, but I'm not sure if you can even call this a hiccup when it's Secret playing LAN. And Xtreme that's actually looking quite solid despite the fact that they didn't really make it to the major for the Tour 3.
Yeah, Xtreme, a pretty interesting team. They did have a player swap recently. Of course, Kaka left them and went towards Aster, and they picked up, one player that we have missed severely this season, Xingqiu, as the 4 positions. I mean, it's China. They're filled with 4 positions. They're coming out the walls. It's insane. But they still had that one lying about, and they pick him up. It's a very scary roster to be sure of. Beast Coast did watch a little bit of that last game against OG that we saw.
Yeah.
And that second game, I mean, that was just, Parker going ham. But here you can see, of course, the rest of the schedule. It's Beast Coast versus Extreme, and then Quest versus Extreme to finish off the day. So a couple of roster swap teams coming in, and that is what we love to see. How are the new teams going to be able to perform in Group B?
Yeah, Group B, not gonna lie, it does feel a bit more stacked than Group A. Obviously there's Team Liquid in Group A, but 9 Pandas, Beast Coast, Secret, Quest, even with the ATF change, I don't know. It feels like I do feel like Group B is gonna pack a punch, and this Beast Coast Extreme match can decide a lot of things. Because Beast Coast losing that 1 series to Secret already kind of hurts a little bit. I think they would love to be able to take this series as well. Do you have any favorites
in this series? Oh,
yeah.
I mean, I gotta go with Beast Coast. They looked really good at the Bali Major. Parker, if he gets the tools he needs, he is top 3 safe laner in the world. The guy is insane at farming. Can they keep the team, in a positive mood? We are getting to the 5th game of the day. All these teams have to play 8 games in a day, which, it sounds like little, but comparatively, these matches are 10 times as exhausting as a pub match. So right now, fatigue is going to start to set in, and then in the last series, a lot of these teams are just going to be tired. And then you're going to definitely see a change up between the last series of the day and the first series of the day for most of these teams.
Most definitely. And you got pauses in between as well. It's really a challenge to stay on top of your game. And yeah, I mean, I agree with the Parker assessment you talked about. Like, he farms well, but he fights so well too. Like in game 1 between Beast Coast and OG, I think he had 350 CS at 23 minutes, and he was 608 or something. Like, it's insane how well he can fight and farm at the same time. Like, he only takes good fights. It feels like he really is on a roll. I'm not sure if you saw his post talking about the fact he kind of feels like he wants to be the new Miracle. And, maybe he's dreaming a bit too much. But sometimes I can see a glimpse of, top 3 in the world carry coming from him for sure.
I mean, Miracle doesn't play anymore, so someone has to take that spot. And South American safe laners have been the rage all over the place. They keep popping up everywhere, and of course Parker has been one of those players that has just been there, pretty much always kind of been considered, with the contention, of course, with K1 to be possibly the best safe laner in the South American region. Had some other issues, of course, that kind of hampered his career, but that's just the South American aspect to it, I guess, because a lot of those teams have those problems.
Yeah, and I mean, this is kind of just information. I'm not sure how many people know about this, but it was not decided. Like, when Beast Coast considered Parker to be their player, it was not 100% sure they were going to swap K1 to him. Like, if you follow the D2 Pro tracker of Parker, he was playing mid before the whole thing, before the actual roster swap. So he's also a really good mid player. Just going back to the Miracle comparisons, like this guy can do a lot. I don't think they swapped him to mid in any of the matches he played so far, but his Husker is a really strong one, so you should be careful. A lot of people say that Dark Mago doesn't have a wide hero pool, but in case they need a different hero, he could eventually fill those shoes, I think.
Yeah, but I'd rather keep Parker on that safe lane. Even with the gyrocopter in this patch, he manages to carry, which is remarkable. But we have been talking a lot about Beast Coast. Obviously, you have a little bit of expertise on that matter. But their opponents, Xtreme Gaming, are no slouches either. I mean, they have a star-studded roster. Ghost in the safe lane, Paparazzi in the middle, JT off lane, Xingqiu as their new 4 position, as previously mentioned, and then DY in the 5 role. Paparazzi obviously has been widely considered as one of the best mid laners, safe laners back in the day for a very long time. Ghost, that is always a surprising player to me, because Ghost has some moments. Granted, not every moment is amazing, but when he gets on his Lone Druid, when he gets on his Anti-Mage, a lot of teams are in trouble.
I mean, it's crazy. You have 2 Malaysian players in this Chinese team that honestly could be a dark horse for this tournament. I do feel like the roster swap could be something that really ramps them up. So far, the results have been quite decent. And you got to remember, at the end of the day, everyone in this group is actually going to go through, right? It's all about how the seeding is going to work out. So even if you have bad results in this, I'm not wrong, right? Even if you have bad results here, you still play the next phase. It's just going to affect your seeding.
No. The top 2 go on towards the next stage. And the bottom 4 of Group A have to face off against the bottom 4 of Group B in a best of 3 matchup. The loser of that is eliminated. The winner of that goes to the group stage.
I mean, that's kind of what I meant. But yes, you can still.
Yeah, technically next stage, but not really.
That intermediary stage. But yeah, I mean, I do want to see Xtreme Gaming do well. I think China definitely had a breath of fresh air during the Bali Major. We saw like PSG LGD performing a bit better, Aster looking a bit better compared to Dream League Season 2. So we'll see if Xtreme Gaming can keep it up.
Yeah, hopefully we'll be able to get in towards the draft. As you might have noticed, we were having some connection issues, games in beta. Hopefully that will be fixed now, please. And then we'll be able to get on towards the draft, because you did talk, of course, about like Dark Mago's hero pool. It's not the biggest hero pool compared to, well, a lot of other mid laners, but one hero that he does consistently play, and not everyone runs in this current patch, is that tiny mid, and he is very effective on it.
Yeah, I mean, I was actually looking at it during the Bali Major. One of the only 2 teams that ran Tiny was Quest and Beast Coast. The win rate of Tiny in that tournament was quite high, albeit not that many games played. And it's mostly Dark Mago and TA2 and Noob playing. So somehow these players are so good with the hero that they make it work in this patch that, like, I play Tiny mid. I think it's garbage, but they're so good that they still make it work.
Oh, well, yeah, that's a way you can see it, of course. The hero is not in the best of slots, but as a mid laner, I mean, 4 position probably is its best role still. But even that, it's not super great. Maybe if you have a good laning partner, like Darkseer, you could make some fun plays happen. But it's not a superb mid laning hero, and that's what it makes it very interesting to see players that don't abide by just full meta picks the entire time. We saw Parker, of course, in the last game. He played Gyrocopter safe lane. Who plays Gyrocopter at all this patch? No one touches that hero whatsoever.
Yeah, I mean, it is decent versus Enigma in lane, but even then, I think there's better heroes. They somehow made it work with that position 5 Valk with, let's say, also not a very meta hero. So Beast Coast definitely, trying some different stuff. And, if you're winning, you're gonna be confident anyway. So I'm glad that it worked for them, because sometimes you see teams experimenting, it backfires hard, and you might start doubting yourself. But not the case. Bisco still looking overall decent. I am curious though how they're gonna perform against Xtreme Gaming, because maybe I don't think they ever played against each other. I can double check, but this is definitely not a match you see every day.
Well, no, they kind of are on opposite ends of the earth, so it doesn't happen too often. And I don't know, did Xtreme play a previous major this year?
They played.
I mean, 4 Chinese teams went. Maybe Berlin, because I think they were in like Div 2 in the first one. There was something.
Yeah.
There were like teams that were stuck in Div 2 for the first one, and then we had the 2 teams that shall not be named that no longer exist joining that tournament, which was.
Oh, they did play
unfortunate.
Berlin. You're right. They did play Berlin, and Bisco's 2-0 Xtreme there.
Okay, different lineups, of course. So
Yeah.
slight differences there. Looking at these 2 teams, of course, I'm quickly going to check out. Okay, so Xtreme Gaming lost 2-0 against 9 Pandas, and Beast Coast lost 2-0 against Team Secret. Both not results that they're looking for. Then afterwards, Beast Coast did 2-0 OG, which is like it immediately jumps them up to the center back. Xtreme Gaming tied against Secret. So they kind of are in need of a win now. They have 1 tie, 1 loss. They need to rack up some of those points, considering Quest is 4-0, so Quest's already at the top. Team Secret's 3-1 in Group B, so they're second place. You're going to need to try and break through those, and they both already played against Team Secret. So you're not going to be able to steal points away from that team.
True. And that's when the next match we're going to cast is also going to be pretty important. Quest versus Xtreme. Is going to dictate a lot of how the groups are going to look like. Because as I said, Beast Coast already losing to Secret, so it does feel like the top 2 are looking pretty decisively, because the teams that could potentially take that spot away already lost against Secret. We'll see how things shape up. But yeah, we're still having problems with the connection here. I'm not sure if this is a server issue or something else.
Well, a lot of the time when this happens, it's because one player, or at least normally in a lobby, one person has some like connection issues, but I don't know why it's happening right now. It's kind of weird. Hopefully this issue can be resolved, because I want to get on to some Dota. I want to see these 2 teams perform. I want to see Parker go ham, or sorry, Jim Park, because name change. It's going to be really hard to stick to that. I mean, Paparazzi, I was still... It annoyed me that he turned into Eurus and now back to Paparazzi, so it's all over the place.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that. How long did that the name change last? Well, I'm glad he's back to Paparazzi.
About 2 years, I guess. Okay. I mean, Paparazzi is such a better name than Eurus, because you can call him Big Papa. You know, Eurus just touches too close to other words as well.
It doesn't roll off the tongue as well. Like Paparazzi feels really good. I'm really glad he's back to it. And I mean, he didn't really had a really good 2022, but I do hope Paparazzi gets back on his feet. Obviously, this is a team effort as well. I do feel like JT is such a good position 3. I want to see this team shine a bit more, and it could start with a win against Beast Coast. Although, as I said, Jim Park looking really good. The entirety of Beast Coast, like for a while now, they're looking better than EG, and the entire year EG has been the South American powerhouse, and for the most part, even a worldwide powerhouse.
To be fair, Bali, hard to really put a picture on it, because you had Matthew that was sick, and then the entire team struggles and whatnot, especially considering Matthew is such an impeccable player for the roster. Nonetheless, it seems we are having some server issues. So, ladies and gents, we're going to go towards a short little break to try and resolve these issues. We'll be right back.
All right.
Paradise through dirt in our
Well, welcome back, ladies and gents. We found a fix. We just swapped servers. Now they're playing on the Indian server instead of the Dubai server, and it seems that it has fixed the issue because, Bowie, we got a game, or at least we got a draft. So we can finally jump in to see the heroes that are going to get banned and the heroes that are going to get picked. And it's a first ban Mars. That is JT. That is Sacred Respect right there. That also is Dark Mago Respect.
And then Undying, right? People were saying, okay, Grab Ally was removed, the hero is dead. Nope, Undying still right at the top of the best supports. To be honest, like even after the E patch, Pugna was a hero I thought was dead after all the changes. I've still seen that hero in pubs, and the win rate seems like decent. I'm quite surprised that some of these nerfs were not like they felt good enough. Some of them, some I don't think were decent. And still, those heroes are looking strong.
I still don't actually know what the Undying change did because I haven't played Undying. I read it and I don't really understand what happens because I played a game against Undying and they still just magically vanished every single time. So I got very confused.
So basically, the Undying now, he can only select who goes on the tomb when he casts the tombstone. So like you can cast the tomb on top of someone and you put them there. Besides that one time, the person that wants to get inside the tomb has to click in the tomb. So he cannot be stunned, he cannot be like disabled, or else he won't be able to get inside the tomb.
Okay, so it's a slight nerf, but it still doesn't really make that much of a difference if you save someone from Chrono.
You can still save people, but no, in Chrono you cannot save them unless you save the tombstone to cast after Chrono.
But you could put them immediately into the into Tombstone, right?
If the Tombstone was not cast, yes. If you're outside of the Tombstone, the Chronosphere, yeah. Oh,
so Tombstone has to be outside of the Chrono.
No. The Undying, because you have to cast the spell.
Yeah. So in a sense, if you're Undying, you're out of Chrono, you see someone get Chrono, you can still yeet save.
Yeah, you can.
Yeah, okay, so it's still stupid. Okay, got it.
Now, Clockwork Venomancer. All right. Clock very good against this Elder Titan. We saw Sab actually have a pretty good performance with the T, even though they lost. And this Venomancer pick, it's just so annoying. Like, it feels like one of those position 5s that doesn't necessarily win you the lane, but afterwards, it's just annoying. That hero is just Plague Wars moving around, the health reduction talent is good. It's growing on me. I hated the hero, but I think I'm slowly understanding why it's so good.
Yeah, the shard, at one point you get Ags as well. It's very nasty to deal with. You can flex it because, of course, Stinger plays it, but you could also put it onto Sacred for that matter. Clockwork, obviously, for Schofield because it just destroys Elder Titan, makes his entire game really rough to play, but then they add in the Drow Ranger, and Drow ET is always a nice lane, even though... Okay, so Drow's ulti removes... They both remove base armor, right?
Yeah, it doesn't remove, but ignores it.
Oh, ignores. Yeah, that's... Well,
yeah.
Elder Titan's one does remove it.
Yeah, it does remove it. So, in a way, it's not going to stack with each other, but usually, ETs don't have that good of a game, especially because it could also be a 5 ET. In that case, you're not going to get the eggs, you're not going to be, like, close to apply the minus armor aura. But it's a really strong hero, you know. It destroys people in lane. It has even more impact now with the Twin Gates as well in the way that you can use your spirits. So I do like it.
It is definitely a fun hero. You know, we saw, of course, as you mentioned, Seb play it in the previous series. DY is a spammer of the hero. Loves to play it at any opportunity that he can. And with it eventually having like a shard and the Ags, it skills into late game. It counters a wide variety of heroes like the Morphling, like the TB, that one specifically, the hero that runs around with 300 armor, immediately all gone.
What's that hero you said?
I heard that it's some puddle of water that gets smacked, or so you'd think, but it's surprisingly still really, really powerful.
Yeah, that's one of the heroes that I thought actually deserved a bit of nerf. I'm not entirely sure it was picked yet on Riyadh, but we'll see if it does pop up. Now they remove a lot of the Gene Park heroes here. He played a match of Sven, although they lost against Secret, and TA is definitely one of his trademark heroes.
Yeah, TA is a scary one to deal with. Another, they're making sure, of course, that a couple of those Gym Park heroes are gone, and they keep in heroes that are weak against Drow. TB, Morphling. Of course, Morphling double up because with his Aghanim Scepter as well, you have that healing reduction that used to be his ridiculously OP shard.
Yeah, for sure. Now, Beast Coast, you're gonna have to show a core here, unless this Venomancer is a core. But you probably want to keep the flex, so you're either picking an offlaner that flex to a different position, or you're picking your mid hero. Yeah, that's Timber, offlane that flexes to mid.
It's also, even with the nerfs, I would say the nerfs weren't hard enough on the hero. It does make it a little bit weaker laning stage wise, which was kind of ridiculous. But it evens it out a little bit more. I still think that it might have needed a bit more of a nerf because the hero is just ridiculously strong. I don't really necessarily. I mean, the plus is it has really good armor gain that's not base armor, so it doesn't really care that much about Drow Ranger's ulti.
Yeah, for sure. And like most mid heroes, it really doesn't matter at all for mid Timber, I believe, because like you go bottle anyways. This hero gets so many levels in the mid lane anyways that it's not gonna matter. I think for offlane Timber, it does matter a bit, which is why I mean it's tough saying that they're gonna give this to Dark Mago because I don't remember him playing the Timber mid. But I think most teams would actually prefer to have it mid, although now LC Sky gets picked up. Really good counter to that Timbersaw.
Yeah, the duel into Mystic Flare combo, of course, very solid. It also threatens away any spirits for Beast Coast to be played, considering Sky's Silence is one of the best counters to a bunch of heroes, even though they banned out the 3 heroes that really hate it the most, I would say. But yeah, Legion Commander is a very solid choice because, of course, the biggest problem dealing with Timbersaw is holding him down, and the rest of their lineup has no way of holding him down. Elder Titan's got the Stomp, which is kind of okay. Drow has no way to stun him and hold him in play, so you're going to need to get some heroes that do exactly that job. Probably need a mid laner that also does something in the trend, like a DK. You're playing against Timbersaw, so probably not a DK, but a hero in that trend of being able to keep the enemies in place, otherwise Timbersaw is hard to control. I do like Legion Commander as well because you're playing against Veno, but the Veno Shard is really problematic for LC.
Yeah, I would love to see some tanky. Yeah, I was actually going to say CK. Goddamn, they beat me to it, but anything that's tanky, the lifesteal CK against duo is awesome. The lane is going to be powerful as well. I think this is probably the best option. I was kind of not confident they're going to pick it just because Gene Park has a very specific hero pool, but even after seeing him play Gyro today, like anything, he's going to play anything if he went for Gyro this early into the tournament. I love the pick. A very strong hero that I think is underrated this patch also.
It's an interesting one playing it against Legion Commander. Laning wise, it's great, but the moment you get illusions involved, LC is the illusion destroyer, but CK illusions are significantly tankier than other illusions, and most of this game is just going to be running down the Drow. I don't really see anything else for Beast Coast than just keep blinking on Drow Ranger and smacking her away.
Yeah, whenever the CK gets blink, killing Skyref is so easy, killing the Drow is really easy. I do like this pick quite a lot, and they're probably going to give Dark Mago the last pick here. Not the greatest thing in the world when you consider that he doesn't have that wide of a hero pool, but the CK was probably going to get banned, so I understand why they went for it in the 18 slot here.
Yeah, that is, of course, the big question. They can still flex the Timbersaw in towards the offlane. It's okay, I guess, against the Drow Elder Titan with the Clockwork backing him up. And at one point you can let the Clockwork roam around as much as he wants. But mid Timbersaw, offlane Timbersaw, we still have the flex. Xtreme Gaming, not so much. Their heroes are kind of set in stone. Offlane LC, Drow range is safe. ET5, Sky 4.
I do like the Snapfire ban here. It's definitely a growing hero, and it is a hero that Dark Mago plays. He did play Snapfire in the past. It's one of those universal heroes that started growing after the nerfs to the classic ones, the Void Spirit, the Wind Ranger. Snapfire still looking strong as hell.
Level 25.
Oh yeah, everyone saw that quest game, right? Everyone saw that. I mean, you were casting, so you definitely remember it all.
It was a lengthy game. They had like 9 rapiers, and they were lying all over the floor. It was fun, but my God, that drained me.
Yeah, I don't blame you. That was a long one, but I was watching, I was entertained. And they do take the Tiny, so if they feel this Timbersaw is going to be offlane, Xtreme, they're going to go for Wind Ranger.
Hard to kill for Beast Coast.
Yeah, I mean, CK struggles against that. Hard to itemize into MKB. Your illusions don't do anything. And even if you do get the MKB, the X gives you, 60% physical reduction. So, very good game for the Wind Ranger.
I think rather than MKB, he'd probably get a Nullifier soon.
Yeah, Nullifier looks good here.
But yeah, now the question is, what is Beast Coast going to be putting in towards their mid lane to deal with the Wind Ranger? I've also seen SFs completely badger Wind Rangers out the game.
Wouldn't mind that. The spirits are tough, as you said. So, maybe some Kunkka. Just go full tanky here. Can get a Halberd for the LC for the draw.
Would be kind of non-existent, though. I'd rather see a DK. They are going to go with Kunkka.
There we go, Beast Coast. Don't listen to DK. I love this Kunkka pick.
The thing is, I love Kunkka as a hero because of his toolkit. I just don't. I always see it lose, and that kind of makes me doubt it every single game I see it being played. Because I'm like, it's a good Kunkka game because, Torrent, X-Mark, blah, 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 the entire shebang. And then in comes mid-game to late game, and you see the Kunkka running around not being able to touch anyone.
Yeah, I can see that. But, when Dark Mago plays a hero, he's super greedy. He gets some ancient stacks. And I don't remember Beast Coast playing this hero in dispatch with double ancient stacks as well. So there's definitely some potential for him to scale. It could be too greedy, though, when you consider that you have Jim Park in your team, and there's also a Timbersaw off lane. Overall, the cores in Beast Coast, even though I think they're very good and they answer this issue of eventually Xtreme Gaming is going to cap their damage output, and if they cannot burst people down, the fights get really hard for them. But if these cores are not farmed enough, they can die and they can look useless. Kunkka, as you said, not a hero that particularly likes playing from behind. I'm excited, though. This game's very fun. Some different heroes popping up. The CK and the Kunkka primarily. I do favor Beast Coast draft, though.
The problem I see with Beast Coast is CK kind of has to one-shot them. He needs to one-shot Papa or Ghost or DY or Xingqiu. JT is probably a little bit tougher. And I also don't know what build Dark Mago is going to go for, because you're probably going to be looking at Water Park Kunkka combined with more aggressive Timbersaw that doesn't go for the auras because you have Water Park Kunkka behind you, and then the CK to bring damage. They could overwhelm them because they are up against a squishy lineup, but if they do manage to get out of range, that's where I see the problems really come through, because catching a Wind Ranger is really tough. Their lineup is not the best suited for it. They have some tools, but you're going to need stuff like a Nullifier and such. So the initial... They need to engage. They can't get engaged on. Granted, they have an incredibly good team to engage with, of course. Timbersaw, probably with a blink. CK, pretty much with a blink. And, of course, the Clockwork that gives you vision, together with the Venomancer that gives you vision.
Yeah, I think this X into hookshot's super scary for the Wind Ranger. I'm very curious to see how Paparazzi is going to itemize this game, because you need BKB, but you're still going to struggle against the cogs, against the hookshot. So if this is a game where he's not playing with an advantage, this could be kind of a tough game for Windranger. Although, this Drow hero, more and more, like at the beginning of the patch, I thought that the hero was, dead after they nerfed the shard and they made it the eggs. But it still looks really freaking strong. You can never doubt this Drow.
Yeah, it takes a little bit longer to get, but you also get that little lift up on the hill shenanigan added in, and it is very, very potent in your approach going forward. Do you think there's a specific time limit here for Beast Coast, or are they comfortable at any stage of the game?
I think it's actually extreme on a timer. I feel like Beast Coast, if they lose the lanes, there's a chance they can be overwhelmed by this Drow. Oh, speaking of the Drow, poor Ghost is gonna become a Ghost in no time here.
Yeah, first blood for Sacred. Timbersaw a pretty happy camper with that one. The bounties are also 3 bounties for Beast Coast. That's not a bad start for the game at all.
I mean, this is insane. The Timbersaw, we kind of talked about how it's slightly greedy to have him in the offlane instead of mid. But he starts with a Bracer now, already has the Soul Ring queued up. This is the dream start. This is probably the lane that could struggle the most for Beast Coast. And now it's already a bit better.
Yeah, you've got Schofield running down Ghost and DY the entire time. Yeah, they need lane equilibrium on their side on Xtreme Gaming. If Clockwork gets on top of you at any stage later down the line, the Drow and the Elder Titan cannot do anything to try and repel him.
For sure. The clock is a big part of the equation. Also, carrying that Blood Grenade, it makes it even easier to close the gap. And, I mean, you're talking about creep equilibrium. It's already slightly going towards Beast Coast. This mid lane, I do think it's also Kunkka favored. At least in the past, before Windranger was Universal Hero, it used to be. Now, you do have more base damage as the Windranger, but you still struggle. I think she also has less HP than before in the earlier stages, so the cleave is super annoying.
Yeah, it's one of the pretty standard counters to Windranger. The only problem, of course, it's the only time anyone ever picks a Kunkka in this batch. So he could force the TP out towards his tier 1, so he's not too happy, but with reactive armor level 1, tanking up the creeps will get himself that extra HP regen. Should sustain his lane pretty easily. And Ghost is trying to do the same, but he does not have that sustain.
Yep, range heroes. They do not like tanking those creep waves. That's, usually melee versus melee would struggle against Drow Ranger, but that first blood paired with the fact that, it's a clock makes things a bit awkward here for Xtreme. Now, this bottom lane, I do feel like the Legion has potential to win. People say, oh yeah, Legion Commander deals with illusions, but the thing is, not only the CK illusions are tanky, they also take 100% damage. It's not like other illusions. So overwhelming odds is not going to do that much later into the game, but early on it's strong. And in the lane, I also feel like the CK does struggle to out-sustain. I mean, any hero struggles to out-lane LC.
They do 100% damage, but they take 325, so they still take a lot of the overwhelming odds. Right. But level 1, you only get 1 illusion, so it's not really that problematic. If you're at like level 3 or something with the LC, and then you get hit by the overwhelming odds, that becomes a little bit more problematic. But in general, I think Legion Commander is in a good spot this patch with the overwhelming odds damage. Zincu, though, bottom lane is going to get smacked by Jim Park, who immediately starts to Chaos Strike the living bejesus out of JT, and they force him back. Doesn't have a point to impress the attack, so can't even get rid of the Venomancer's nasty Venomous Gale the entire time.
Yeah, I mean, this guy is going to be so sad this game, because usually you want to play this hero and just burst down cores. Like, if you can kill supports, it's fine, but he's going to struggle to kill these cores, and he's also food for most of them. The Axe is really easy to control him, and the CK, as you said, once he gets the Blink, can also quickly deal. This is going to be a game where I don't think he's going to be able to afford an Atos. Might be forced into a Force Death or a Ghost Scepter. We'll see how it's going to itemize.
Oh, Jim Park taking a lot of damage in the bottom lane. Zincu, of course, has nasty magic damage to use and to bully them out. And Venomancer is not really a lane dominating support. It can be, but it just right-clicking wise, it's very weak. You also have a Skywrath Mage that has incredible movement speed comparative to a Venomancer.
Yeah. The LC was a good response. LC and the Sky were a good response to the Venomancer, but kind of smart from beastcoast to pick the supports early. Usually, if you have last pick, you don't see the two supports in the first phase. But maybe... Oh, Jim Park just dies here.
Okay. JT gets his level 4, press the attack, will be able to heal up as well, and will be just fine. Yeah, it's also the CK, it is a Jim Park hero, but it's not a flash farming hero, which is something that could be problematic. It's a fighting safe laner, and normally he goes for the flash farm, ghost top lane, chopped down by Sacred. So top lane's going really well for the side of Beast Coast. Struggled at the beginning, but they are making sure that Ghost, at the very least, does not get good farming time.
Mid lane quite even as well, but you can see the HP of Paparazzi already struggling. Once you get to level 3, level 5, the Wind Ranger does start to feel the hurt, that blade of the Kanka. And that's when I think, controlling runes is going to be hard for Paparazzi, which is a big part of playing Wind Ranger mid. We're just going ham here on Ghost.
The Timbersaw feels indestructible, and he also has a Soul Rings, an extra Mango. He's got a lot of damage to pump out. The Silence actually misses Sacred. Ghost in trouble. He's going to get battery assaulted down, and he's even trying to just get a right click before he falls. 2 deaths in a row. Timbersaw underneath the tower does not fear anything, while in the meantime, JT does get taken down bottom lane, so Beast Coast still... alive and kicking here, and it's Sacred that is taking the lead. Chop, chop, he says. Double kill in the top lane for the Beast Coast players.
Dude, I cannot emphasize how that first blood is important for Sacred. In a game where that first blood doesn't happen, there's no freaking way Timbersaw should be in a killing spree like this. He's just having a time of his life, and it's bleeding to the other lanes. Like, you have this ET TPing mid to refill the Paparazzi bottle. Like, Drought's gonna have to jungle. I don't know.
TP.
Oh no.
That's painful, and yeah, it's looking really good for Beast Coast right now.
Right. I mean, yeah, I was wondering whether Jim Park would go Midas. You said, you talked about the hero not being a flash farmer. But if they're just rolling with the early game like this, you don't really have to. You can just go for the standard armlet Echo Saber, and you should be fine.
Yeah, I'm actually curious what Jim Park is going to build into. Is it? I assume he also likes to upgrade towards the Harpoon.
Yeah, Harpoon's really good in this hero, as we do see the Venomancer dying, but did get the Wisdom Room, so Stinger probably happy about that.
Not too bad of a trade. The Wisdom Rune is
TP top.
Incredible value. Top side, underneath the tower. Ghost ship. Keeps Sacred going with the rum buff. And Paparazzi is now in a bit of trouble. Has Windrun in a second, but is caught inside the cogs. Windrun has been used as well. It's going to be on cooldown. In comes the drag back of the nasty Chakram. He's going for DY, who's trying to get a couple of right clicks in. The slow from the Rocket Flare keeps DY slowed down, but a bit of a mistake there on the pathing for Sacred will cost him his life. Nonetheless, they got the Papa kill. And they make that a 3-for-1 trade topside with currently this Ghost Drow Ranger just absolutely annihilated. 4 deaths already.
Yeah, that was one thing I didn't have time to talk in the draft. That picking the Drow early, it's very confident. It showcases that they believe in the hero. But if he has a bad lane, this hero struggles so much to come back. It's just. Not a flash farmer as well, as they find JT here.
Bottom lane, Sacred charging forward. He's got the Chakram still out. Dueled up. Sacred in trouble. Is going to get taken down. First duel victory coming through, and Stinger's a second one down. This time, Beast Coast, they thought that they were immortal, but with quick TPs coming through, and the fact that this Legion commander is very tanky with a double bracer and infused raindrops, they could not at all clear JT.
Yeah, a little bit greedy, but look at Ghost. They know where he is. They know where the other heroes are.
Dark Mago, go ship.
Oh,
Silence!
though.
Oh, but the timing was still on point for Dark Mago. Stomp in response, DY running forward. Do they have the damage? They need one more rotation of a core to make this happen, but that will not come to fruition.
They had a TP on Legion, but no duel, so no point to really commit that TP. I mean, stuff like Drow Ranger's not a hero. 0 and 5, level 5.
It's got Clockwork's net worth, pretty much, which is not great to see. Paparazzi's going to get hook-shotted. Speaking of the Clockwork, he gets the catch onto Papa. Wind Ranger in a world of hurt. It's going to get taken down. Schofield gets that kill secured. Duel comes out, immediately finishes it off with that overwhelming odds. Looking for more. Double kill secured. Sacred wants to 1v everything this, and it would be possible considering the mana on Xtreme Gaming is pretty much gone. They will lose Papa, but at least JT is having a very solid game on the Legion Commander.
Yeah, definitely picking up the slack a little bit. And, you know, that's not a bad trade for Xtreme at the end of the day. Sure, you lose a core, but 2 supports that are very farmed, as you said. Clock has the network of Drow Ranger, but this is pretty decent for Xtreme. Obviously not ideal, but it's better than nothing.
And Jim Park, yep, going for the Echo Saber. No big surprise. Has the armlet first, though, because, well, it's one of the few heroes that still toggles. Guess the other one would be Huskar. That's about it. I don't think anyone else picks up an armlet anymore.
Lifestealer sometimes.
No one plays Lifestealer, so that doesn't count.
True. I mean, the Iracho sometimes. You know, when they want to win as gaming gladiators, they do pick the hero.
Juggernaut's just a better version.
Yeah.
And so is Bloodseeker. It's also a better Lifestealer. Sacred.
Top lane.
JT with the longest chase ever.
I was like, does he have a blink? Oh, that would be really good. But nope, he's going for the Blade Mail still. Has a long way to go.
I think you can get the possible Ancient Seal Silence. Could be nice. Schofield misses his hook shot. Gets dueled up. Mystic Flare comes up on top. Do they have the damage to kill off Schofield? It gets soaked up by Sacred. Keeps him alive. Schofield dropping low. Will finally die. And they get JT in response. Inq trying to juke his way through the trees. It's actually working out, and he, in front of them, swaps out his crown so that he can quickly get some mana from his magic wand. That is ballsy right in front of your opponents.
Alright. Yeah, gotta be careful. But it was not a U scepter, so it's fine. If it's just a crown, you don't have to worry about it.
Yeah,
that's a boomer meme, but the boomers in the chat are gonna know what I'm talking about.
Who was that again? Was that?
That was Kyle.
Yeah, that was Kyle. I miss the complexity lineup.
Yeah, dude, I love complexity. They tried so hard
to make the double brother combo work.
Yeah, it was a good storyline.
Unfortunately, they still do compete in CS:GO, but Dota has been dead to them for quite some time.
Well, how's Ghost looking here? He has a Falcon Blade. You know, he's slowly distancing himself from Schofield, so that's good. But he needs 15 minutes, and I mean, we talked about Drow hating those gap closers. There's gonna be a Blink Dagger soon.
Oh, Papa. Not again. The Cogs! The pesky Cogs in response, though. Duel onto Dark Mago gets taken down. Paparazzi staying alive. Schofield, they can't do anything. Even the CK illusion was summoned, but Phantasm comes out too late, and it's Beastco is going too deep, and Xtreme Gaming, they had 3 heroes waiting for the gank attempt in mid. They were just waiting for Papa to get jumped. Ready at all times.
Yeah, I was refraining from saying anything because Beastco, they were looking really good, but a lot of the skirmishes that they got recently, they were not clean. They were losing heroes, and it was fine because they're killing very important cores, but they gotta be careful. You don't want to be, feeding away Dark Mago like that. At least Dream Park was able to disengage. But, this is only a 1k goal lead now. Sure, the Drow's still in the gutter, but I can see a world where this LC with a Blink and the Wind Ranger made a lot of space for Ghost to eventually bounce back.
I'm just a little bit afraid of, late game potential of CK. Obviously, he still has that one-shot potential, but once items come into place, like Aeon Discs and whatnot, the hero does have a rougher time going forward when Hurricane Pikes and Force Staffs and everything to kite him around will be added in. He is still going for the Echo Saber. Yeah, he's just not going to be able to join anytime soon.
He's going to get a nullifier.
Obviously, but Ghost, he's in trouble and he's going to get jumped up. Can they help him out? No, they cannot. JT runs in, considering to duel. Dark Mago actually has a Blade Mill of his own. There's going to be the duel, but who is winning that duel? Indeed, Dark Mago, the victor. Coming through. Now they need to get back. Zinq is going to get X-Mark torrented up. Sacred's aggressive. Sacred is angry. With the Shackle Shot though onto Dark Mago, he is still very tanky, but not tanky enough. DY staying close to him with the Natural Order. Armor reduction is always a nice addition. Stinger, Power Shot missed, and now Paparazzi, can he get himself out of there is the question. Stomp comes into play. Schofield, will they go back in for that kill? Indeed, Ghost is here, gets the Shackle Shot. Nice job, Paparazzi. Root onto Sacred, but in comes the CK and Ghost. That's a double deather in a row. Sacred continuing. Triple kill for Timbersaw. Hero has not been nerfed enough.
Yeah, not if it's Sacred playing. Those SA offlaners, you know, people love to talk about Whispers Timbersaw, but Sacred has a mean one as well. It was a good fight from Xtreme, to be honest. Like, the Skyrift Mage bought a lot of time. He sidestepped all of Sacred spells, so he was not really focusing, which allowed the Kanka to die, which bought time for everyone to come back, but eventually Jim Park joined the fight. We talked about it in the draft. He is really good at farming, but he knows when it's a good time to fight as well. He very rarely takes bad fights.
Well, JT with a little bit of a mistake there on the duel. Actually is skipping off finishing off the Blade Mill. Instead wants to rush that Blink Dagger to be able to be more active sooner.
Yeah, it's tough because he could have had it much earlier, but maybe he thought he could get away with the Blade Mail. Just having that, 1,000 gold item there doesn't feel good.
It definitely doesn't feel too good for Xtreme. The net worth advantage is actually not that big, so it's not the end of the world. The problem is that Ghost is bottom of the cores, and it's going to take a long time before he has a 4-staff, and considering both Ghost and Paparazzi have just been smacked this game by Schofield's cogs, they really need 4-staffs on so many heroes on the Xtreme Gaming side.
But I'll be honest, I was checking on the gay ballmeter here, and it's actually only a 56% win probability chance for beastcoast. So I'm honestly surprised. I would say it's more like 70%.
You do have stuff like Silver Edges coming into the late game, which for the Drow, this would be a very good one against the CK and against the Timbersaw later down the line. But yeah, it is not too far ahead, but they are now 6k. It starts to get rough, considering CK is supposed to be a hero that is struggling in the farming department, and he is top net worth right now.
Yeah, that is true. Had a fantastic laning stage. Sure, died one time, but in the grand scheme of things, doesn't seem to matter at all. Now I'm curious to see if he's going to get the Blink Dagger. He's very close to it, or if he's going to finish the Echo Saber into the Harpoon. That's the biggest choice he has to go for right now.
Yeah, I don't play CK, or Safe Lane for that matter, so I have no idea. I also don't ever play against it, because my opponents like to be mean and pick meepo. So, no clue what
Maybe
he's going to
get hard. He's waiting enough time here. Probably not going to get either of those.
Or Silver Edge just to be a sneaky devil and hunt them.
True. I think he's buying a Reaver. He's just saving. Oh, yeah,
there we go. Big tanky Jim Park right now. Hard to kill. Wind Ranger doesn't... well, has decent damage, of course, because Rod of Atos, and it's a universal hero, but it's going to take some time. Hookshot comes in. Paparazzi trying to get himself away. The Stomp is not going to keep the illusions at bay, and Paparazzi dragged all over the place will be smacked down. Dark Mago gets that kill, and they'll turn their attention towards the tier 2 tower in mid. Yeah, Ghost is still nowhere to a point where he can actually engage. But they're going to go in for the duel against Jim Park. Dragback comes through, and they smack him down. Yep, it's percentage-based damage coming out from the ET, Alti, JT, dragged up. That sacred damage, though. It's nasty. Schofield tries to hold them at bay. Dragged into the cogs. This play, the combo coming out, charging for it is JT, looking for Schofield. Sacred, though, his sleep has just ended. And JT is juking his way through. He's actually wanting to go back in on towards Sacred, but Sacred is very elusive. He already built up a blink very early into this game to keep on disengaging.
The Scarif Mage combo with the Natural Order is so nasty. You get twice amplified from the Ancient Seal as well as the Natural Order. It's insane how much damage the Mystic Flare dealt with all the spells there. As tanky as Jim Park is, you do gotta be careful. Still, pretty sizable gold advantage, but JT is keeping them in the game. He's making so many good moves, so many good duels, but you gotta be careful.
It's pretty remarkable so far. They are also gonna need some Force Staffs on the side of Beast Ghost. Another duel. JT on 60 dual victory damage. Actually did not choose his level 10 talent of 8+8 dual bonus damage, which is kind of surprising. It tends to be an immediate, level 10 pickup for most Legion commanders.
Right. Maybe he... Yeah, I'm honestly... I guess he felt like he needed more pressing attack, but the cooldown reduction's not that good. Mid lane though.
Oh, not again. Ghost Ship comes flying out. Doesn't have the wind run. Nice stomp to try and keep him alive. Papa's going to get dragged right in towards Jim Park and Dark Mago with... Honestly, I really love the fact that he went such an early shard.
Yeah.
We saw that in the previous fight against the Cogs from Schofield, where he dragged back in the Drow range. Like, you can make some filthy plays in the early game.
Sure, and it's that's why I love the Kunkka pick so much against the Wind Ranger. I know it's not a classic meta hero, but it's so good because this Wind Ranger is forced into a BKB only to survive. She's not gonna have any damage. After they nerf the damage of Focus Fire, the percentage aspect of it, you're just not doing any damage. You're only gonna pop BKB to live. Which if JT is farmed enough, they can find ways to come back, but it's not gonna be hard as they find UI.
And that could also be a free shard for them as well, which would extend their leads. Inq is going to get caught. Has the Force Staff now done, but with the X mark there is no disengage possible. And I guess tier 2 plus Tormentor will be coming in soon for Beast Ghost. I think Elder Titan's probably their best bet this game to hold high ground, because the Earth Splitter, especially if he gets the 25% of his experience added in, it's percentage-based damage, and you're playing against 3 incredibly tanky cores.
For sure. It's definitely going to be a big aspect of it. And even the Natural Order, can't really underrate how much, even the overwhelming odds damage and the Scarif Mage damage alongside Natural Order is going to look like. Oh, can they get Schofield here?
Nope, he is too slippery. He got himself a free shard from that Tormentor, and easy dippings coming out from the Clockwork.
Free Roach now as well. Jim Park's gonna yoink that Roach for himself. Has the hearts. Oh my.
First item, Ags Rush on Ven. The only thing he needs to do in a fight is run in and die, and then I have done my job.
Dude, I'll be honest. The win probability increased 1%. After the last 5 minutes. I'm very confused as why Gaben thinks this is still such a... I guess the high ground is really hard to breach, but...
I think that's it. I think the high ground is the problem. CK could use illusions, but you don't want to. Timbersaw with the shard is actually a little bit of a nice addition, and for the rest they have Plague Wards. Their high ground is horrible.
Yeah, it is. It is. 3 melee cores. And 3 melee cores that don't do that much siege damage. As farmed as CK is definitely not known for his ability to breach high ground. And now smoke here. Just the standard, I'm gonna kill one guy smoke from LC.
Yeah, they're looking to see if they can get a catch, but Schofield already dipped. And they won't be able to catch him. He also has the Yules going for the Wind Waker, a saving tool against what is essentially the only combo they have on the side of Beast Coast, but Dark Mago. No, JT is not there. It's just Syncue that's going to be forced to TP back to base. Ghost is still finding some farm. He is not really that farm, but it's some farm at the very least to make sure that he gets his Force Staff. Now is able to slightly better play the game. You're still going to get X marked. You're still going to get dragged back with the tidal wave. It's still not going to be pretty.
Yeah, I even wonder if the Hurricane Pike's the play here. Maybe just getting BKB or Eggs would be better, because the X is really hard. He's usually not going to be first point of contact, so maybe that's what he's thinking. But still, there might have been better options for him, as we do see BKB there just for the runaway on Paparazzi.
Well, at least he stays alive. He's going to finish up the Maelstrom to get that Gleipnir. A very solid tool against the CK, of course. Root up all of his Phantasm illusions. And then, if you keep them, like, away from the fight for 5 seconds, you normally kill them just with cleave damage.
Yeah. Very, very true. Mid lane looks like Beast Coast. Usually you don't see that first Aegis used to bridge high ground, especially when you have a pretty bad siege lineup. Let's see what he can do here. Could be dangerous.
Jim Park wants to summon his Phantasm illusions for some extra tower damage.
I guess they know BKB is on cooldown for Wind Ranger, so that is a big aspect they would like to use to defend this high ground.
JT so wants to blink into that entire grouping and use his overwhelming odds, but it would do like 300 damage to the really tanky melee core, so they don't really care. There's going to be a duel though coming through, and it's Dark Mago and Stinger both dead. This is a pretty big chance. Schofield on the side will be able to get the Yules up onto Ghost, who is now on the run. Jim Park is the scary one though. Ghost! Your team made such a big play, and Ghost gets caught in a very rough scenario. They could have otherwise maybe made more happen there.
Yeah, unfortunately, Ghost has really been a ghost this game. 0 and 9. I mean, it's tough. If you get the laning stage that he had, it definitely becomes hard to create impact. But I mean, I'll be honest. Beast Coast, they're not playing this as cleanly as I think they should or could. So there's always going to be a chance here, especially Legion here that can scale infinitely. You know, this Universal Heroes, they're a little bit worse in the early game, but they still scale beautifully if they get enough time.
Will they be able to get that time is the question. High ground pushing is just not happening. Jim Park looking for JT on the side. JT has a blink. He's just waiting for any moves. But this is the problem. Yep. He had that blink. It was actually... He was waiting for the CK to throw out a stun to, like, bait him in. But he forgot about the rocket flare coming in, damaging him, making sure he can't actually blink.
Yeah, really good play from Schofield there. Yeah, but that high ground still quite a tough cookie to crack. Age is about to expire, so I think it's in Bisco's best interest to just choke Xtreme, keep on farming, maybe wait a second Aegis, because you're gonna need more tools, I think, to bridge high ground. But Xtreme actually maybe waiting for this Aegis expiring time to get something going for them.
They do now have a Kunkka Halbert. So they got the extra disarm coming in, which is going to be a pretty big addition. Timbersaw in response. Sacred's got an Ags. So he's going to be a very annoying hero to deal with up the high ground. They go. Legion Commander Yulesed up. JT, BKB running away. But the Ags, yeah, indeed. He's chasing after Ghost. Ghost dies to the dot damage from Stinger. DY is going to be a second one down. Duel on the back end because Schofield runs out of position. And they will get a good stomp going. But the problem is there's a very dead Drow Ranger on the side of Xtreme Gaming. BKB pop going for Jim Park. Doesn't really take any damage, does he, Bowie? And JT in response takes a ton.
Alright. I mean, really good play from Beast Coast. They read the fact that they were smoking, and like the clock just literally ran into tier 4s. It's like, yeah, you want a duel, right? You want some extra damage. And sure, they get the duel, but that's a position 4 dying, and the heroes that matter stay alive. They get the kills, and they didn't even go mid, where it would be much easier to get barracks. Beast Coast, somehow, even after a couple hiccups, seem to be in total control of this game.
Yeah, they're a scary team. They're a very scary team. It doesn't help that Ghost, of course, has had probably the worst game in the last 2 years. But they are going to go in for Jim Park. Nice duel coming out, and JT looking for more. Dark Mago, the BKB gets popped. Sacred has his... well, technically his ulti sort of Aghanim Scepter effect going off. It's the reactive armor that he tried to make work, and the chase onto Dark Mago is not a very engage heavy hero. In trouble a lot of the time. Pushes back JT. The stomp holds them in place. Paparazzi joins in the fun. Ghost as well. They should have the damage to finally get the kill. And with the roots in, there is no disengage possible. The lockdown is there, and it is going to be a team wipe off of that duel from JT. It's, you know, you mentioned it, Bowie. It's that natural order, Mystic Flare, Wombo combo that they've got. Look at that JT damage.
I don't want to be a Nancy or anything like this, but you know, for the most part, Beast Coast, they could have gone mid, they could have got the free Rex and ditched. It would mean the LC is not ready for the duel there. You know, they're winning this game, but I wonder how this game will look like if they don't get the first blood. If Sacred doesn't have like the time of his life and Ghost literally doesn't get to play the game, because I do feel like they're making a lot of mistakes as Viscos. Even if they win this game, I wouldn't really discount Xtreme going to game 2. You know, as much of a stomp this can look like, I really feel like Viscos could have been playing a bit better.
Yeah, but on the other hand, they did force out a buyback on both JT and TY, and JT has been honestly the only one that has been bringing any impact into this game. He is 9-4-12, which is remarkable considering how rough this game has been going. But it is an Ags done on Ghost in a second. And then you've got the healing reduction, multi-shot, stand onto the hill. Pretty much his old shard added into the mix. It is pretty strong, especially for high ground defense.
Yeah, and I mean, we're talking about JT. He has 144 damage without the duel. I guess he did get the duel talent, but at level 15 something. So could had even more if he went for it earlier. He's doing a lot this game. Definitely the cornerstone, what kept them in the game so far. Now that there's BKB and Paparazzi, we're seeing a little bit more coming from him as well. But the start was pretty much him and this LET Sky. Oh, good hook shot.
Shot in onto Paparazzi, pops the BKB on the run. They're actually going to go in with the duel onto Dark Mago. Take down the Kunkka immediately. Sacred's got his Aghanim Scepter going, and boom goes the dynamite. Paparazzi gets blown up. Jimpark trying to catch up to Ghost, and instead sees Sinkyu. He's finding so many different targets. They're trying to disengage as much as they can. Paparazzi has rejoined the fight, and Paparazzi's going in for Jimpark. The CK is on the run. His BKB is ended. He's in trouble. He needs help, but the Timbersaw can't really help him right now. Jimpark, nah, there's no running away from Paparazzi. Nice dodge. Tries to turn this one around. Summons his illusions.
Oh, wow.
Papa, luckily enough, had the wind run at the ready, but it is a disaster coming through. Another buyback force out, but guess who is up? The big daddy right now. Roshan right in front of Xtreme Gaming.
Dude, I'm telling you, Beast Coast, they're going to be kicking themselves a bit after this game if they lose, because, I mean, it was not once, it was not twice. There were a lot of mess-ups this game. You know, they were always getting decent trades, but they were risking a lot for it. And they were doing that because they knew they were ahead. But now that the Kunkka, like, he melted. Even though he has BKB, he's like 3k HP, but the natural order ancient seal is incredibly strong. And it was not only the Kunkka that got silenced, Mr. Jimpark got silenced as well, and he was greedy with his BKB. He didn't want a BKB out of that, which meant he only joined the fight much later. And it meant that the fight was like where Xtreme's tier 2 tower would be. So they were way out of position chasing for that LC kill that they got, but it was a costly one.
And now DIY also has a shard, so he's got the Echo Stomp, Blink shenanigans, plus cooldown reductions, always nice. It's a nice one if he could get like to a point where he gets an Ags, but I guess for re-engaging on the enemy or chasing them down, it could be a very big addition. Only a 5k net with lead, and well, CK, they kited him that fight. Like 4 staffs and Rod of Atos and Hurricane Pikes, and they've got 1, 2, 3, 4. Well, 2 4 staffs, a Hurricane Pike. They got,
if the Kunkka dies, they're not going to be able to use the X to nullify all of those 4 staffs. So it was very intelligent of them to go for Dark Mago. Usually, you know, maybe a team would be scared of having enough damage to kill him, considering they're this far behind. But they do have the damage, dude. This ET Sky combo is like with the veil on top. Like, there's no way anyone's surviving that.
Yeah,
I guess they need a pipe on Beast Coast. Like, honestly, they need a pipe. Someone has to go for it. But they're going this Wind Waker route on the clock. I wonder if they're gonna maybe regret this.
I mean, it is a good saving tool if he... Because Duel gets rid of one enemy every single time at the start. Also, Dark Mago gets the TP away just before they catch up. But yeah, Duel is, like, they need to insta-kill you with Duel. So at one point, Nullifier is probably going to be needed for Xtreme Gaming, who is now taking the tier 1 tower in the bottom lane. That's still standing. That's how rough this game was for Xtreme. But they're almost tied up. I'm going to quickly check. And Gaben is giving the win percentage here to Xtreme Gaming right now.
And that's more than Beast Coast had pretty much. I guess they were at 76 at some point. But yeah, this is not looking good at all for Beast Coast. That Aegis is going to buy. Like, Xtreme, they don't have to do anything with this. If they can keep buying time, this is going to be, what, Lincoln Sphere done for the Drow Ranger, Eggs on the Wind. We talk how strong this is going to be for Wind Ranger. But they kind of Sacred here.
Oh, silence onto Schofield. Sacred's jumping in. They're trying to disengage. Sacred's doing a lot of damage. Xingqiu is in trouble, and Xingqiu is going to get blown up. Ghost TP's out.
Well.
Duel from JT that gives a duel victory again to Dark Mago. DY will be chopped up. Sacred. I mean, the Timbersaw is really the big, scary monster in this game. 16, 3, and 10 on Sacred. Jumping the backline. The supports cannot help their cores whatsoever.
Yeah, that's an awkward fight that they tried to force. Like, that was into a high ground where sure they had a couple of wards. Okay, wait a second as some vibe is going to be forced here.
Ghost can't get anywhere close. That's the problem, because otherwise Jim Park would just blink on top of him and nuke him down. Sacred, he's got the Ogre Seal Totem charging forward. He's single-handedly keeping 3 heroes at bay while they take care of the racks in mid.
Why go top, right? Let's go for another tier 3 tower. Dude, if they die again for a duo, I'm gonna lose my mind. Because top is a free lane of barracks.
Schofield's out of the map, but gets sent back right in front of Paparazzi. Nonetheless, Forstaff also has a Yules as well to try and stay alive. They need JT. They need that duel available right now, but JT, of course, had that dieback. So we'll finally be able to rejoin. Spot out where he is, and they'll back off. They actually want to re-engage. They smoked up on Beast Coast. Hook shot misses the mark. Papa still has Aegis for 25 seconds. That's a big timer. If they can kill him right afterwards, they know he does not have a buyback.
I don't want to wait the Aegis out.
JT, duel onto Schofield, and he gets that quick kill secured. A solo kill, but a BKB on cooldown, and no duel for 40 seconds. Mystic Flare gets thrown out. They're going to go for Jim Park here. Buyback from Schofield comes out. Jim Park, he needs his teammates coming through. And a lot of damage. It's actually the Chaos Knight that gets going to get taken down by Paparazzi, looking for more. He does not have a buyback available. Papa's going to turn his attention to the pesky little Venomancer who will drop dead. Sacred, that's the big tanky monster. Charging forward, they just need to kite him out, and it looks like it's going to be successful. They silence him up. Sacred's going to get pushed back. His Aghanim Scepter doesn't do anything. They're charging right into the monster's den. Dark Mago, I don't really know what you're supposed to do there. You went for Heaven's Help with Blade Mill. BKB, you got 0 damage, brother.
Oh my, I mean... yeah, I mean, you could just see how strong ET here is. Because Gene Park, he felt, alright, they used duel. There's absolutely no way I'm dying. No. The ET plus Mystic Flare, that was half of his HP, and he has 4.5k HP, so that's a lot. And I guess they felt like they had enough. But now it's them fighting on Xtreme territory. They were going up the high ground. They didn't really had any access to, TPs or anything of that sort. Paparazzi, he finally achieved a hero status, because he's been pretty quiet this whole game, but finally with the eggs, with this Mindbreaker, he does a lot of damage.
Yeah, the Mindbreaker pickup as well on a Wind Ranger. That's cheating. It's just too much value. Extra 45 magic damage on every attack. Well, the silence is always a nice one. But also during that entire fight, Ghost wasn't harmed. He just got his hypothermia stacks onto everyone. It kept shattering on towards the next hero. They just need way too much catch, which they're lacking. As you mentioned, Dark Mago is the only one that actually has the catch. Speaking of which, in towards mid, Silence, he's going to get dragged back towards his own spot, dueled up, Mystic Flare, BKB who? BKB what? It's supposed to reduce 50% of your magic damage, but in comes that pesky natural order, and it just does nothing.
Oh man, I mean, they still have, you know, lots of tier 2s on Beast Coast. They have a lane of barracks, but I'm going to be blunt. Like, they should have 2, because when they did get those kills, they went bottom when they could have gotten top. And yeah, as good of a performance Beast Coast had in, you know, the recent tournaments, this has been an off game. Some pretty interesting decisions. They can still win this game, but they really gotta fine-tune some of these decisions. It feels like they are playing from ahead, but this is an even game for 10 minutes now. And it still feel like they have this game in the bag. They feel like, I don't know, they're way too confident right now.
Gotcha onto Schofield. It does seem to be a nuisance that manages to get away. By the way, didn't even talk about this. Zincu, in the meantime, did manage to get himself an Aghanim Scepter, but also a level 2 bots. Just so that he can be there with JT if JT gets a catch every time. That is knowing exactly what your play is this game.
Yeah. What's the Scarif Mage move speed for you? Because here it says 345, and I'm pretty sure that's not correct.
For me, it's 55.
Okay, yeah, that's definitely... Oh, and he gets a Spell Prism as well. Really, really good item for him.
Next Roshi is going to be a big one. Jump up onto his high ground. Sacred, I don't really know what the plan was here. Duel comes out, CK loses as well, but Sacred's already gone! Everyone's got to disengage. Dark Mago is charging in, but the CK's not even there! Dark Mago, you lost the big boy. Ghost is going to get controlled up. They actually do manage to take him down. They still have Paparazzi without the focus fire at the ready. Dark Mago is dropping low. In comes Jim Park, but Gouda cheese! Let's go! Ham is the word here for Xtreme Gaming. They just smack him down. Stingers on the run. It's a little lonely Venomancer who does have a Trickster's Cloak. Gotta juke him, baby. Unfortunately, fortunately, might be able to stay alive right now as we get some freeze frames going on and the game goes on pause, but they kill off the pesky Ghost there, who is top net worth. Then again, he's died 50 times this game already. Not really the biggest threat this time around. The problem is, that fight, where was the communication, Bowie?
Yeah, for a while, it has been a bit off. Hookshot into the blinking Timbersaw. Just a very awkward fight. Just like the one they took on the right ancients from Xtreme Gaming, you have pretty much no vision. It was only this Plague Wars that came later. And you know, this is not the type of fight you take when it's an even game or when you're playing from behind. So very bold of Beast Coast. All things considered, it's even like surprising that Jim Park lives in the DQ Ghost. But this, like, what if Roche spawned instantly? It's almost gonna be an instant spawn.
Jim Park.
Oh,
Duel is
no.
up in a second. He's gonna get controlled up. And another catch comes out. They break the Lincolns with the Heaven's Halberd. They shackle shot him, take him down. It's a level 25 Legion commander right now, and JT is absolutely on fire. 80 seconds, no CK whatsoever. This comeback is actually really insane, especially considering how far ahead Beast Coast looked.
Yeah, dude, JT, this guy carried Xtreme in his shoulders. And what shoulders? Come on, 3-3-4 dual damage. And like, he also didn't get a good laning stage. It was just like the best out of Xtreme. All of the lanes were so bad for them. It's really hard to see a team come back from, you know, losing 3 lanes like that, but they managed to do it. They were very patient, and now they're gonna get third Roche. This is Ags as well for LC, maybe?
Yeah, only LC. Everyone else has an Ags in their team. So you get a cooldown reduction on Duel now. They take reduced damage from other sources. That's the only downside. But at this point, he's got 334 attack damage, so he doesn't really need the extra damage coming in from his team.
Yeah, probably not. All right, so he gets the cooldown reduction is big. Honestly, it's definitely worth all of that. It feels like he can get those solo kills, as you said, and even gets a ninja gear, man. JT has the stars aligned here to pretty much win this game. They're still tier 2s up. That's the only thing kind of keeping beastcoast in this game.
Yeah, and I mean, Sacred's been remarkable this game, but he can't do it all on his lonesome. The impact from the CK has just not been there after the early game. It's just, he had that one little fight in mid where he joined a bit later, but afterwards, they get their items, they kite him around, they got the Heaven's Halberd on the Legion Commander now as well, so they make sure that the big CK does not get the damage in. It's not easy, but they're trying to play a smoke gank onto Dark Mago here. Jump forward, Sacred, Mystic Flare comes out, takes a heavy amount of damage. Duel comes out onto Dark Mago. The Kunkka gets controlled, did get all of spells off, but does it really matter? No, it does not. A duel victory.
They have no
for JT.
buybacks.
And all 3 no buyback. Shackle shot onto Stinger. Make that all 4 no buyback. Barker. Where is he even? Okay, he's farming up in the top side. Yeah, this is it. JT the King. Terrible late. He even decided not to finish up his blade mill because he realized there's only one play possible. We gotta duel them out of existence.
Yep, and they're gonna kill this Ancient out of existence. I mean, I don't think there's a play. This is just GG. 40 seconds is the lowest respawn timer. Green Park is farm, but not enough to put an end to this. I guess it's... oh my lord.
That's just it. That game, Paparazzi had a rough time. Ghost had a terrible time that game. It was just JT, DY, and Zinq that got them to the point where Ghost had the time of his life farming, got to a point where he finally had his Aghanim Scepter, Hurricane Pike, all the tools necessary. Same with Paparazzi. He needed that BKB, got it, died significantly less. But it's the 2 supports and the offlaner that did the heavy lifting for Xtreme Gaming.
I mean, do you remember a single game where a carry is 0-10 and the team won, a professional game and the team won the game? I just cannot remember a game like that. And I know I don't want to sound like a broken record, but I feel like this is beastcoast's game to lose. Like all of the cores, like everyone played well individually, but the fights that they chose to take, the way they took those fights, they're way too cocky, way too sloppy. They had everything to win this game, I believe. They were just not patient enough. And Xtreme Gaming, I think they deserved this win. They made use of the mistakes of beastcoast, and this is not the type of match you want to be losing. We talked about how the groups work. You want to be that top 2 to make sure you're guaranteed towards the group stage. Being that bottom 4, it's not going to cut it. It's going to be risky.
I mean, it's not the end in the world, but yeah, as you mentioned, it does become risky because then you are not guaranteed in towards the next stage. But Xtreme Gaming, they needed this win. They were 1-3 before this, and now 2-3. So they're looking pretty okay if they manage to get the second win here. And then in the series afterwards, up against Quest, a lot's on the line for these teams. There's a $50 million prize pool. I would definitely try my best and see how far they can go. Xtreme Gaming, I love to see what they got. Their laning stage was kind of horrible. Yeah, that's just it. Their laning stage was just kind of horrible. But their decision-making afterwards seemed on point. They knew who to target. They knew what their game plan was, and they executed it as best as they could. Whereas beastcoast, they definitely felt like they were in disarray. You had moments where, Jim Park dies at the start of the fight, and you see Dark Mago going in to right-click people, or you see Sacred getting blown up, and the exact same Dark Mago is like, I'm a right-click. You see Parker running away from the fight. He summons his illusions and runs away, and then you see just Dark Mago rushing forward. Where you're thinking, what's the call there? What happened? Because Sacred's dead, fight's over. That's just run.
Yeah,
run.
maybe Discord was turned off. I don't know. The communications definitely seem a bit off for Beast Coast. But yeah, let's see how Game 2 is going to pan out. As you said, 5 million on the line. So every game is going to be important. And Xtreme Gaming, they take it. It's theirs. They earned it. Game 2 is it's gonna say a lot, I think, because it could mean Xtreme Gaming, was kind of back into possibly taking top 2. Beast Coast, they definitely wanted to do it. Losing here puts them in a pretty precarious position. It's gonna make them tie with, I guess, almost tie with Xtreme.
Yeah, it's not a great position for them to be in, but of course, those moments in the late game phases, that's where you get to see the fatigue set in. As we previously mentioned, all the teams today have to play 8 matches in a row. Yes, you have a couple of pauses in between, but that's just really taking a toll on these players, and that might be a problem here for Beast Coast as well, that fatigue starts to set in and they start to have some issues with that. Hopefully, some water in the face, some quickly bio break or something to get themselves sorted for game number 2, which of course we'll be going towards in a short break. We'll see you then.
Dragging us down, face on the ground. Still we're so proud, just look at the crowd. Making some noise, making some sound. We ain't got a choice, they're hearing us now. Through dirt in our eyes for us. Oh, actually, I'll try, actually, I'll fight for us. Dragging us down, face on the ground. Still we're so proud, just look at the crowd. Making some noise, making some sound. We ain't got a choice, they're hearing us now. Through dirt in our eyes for us. Oh, actually, I'll try, actually, I'll fight for us. so proud, just look at the crowd. Making some noise, making some sound. We got a choice, they're hearing us now. Paradise through dirt in our eyes for us. Oh, actually, I'll try, actually, I'll fight for us. Dragging us down, face on the ground, but still we so proud, just look at the crowd. Making some noise, making some sound. We got a choice, they're hearing us now. Paradise through dirt in our eyes for us. Oh, actually, I'll try, actually, I'll fight for us. Dragging us down, face on the ground, but still we so proud, just look at the crowd. Making some noise, making some sound. We got a choice, they're hearing us now. Paradise through dirt in our eyes for us. Oh, actually, I'll try, actually, I'll fight for us. so proud, just look at the crowd. Making some noise, making some sound. You got a choice, they're hearing us now. Paradise through dirt in our eyes for us. Oh, actually, I'll try, actually, I'll fight for us.
Welcome back, ladies and gents. That was an exhilarating game number 1 where Xtreme managed to come back pretty impressively. My name is Xtreme and I'm joined by Bowie. And, well, Bowie, what really was the biggest problem in game number 1?
I think it was lack of patience from beastcoast. It was just, yeah, I think they were having too much fun. You know, there's definitely something as having too much fun in a game. When they got their first line of barracks, they got a tier 3 tower, then they went for another lane to get barracks. They died there. So only after they went for the high ground the third time, they actually got a 2 full lane of barracks when they should have 2 by that point. Just some, bad fights, bad decision making. I feel like skill wise and draft wise, they definitely outperformed what Xtreme Gaming had there. But at the end of the day, it's all about outperforming the draft, outperforming the lane. You gotta kill the ancient. And Xtreme, they're very patient. They're very humble, and when it mattered, they fought. And sure, they got a little bit lucky with that second Roshan spawn time right after a fight. But it is what it is.
Yeah, the game's a lot about min-maxing, and they maxed it after that laning stage because that was just... Ghost has had one of his worst games. Still, at the end of that game, his damage output was pretty reasonable. He was 4th in his team, but then, on the other hand, like Xingqiu on that Skywrath was remarkable. JT as well. Every single duel came through. You also had Xingqiu with the Ag, so most of the time when they blink dueled... let's say the Kunkka, the Mystic Flare also hit onto Stinger, and Stinger just died. Like, the Venomancer just died to the Mystic Flare instantly afterwards. So, really good performance coming out from both the supports in JT in game number 1, even though their laning stage definitely needed some work, because they kind of... Well, they beyond struggled. JT, luckily enough, had a pretty okay lane. It wasn't as it could have been a lot worse for him, but he had a pretty okay lane against Gym Park. But that mid lane was rough, but their safe lane on the side of Xtreme needed a lot of work to make that one happen. Sacred should probably not be able to play on the Timbersaw again. I think that hero is just too strong still.
Yeah, it does go back to that first blood as well, right? I do feel like the lanes would be a bit easier for Xtreme if the first blood from Sacred didn't happen. Because, yeah, it's Timbersaw, it's Sacred that gets it, it's in a lane, he should struggle a bit. But I would love to see Xtreme either picking Timber for themselves or taking it out. If I remember the bans, there are definitely a couple of bans. I think there was a Mars ban. I really feel like Mars isn't as strong of a hero as Timber is.
I think Mars is scary, considering who you're playing against, because of course Dark Mago always has that flex potential, and he is one of the few people that still likes to play the mid Mars. But I don't think necessarily that, yeah, indeed, as you said, that has to be your focus. Dark Mago is a great player, but Dark Mago is he gets Parker to the spot where Parker wins the game kind of player. And like, Parker's the scary one. This game, he wasn't playing on his usual heavy farming core, where eventually he's 10k ahead of any other core in the game and then he just runs you down. So I assume they're going to try and swap it so that they have the late game advantage in that regard. You know, pick him his TA, pick him his TB, pick him anything that goes for that late game farm. I think that's the only swap that they might be making. For the rest, they played really well. If they stick to their game plan, they definitely have a scary lineup to contest with. I mean, even in that game, I would say Schofield on the clockwork, the entire early game was him. Just constantly catching paparazzi, catching ghosts, knocking them down, pushbacks coming into play. It was really well planned, but I'm still just going to say it was fatigue for Beast Coast at the end. Lose focus for a bit and it all crumbles.
Yeah, and it's just the beginning. We still have more matches to go. And you can't forget, Xtreme, they're just as tired. I'm not sure if their games were maybe a bit shorter than Beast Coast, but both sides are tired. That excuse only goes, to a certain point. And I think this is a big confidence boost here for Xtreme. With a better draft, I can see them actually taking this 2-0, and that would be big for them. Really, really big.
Of course, what we are all waiting for, and I think all the other streams are currently waiting for, is to get through the queue. There were some problems with the Dubai server, so we swapped over towards the Indian server. The Indian server might be slightly overcrowded, so there are queue times in place. So yeah, that's why everything is taking a little bit longer. The other servers are just too far away for these players to play with. Otherwise, you're going to look at like 100 ping, pretty much 80 to 100 ping. The next closest, which would probably be, I guess, the Swedish ones. I think the Russian servers are in Sweden, but yeah, it's not easy. Gotta build more servers all across the world here.
Yeah, and if you're watching and maybe don't know that much about Dota, we don't have actual LAN, so it's always, even if it's in a LAN setting, you are connecting to a server. That's why we have the problem. But I think we're going to go on a break, right?
Yeah, we're going to go on a short little break. Hopefully everything gets resolved. We'll be right back after the break.
Making some noise, making some sound. You got a choice, they're hearing us now. Paradise through dirt in our eyes for us. Oh, actually, I'll try, actually, I'll fight for us. so proud, just look at the crowd. Making some noise, making some sound. We got a choice, they're hearing us now. Paradise through dirt in our eyes for us. Oh, actually, I'll try, actually, I'll fight for us. Dragging us down, face on the ground. Still we're so proud, just look at the crowd. Making some noise, making some sound. We got a choice, they're hearing us now. Paradise through dirt in our eyes for us. Oh, actually, I'll try, actually, I'll fight for us. Dragging us down, face on the ground. Still we're so proud, just look at the crowd. Making some noise, making some sound. We got a choice, they're hearing us now. so proud, just look at the crowd. Making some noise, making some sound. We ain't got a choice, they're hearing us now. Paradise through dirt in our eyes for us. Oh, actually, I'll try, actually, I'll fight for us. Dragging us down, face on the ground, but still we so proud, just look at the crowd. Making some noise, making some sound. We ain't got a choice, they're hearing us now. Paradise through dirt in our eyes for us. Oh, actually, I'll try, actually, I'll fight for us. Dragging us down, face on the ground, but still we so proud, just look at the crowd. Making some noise, making some sound. We ain't got a choice, they're hearing us now. Paradise through dirt in our eyes for us. Oh, actually, I'll try, actually, I'll fight for us. so proud, just look at the crowd. Making some noise, making some sound. We got a choice, they're hearing us now. Paradise through dirt in our eyes for us. Oh, actually, I'll try, actually, I'll fight for us. Dragging us down, face on the ground, but still we so proud, just look at the crowd. Making some noise, making some sound. We got a choice, they're hearing us now. Paradise through dirt in our eyes for us. Oh, actually, I'll try, actually, I'll fight for us. Dragging us down, face on the ground, but still we so proud, just look at the crowd. Making some noise, making some sound. We got a choice, they're hearing us now. Paradise through dirt in our eyes for us. Oh, actually, I'll try, actually, I'll fight for us. proud, just look at the crowd. Making some noise, making some sound. We got a choice, they're hearing us now. Paradise through dirt in our eyes for us. Oh, actually, I'll try, actually, I'll fight for us. Dragging us down, face on the ground. Still we so proud, just look at the crowd. Making some noise, making some sound. We got a choice, they're hearing us now. Paradise through dirt in our eyes for us. Oh, actually, I'll try, actually, I'll fight for us. Dragging us down, face on the ground. Still we so proud, just look at the crowd. Making some noise, making some sound. We got a choice, they're hearing us now. Paradise through dirt in our eyes for us. Oh, actually, I'll try, actually, I'll fight for us. face on the ground. Still we're so proud, just look at the crowd. Making some noise, making some sound. We got a choice, they're hearing us now.
Welcome back, ladies and gents. It has finally happened, Bowie. We finally have a game after such a long time. I think we're probably one of the last streams to get it done. But Beast Coast versus Xtreme will be starting right now. Let's head in towards the draft.
Let's go.
There we go. First bans haven't even come through yet. It is the Primal ban?
Yeah, those two did pop up in the first bans of the first game. I believe it was also Mars for Xtreme Gaming. I don't remember the Beast Coast ban.
Probably
maybe it
something
was
to piss off Parker. Yeah. I mean, right now, with all that delay, like trying to focus up for the players might be rough. I think this is a great ban. The Elder Titan from DY was filthy in game number 1.
I do like this ban. I think it was probably alongside that LC one of the big reasons they were able to come back. Almost like really hard to itemize. I think Pipe was the only other option that they had, but you know, the upgraded U Scepter that Schofield tried to do was good, but also super expensive. So I don't think it ever got finished in that game.
5 seconds remaining.
And they do ban a Dusa here instead of the. So I actually do feel like this is a better ban from Xtreme. We'll see if Beast Coast just first faces the Mars or if they have other plans. They did go for the Clock of Venomancer in game 1.
Yeah, the Schofield clock is definitely pretty scary to deal with. Timbersaw is available, Mars is available, so Beast Coast has plenty of choices that they can flex around. And they're going to go for the bat. Another very flexible pick, because kind of every hero can run that. Every player can run that hero.
Even Jim Park, I saw him playing carry Batrider back in the day. This guy, I've seen him play carry Puck. This guy is a magician. Xtreme Gaming. Sometimes we see the Oracle being a response to the Batrider, but because it could be a support, maybe you don't want to go all the way into Oracle, unless you want to set up a Darkseer for yourself, and then just having the Oracle means you don't have to ban it.
You could also go for another Legion Commander, of course. Good Dispel plus JT played amazingly with it. They're going to pick up the Silencer plus Storm combination. Okay. Silencer is always nice against heroes that spam like a Batrider, even though Sticky Napalm is not necessarily the must-have every single game. It's always also, in addition to any heroes coming out later, you can interrupt Mortimer's Kisses, Black Hole. It's always solid to have, and it does scale into the late game pretty heavily.
Do like the Silencer pick here. Also protects the Storm, a hero that can sometimes be picked off. Beast Coast, what's gonna be your response here? Sometimes we see just a core being picked in this role. In South America, people are not afraid to pick Ember into the Storm, but because there's already a Silencer, you probably don't want to go that route. You probably want something that doesn't care about global as much. Kunkka is that hero, but after game 1, not sure Dark Mag was willing. Maybe Tiny. You just pick up his Tiny here because the matchup's going to be the Storm mid, which is Storm favorite, but just kind of you don't lose it as Tiny.
And Clockwork coming in again. Yeah, for Schofield, does make it so that the Batrider's probably not going to be 4. Granted, Schofield and Stinger could easily swap those heroes around because they both would very much like to play Batrider or Clockwork for that matter.
Yeah, I do like it. can drag lasso targets inside the cogs. You can drag them outside of cogs for that extra stun duration. I think this is a really good pickup here, and also comfort for beastcoast.
Let's see, bans coming out. I would assume there's going to be a TA ban, so that you don't have Parker on the TA this game. I think that's
I want to
primarily the biggest
see
one.
if the Pugna ban, the Pugna nerfs were enough so that a team's not gonna ban the Pugna, even though you see the Storm this early into the game. Like, do they feel like it's fine to give the Pugna away because it's not, that much of a heal, that much of a battery anymore, or do you still take it out? That didn't see enough games with Storm and Pugna still to really confirm how the teams feel about it.
I think if you pick up a silencer, you can't really go for Pugna because you got two supports that have zero playmaking potential. Unless you go for 3 cores that are constantly playmaking, but doubt that that's going to be the case. And I have seen the Pugna in pubs. The healing is actually really bad. The hero is still strong, but for other reasons, mainly the aggressive moves, the save with the Decrepify. There are definitely other tools that you could use on it, but I don't think it's a scary hero to pick anymore. That, though, is a very scary ban, removing the Meepo from the hero pool.
Interesting that beastcoast is the one that takes it. Usually you see the other way around, but they might know that extreme players are also... I mean, a lot of players are going back to the Meepo. It's not that much of a niche pick anymore, so not that surprised. And Extreme, the TA you talked about, is probably a good ban here. Not a lot of stuns yet on the side of Extreme. Silencer is just paper for the TA.
Yeah, it's a 2-shot potential kind of hero that you do not want to really deal with. It's going to be the tiny ban by Extreme. I mean, it is a Dark Mago hero, but they have actually not banned a single Parka hero in, like, a single scary Park hero. Like, SF, I guess, is slightly scary, but is it the real threat factor? I think SF mid would be the bit scarier for the Storm.
Yeah, the lane can be quite scary for the Storm, as they do steal the Venomancer away. Batrider is definitely going to be a bit sad about it. Clock doesn't care. I guess in the lane he does care, especially if the Venomancer is going to be the 5. But Veno and Silencer are kind of like the Oracle we talked about. Not that great playmakers. Very passive supports, you could say.
That is a playmaking hero, though. Darkseer plus Clockwork offlane duo. Darkseer plus Batrider could also be an offlane duo, because, of course, Batrider can just run you down. And you don't really care about the Venom slows at that point. You just build up a couple of utility items. At one point, like Lotus Orb, auras, and then the Silencer and Veno are kind of nullified out of the game. I love this Darkseer pick. It also kind of threatens, removes the threat of the enemy going for like a TB or, some big illusion-based hero.
Yeah, they wait for the supports being picked. Unless they flex this Venomancer into a core, there's nothing that they can do about it here to really have that aggressive Dispel, unfortunately. And they're going to pair that with a Disruptor, really good counter to the Storm. So it's a core bat. Definitely mid bat, actually.
Yeah, the bat seems to be very midi in this case. It is good against Storm Spirit, because of course you can run him down before level 6. That's when the Storm becomes a little bit more problematic to deal with. And we do get to see the Bloodseeker on the opposing side. Rupture great against the Batrider. For the rest, you have probably what looks like a Veno Bloodseeker lane, and I have very rarely seen that lane lose.
Yeah, that's a super scary lane. Bloodseeker has that sustain to deal with the Iron Shell. I can see the Venomancer maybe being picked off because you do have Surge to counteract the Gale, but overall it's supposed to be very strong. Extreme definitely making sure that their lanes look a bit better than they did game 1, just giving Ghost a hero that's a bit more, stable. Drow Ranger can definitely feed a bit more than other heroes, and they're gonna take the tide away here for Beast Coast. Do you want to take the LC? I guess there's a Disruptor, so Glimpse quite annoying versus the duel.
So they ban out the Tide. That normally means you want something illusion-based, like a Naga Siren, for instance, for Parker, or maybe a PL.
I mean, even the Morphling, even though it's not illusion-based, there's so much base damage, right? That it's still... Tide does kind of make it annoying.
Xtreme Gaming's turn to ban.
Yeah, what other options are there? I mean, they ban, of course, the Doom because they need an offlaner on Extreme. JT's heroes have been heavily focused. There is still the Legion Commander that's a save against the Batrider Lasso, and honestly, it's also not that bad because you can blow up the Darkseer vacuum wall illusions. And we saw him, of course, in Game 1 go absolutely ham. But they do remove the Naga, which is most likely their best bet on the side of Beast Coast. Now the question is, are you going to go, you know, another illusion-based hero? It's actually a really good illusion-based hero game because
I like TB. I think you want a stationary illusion hero. PL, it was not bad, but I think TB is probably better.
Yeah, PL is actually pretty weak against Storm in the early game. TB survives slightly more because if you get through the initial burst of the Storm, you can hit him with the Sunder, and Storm is then a very big problem. Of course, you have Silencer to contest with on the opposing side, but with the auras coming out from the Darkseer, the mid-game play potential between the Batrider Clockwork Disruptor, TB should have a very free amount of farm.
Yeah, they have lots of different silencers. Like even the Storm can get an Orchid. You have the Blood Rite and the Silencer. So definitely a Lotus Orb game for the Darkseer eventually. And probably a game you have to go like Manta BKB on. Maybe not in that order, but I think you're going to need both. It's probably not a game you can go too greedy on the TB item build. You know, LC doesn't look bad. The problem is they would lack stuns heavily here if you're Extreme. So maybe if you want to go a different route.
I mean, it's the ultimate stun.
Yeah, every 50 seconds, it's the ultimate stun.
Hey, get Axe, it's only 30. Gotta think of the value late game.
Sure.
And it lanes really nicely against TB because he can't summon illusions.
Yeah, I have the Dispel for the Thunderstrike as well. It's not bad. And he had a really good game 1, so probably feeling himself a bit.
I do think that they don't have the kill potential, of course. When you duel, there's no Skywrath this time. Two supports are kind of okay, but they also don't really do anything.
It has to be the Storm, right?
The one that wasn't banned out. Mars. It's not bad. Actually, it's pretty good because, of course, you can deal with the TB by blocking him out. Darkseer can't run out of the arena. I like the Mars pick. Do I think it's enough, though? I really like Beast Coast lineup here.
I mean, the arena is great this game because you're going to be able to prevent all of those right clicks from the Terrorblade. This is a game where you probably need to deal with JT at the start of the fight so that Jim Park can actually do his thing. In terms of the lanes, though, I think it's looking much better for Xtreme Gaming. And remember, they won Game 1 with the worst lanes humanly possible. So I kind of want to go Extreme here. I think they have the momentum. We'll see if this pause gave enough time for Beast Coast to reset, if this was enough resting time for everyone. Maybe if you didn't have that much of a delay, I would give Extreme even more of an advantage.
Yeah, I'm going the opposite direction. I'm going to go Beast Coast. Vacuum Wall into Static Storm, Kinetic Field into the Clockwork, Battery Assault, Cog, Shenanigan. Then you've got the Batrider going ham all over the place. I really think that they have a very solid draft. Their team fight looks a lot easier to execute. But they're going to need to also not get destroyed in the laning stage, which they have a lineup that doesn't necessarily get smacked as hard. I think the TB could struggle if to this Mars plus Silencer combo. That could be a little bit more problematic. As I say that, it's actually a Veno 4. So Zinkyu's playing this Venomancer. Yeah, no, then the TB could actually really struggle this game.
Mm-hmm. All right, let's see how things are going to unfold. And that now it's a smoke here from Xtreme and Beast Coast. We did see a very good formation in the Dire Jungle from Beast Coast, but this time they are not there. So probably no first blood happening, at least not coming from Beast Coast. Maybe Sacred could be wrapped around. No. Oh, he gets the Gale.
And slowed down the car.
Oh,
Schofield.
no!
Oh no! Agent Schofield, the body block attempt, trying to keep Sacred alive. Denies not going to come through. And now Schofield is another one done.
No.
2 kills. Zincu starts it off with first blood. That's a Venomancer that immediately has his full magic wand to be finished up. And honestly, that could make the lane so much harder for this TB. Because there's a lot of spam.
He had the best intentions with those cogs, but it was a bit too fast with the cogs. Had to wait a little bit. I mean, the Venomancer already starting with a bang here. Oof, and it's the other way around now. Can Beast Coast recover from first blood is actually more impactful because 2 kills here for Xtreme.
The bounties will be a nice 3 for the Dire side at the very least. And yeah, that's 3 bounties plus 2 opening kills. Not too shabby to start it off with. Also, something that I didn't even realize, DY went for level 1 Glaives of Wisdom, so he already stole Int.
Oh, wow. Already more intelligent. I'm not a big fan of Glaives, to be honest. I feel like he got nerfed quite a bit. But in this lane, actually.
It's actually very smart that they swapped it, because it's like, Disruptor is a terrible right click. It does 46 damage, and the TB's got a lot of armor, but this is pure damage with the Glaives of Wisdom, so the harass can be quite insane.
Yeah, and I mean, he actually took so much mana out of the Disruptor that now he has to use a Clarity for the second Thunder Strike. Usually, that wouldn't be a problem. He can get 3 Thunder Strikes in a row, but he did steal and force that Clarity that usually wouldn't be necessary.
Well, it's a little bit more a plus point that, of course, Venomancer is not in the lanes. In Q topside, Schofield's just trying to run him down. But there's the creep pull. Will he succeed? Yeah, he gets the medium creep pull, which is a great one for the first one. Schofield's going to be a little bit of a harassing factor. Ghost should have a, honestly, free lane. Like, almost completely free lane. I don't really think that they can harass him out of here.
Yeah. They have to somehow deal with the Venomancer. I do feel like Shinkyu could potentially die if he misplays. But because he had that first blood, oh, there you go. They do get a kill with Dream Park bottom.
Metamorph is used. Silencer is done for. Mid Paparazzi is demolishing Dark Mago. Not even close to this is insane how much the difference is. 4 denies, 12 last hits against 5 and 1. And Paparazzi even had more creeps in the wave to clear.
Yeah, and he's forced to get the water rune without the bottle because of how far behind he is. So actually working with almost no mana. Woo. Alright, Xtreme.
Schofield getting caught out topside. Venomous Gale could not even move. Sacred had to surge himself. Or, well, that's the problem. You only have 1 surge. If you get both hit by the Venomous Gale, one of you is going to die. And if anyone on the map gets a little bit low on HP, it's also going to be a big plus point for the pesky, pesky Bloodseeker. Wow, Dark Mago. I mean, Batrider has horrible right-click damage. It is universal, so with a couple of levels, it does increase quickly. But Paparazzi's just got his number.
With 6 to 20 and 6, that's very rare to see happen. Holy. Does recover a bit now. Gets almost 10. Only half now, not that triple.
Yeah, we'll definitely need some rotations for the 4-minute runes to make sure that Papa doesn't get a full bottle refill. Right now he's going to need all the help he can get. The problem is, their supports, I mean, Clockwork could do it pretty nicely, but if he leaves the lane, Sacred's just going to get bullied out by Zinq. And bottom lane, same story. They can easily go in onto Gym Park at that stage. So the supports kind of can't leave the lane. Speaking of which, Schofield topside. He is slowed down. Sacred has a surge. Can he keep Schofield alive? No, he cannot. Who is going to get taken down? Zincu gets that kill. Another one for the Veno. 2-0-2 pulse 5 Veno. Easy peasy.
Right, already has a bracer. Already has boot, so yeah, the dream of killing this Riyadh Master is gone. I think this lane. You probably have to ditch Sacred. You can probably rotate this Clockwork, refill the Batrider bottle, go bottom, like find somewhere else and just you know, either jungle with the Darkseer or you know, shove the wave, because I don't think there's any value that the Clockwork can add to the top lane anymore. This is already way too hard of a lane.
Yeah, Zincu is keeping up with Dark Mago in terms of net worth, and Sacred has 1k net worth. If you just for fun check out the net worth chart, it is kind of insane. The problem, because you focus on mid where it's going horribly wrong, but Sacred also only has, well, now 9 last hits, and most of those were just the creeps that he now killed in the jungle.
Yeah, his net worth is looking worse than the network today, so not good. But you know, we did see Xtreme Gaming come back from possibly a worse start, so it's now Beast Coast that wants to be tried, that wants to be tested. Can they come back? Do they play better if they have their backs against the wall? In the past, it used to be true.
Gank bottom lane, and a quick Zincu rotation, gets the quick kill secured. He's actually looking to harass Stinger out of the lane as well. Does have the Plague Ward slow. And Zincu might just solo Stinger here now that he has Venomous Scale in 3 seconds. Nice block there with the Plague Ward, and Stinger tries to TP out, but the spear from JT to interrupt, and Zincu adds him. Body blocks. He is back, baby. Oh my lord, I'm happy to see Zincu back in Dota.
Yeah, mid lane, they also force Dark Mago to TP out with the rotation from DY. That, by the way, just got a huge stack here. 3 camps, 3 large camps and 3 ancient camps. This is the dream start for everyone on Xtreme Gaming. It's like roles reversed, 100%.
One plus that they still do have is that Gym Park, even though he died, has a pretty decent time, but with Zincu being such a nuisance, there is no meta available. Paparazzi rotating through. Gym Park needs the help, but the Clockwork's coming out a little bit too late and probably should cancel his TP. Indeed, cancels it right now because Gym Park is a goner. And they know exactly who they need to focus because the other heroes are currently no heroes yet. Oh, Papa. He's going to get spotted. Dark Mago.
Mana.
Dark Mago has lasso. Glimpse. Papa lassoed up. The damage, is it going to be enough? Nope, he zips out. They missed the timing there with the cogs, and it's a big rotation made that results into nothing.
Alright, so Terrorblade gonna be jungling now. His net worth not looking as impressive as it was before the death there. I mean, yeah, this game they're gonna need to be farming on everyone here. And I'm not sure who's gonna pick up the slack, because you know, in that game 1 from Xtreme, the offlaner was the most farm hero, and he had the means to actually do stuff. Oh, mid lane.
Dark Mago zipped on. There is an Electric Vortex. Dragon back. They have heavy slows on their side. He still runs very far away, but will be taken down. Paparazzi's out of mana. Schofield's coming to say hi. And I don't really necessarily know why, because there are no rotations coming in. Finally a TP, but it's a Disruptor who gets his TP cancelled at bottom by JT, who really wants to get that kill, but it's just going to TP out of there after the glimpse was used. So meta has been forced out. Mid, Zincu is pushing the tier 1 tower single-handedly with the Plague Ward spam. And it's just not letting up. Gym Park still, you know, he keeps getting back to the 2nd spot in terms of net worth. So he is quite happy with just farming away.
Yeah, but going back to what I was saying, I feel like in that game, the offlaner having the highest net worth meant that he was going to use the net worth immediately to help the side lanes, to help everyone else. But I don't know how Jim Park himself can really use that net worth now. He needs more time, and he could even be dead here. No, just some boops.
And Stinger walking forward, but there's Xingqiu, the Venomancer of Doom, coming in to make sure the Disruptor dies. And probably the tier 1 tower towards bottom. What's Sacred actually gotten in the meantime? Nothing. He got 1,000 gold in the last like 4 minutes.
As an ancient stack, alright, he's almost close to the Venomancer, so that's a start.
It's a very sad start. Schofield behind the Roche pit, wants to TP out. Spear actually gets thrown out, so he could TP. And that's exactly what he'll do. We'll head out towards mid. And delays them from taking the tier 1 tower bottom.
Catapult's coming though. That's probably when we're gonna see this tower actually fall. And this does buy time. Sacred farms at ancient stack. But yeah, like in terms of lane creeps, it's really scary for beastcoast. That's why they're getting totally over farmed right now, because they just cannot show in most of the lanes. 9 minutes.
Yeah, it's not easy. Haste gets picked up by Schofield right in front of Paparazzi. Nice usage of the cogs there to make sure that he doesn't get the bottle refill. 5k net worth advantage for Xtreme. Arena gets dropped onto Schofield. Still has the haste, but won't be able to disengage from 2 cores badgering away at him. Top side though, Dark Mago slowed down. In comes Jim Park. He's got the meta pop. Going for Xingqiu. Do they have the damage to kill him off? They don't even need the lasso. And Dark Mago gets that kill immediately. Jim Park is going to turn his attention towards the stacks, which is such a heads up move. That TP had 2 facets to it, because he knows that if they lose the Batrider there, they'll probably lose the stacks as well.
Yeah, I mean, really good rotation from Jim Park. Not only that, but the Venomancer dying means the Sacred's finally ahead of him. So, you know, slowly but surely beastcoast at least trying to stabilize this game. We even see this interesting play here. Stinger smoked in the lane with Sacred just in case something happens. He was trying to leash some experience, but he's still pretty far away from Static Storm, unfortunately.
Yeah, and Ghost is level 9.
Holy.
That's not really what you want to see. The Bloodseeker being this out of control in terms of experience. Has been just left to his own device topside though. Hasn't really been doing anything afterwards. But normally once you get that BKB, it's run down lanes, run down heroes.
Okay, going for a Veil here. Very rare to see that item, but I guess they're just lacking damage. They feel like they need to amplify some of these other cores, and they all do magic damage. So honestly, not a bad choice, all things considered.
We also have Dark Mago now with bot stun, so he has the TP to help out his teammates in case they go for a fight. Jim Park's got the Yasha going for the Scotty. Scotty is a nice addition. Schofield just gets spotted by a bunch of enemies. Spear sends him back, will be taken down. Stinger has a glimpse that he uses on Paparazzi. He also has Static Storm Kinetic Field, but there's too much still lying about with the arena availability on the Mars. Dark Mago takes the Ancient Stacks as well, so we'll be able to recuperate his farm. He's actually not that far away from Paparazzi. The only big difference is really Xingqiu.
Yeah, the Mars and Sacred, as well as the supports, are pretty much where the gold is, which gives beastcoast a bit of hope, honestly, because I think that support network isn't going to be as impactful right now. The problem is also the levels, though. That level 10, almost level 11 Bloodseeker at 12 minutes is super scary.
Yeah, BKB at 10. They can't really touch him at all. Dark Mago taken down in towards mid. They also have that Veil of Discord done on the Venom now, so they also have their own magic damage amplification, which is really good against the Terrorblade. Hookshot comes in, they're trying to go for Xingqiu. Global Silence in response, and the chase onto Stinger. JT with his ulti drop needs to get himself out of the arena, but the problem is he's stuck in there with the kinetic field, and it's a huge kill for Jim Park. But unfortunately, in comes Ghost and the gang. Jim Park's trying to man fight them, keep them away from his support. Speaking of which, his support hasn't even dropped yet. And Jim Park is just manning up with his entire team in tatters.
Oof. I'm surprised that the gold advantage increased after that fight, because they did kill Mars in the support for, off lane for the Sacred and another support. So I expected this to be Bisco's advantageous, but he barely really made a scratch in the net worth. That said, Dark Mago is farming top, is cutting some waves. And Dark Mago, as well as Jim Park, didn't die. So they are kind of the hopes for this game. And as long as they are able to stay alive and scale, there's a world where they can actually win this game. It's just kind of far away from now.
I mean, net worth-wise, it's not too bad. Gaben gives them a 22% chance, which, okay, 21% chance right now. But it's not too horrible. You almost have the Sacred. Well, you actually have the Load Sorb done on Sacred. So you have Spell Reflex and the removal of the Silence, which in this case could be really big. They've got plenty of dots, and most of their heroes have single target tools as well. Speaking of Sacred, top side, gonna get jumped. Has a 20 Magic Wand charge, but can't get it off in time, and Sacred does falter.
Oh, unfortunate. Alright, so let's forget about Sacred, although he does have the, I guess, is the recipe? Yeah, it's in the courier, so he will have it now.
Dire are scanning.
Oh, and Terrorblade actually gave up on the Scotty. He's going Dragonlance right now.
Manta Dragonlance, Manta needed against the Global Silence, and Phenomancer being a nuisance. And of course, Dragonlance to just outrange everything and everyone, because Bloodseeker wants to get on top of you. Afterwards, it's most likely going to be Scotty, because the extra slow is always a must-have against the Bloodseeker, considering, well, the slow is great, but also the healing reduction, which will be nerfed slightly, considering Xingqiu is building up into the Guardian Greaves. So more healing on the Dire side.
Stinger will break this.
Will he? They actually find Jim Park, which is the bigger target. He does get globaled, and he does get killed off. And a great move. I don't know if they saw Stinger and explicitly dodged him, but it was a nice move coming out from Xtreme Gaming. Stinger's still going to die. Witchblade's a good tool. And Ghost. In response,
they can get Ghost here.
That's a big kill. Ghost taken down. Yes, you lose Jim Park, but you get something in response at least. They have a lasso still available on Dark Mago, who's trying to find an opening, but doesn't really have a chance here, considering the slows are a bit too much for the Batrider to catch them.
Alright, so I mean, actually decent, because Ghost ended up dying there. He had BKB, but dies anyways. So very unfortunate for him. Not the debut of the item you want. Can they cancel the YSTP? They can.
Vacuum from Sacred, just in time. He's also building up into the mech. Those last couple of kills gave Sacred a lot of gold. And he is, well, ahead of Xingqiu, which is obviously a plus, but he is also catching up towards the other cores.
I mean, Xingqiu has some big dreams here, just farming the jungle, no cares in the world, just getting stacks for himself. Really wants that mech and Greaves. But yeah, I mean, things are not developing as fast as ideally Xtreme would want. You know, it's not the end of the world, but yeah, this is not bad. They also have two wards very close to each other here. If somehow they can get a center, that would feel amazing for Schofield. He would. Oh. Come on, buddy.
Place it.
Nice. Place it, man.
We believe. So much money. Ah, rip. No, Schofield, go back.
GG.
Yeah, it's over. Missing the extra money. Parker, in the meantime, is top net worth. So, going for the BKB instead of the Scotty, possibly. Could still swap it around, of course. But with the BKB, having double silence removals is a nice addition. Sackstorm thrown out onto JT, but doesn't really do too much against the Mars. Nope, the cores weren't there to go for the fight. They are going to charge in for more. Glimpse sends back Paparazzi. Wall gets placed. Sacred's caught inside the arena. Still has a vacuum at the ready. Tries to surge himself out of there, but they will lose their offlaner. Jim Park's going to get ruptured as well. Needs some man fight. Manta comes out. Sunder comes through as well. Is Jim Park going to be able to at least get a kill? They will find one for Dark Mago, but it is Jim Park down. Illusion, though, going for DUI, and they get another kill. Nice one done by Jim Park. Those Illusions hit those very weak supports for a lot of damage. So all things considered, it could be, again, worse. And that's kind of how Beast Coast are playing this game. It could be worse, but at least they're sustaining.
Very true. You could see how strong this Mars picks was as well, because once they closed the gap on Sacred with the arena, Jim Park would love to help and fight, but the arena just he cannot do anything. There's no itemization besides getting a blink dagger and jump inside the arena that would allow him to help there, and he's not strong enough to even think about that just yet. So once the arena gets used, it really makes it hard for Beast Coast to do anything. And because they are behind, it's always Xtreme making the moves. And because they can control where the arena is, they can control whether Jim Park can be a part of those fights or not. So until we see Beast Coast in a spot where they feel comfortable initiating, it's still going to feel hard for Beast Coast to win these engagements. They're getting something out of it, but they're not close to winning yet.
They are sustaining nicely. Paparazzi, in the meantime, went for a Yule Scepter, which is an interesting choice after the Witch Blade. It is pretty good against, well, to survive in the Static Storm of the Disruptor.
It's
interesting choice
pick at all. Yeah, especially even against Disruptor, not going to use it that well.
Yeah, because if you get glimpsed, it still dispels the glimpse, so it doesn't actually help against the glimpse part. You'd rather get a BKB.
Yeah. Wow, I'm very curious about this item pickup, because maybe if you wanted to rush the upgraded Yule Scepter, I've seen Thompson sometimes goes for it on Zeus, like almost first item, but he's going for a Kaya here, so curious to see how it unfolds. It's not common for Storm players at all.
Stinger's going for an Axe Rush. That could be big if they get a good Vacuum Wall, Static Storm, Kinetic Field on top, and then have the TB next to it. Unless they're 20k behind, they could be able to win any fight with an Axe on the Disruptor.
Especially because there's already BKB on the Bloodseeker. Mars is closing on him as we speak. So nullifying those BKBs would be great. We were talking about them initiating fights. That would be the dream. And he also has Eye of the Vizier. So that's all he needs to be able to get those long-range initiations.
Big catches to be used. Dark Mago also has his Blink Dagger, so they have the initiation power behind them. Sacred's almost done with the Guardian Greaves. 2 tools to get rid of the silences and the slows from the Venomancer and all the other pesky tools. They're going to find Stinger. Disruptor will be taken down. That's a bigger one. Jim Park top side has a BKB at the ready, and the hook shot in response. JT in a little bit of trouble. Lasso drag because the BKB was used, and JT Mars gets the arena off. He's trying to still disengage. He is so incredibly tanky and manages to get himself back. Sacred rushing forward, has the wall placed. Illusion of JT drag back. They did lose Parker in the process, and Dark Mago as well, because Ghost is just cleaning house. Hunting for more. Sacred with the load storm should be able to get away, but it is a 4-for-1 trade, and the only one they lost is the Mars, but I am baffled that it took them so long to kill this Mars.
Yeah, when they were dragging Mars with the lasso, Jim Park walked in front of the Mars, and usually if you want to chase someone, that's the right move, but it's a Mars, so he's actually reducing all of that damage. I think if he just attacked from behind, he would have the damage. Really nice bonus there. Sacred
wants to go in, but yeah, Static Storm was used. TB is dead. Don't just don't. Stinger's still trying to get a glimpse. I love the aggression.
Gotta dream big, and he does get the glimpse, and also has halfway towards his eggs here. If they get this kill, that could be even closer.
In comes Dark Mago. He's got the lasso available as well, so if anyone wants to help out, could cost them severely. And that's the big threat. You can't play save your buddy in this game for Xtreme, because it is pick-off potential, and then some.
Schofield going for a pipe. Love it. I think if I would love to see that item in game 1 as well. Once this is done, it's gonna be hard. Those fights from Xtreme Gaming, all of that magic damage is going to feel a bit lackluster. The problem is, if they the first step is they have to live through these fights. Now they have to kill, and that still feels a bit too far gone. You know, no Silver Edge for the Mars, and the Terrorblade still needs to finish the Scotty. They're gonna need some extra items still to get those core kills.
I think once Jim Park gets the Scotty, they will have the damage. Like, he sustains in the fight a lot better. They have the extra damage. I think at that point they can definitely win a fight. And you also have to deal with Xtreme, the same problem that they had, that Beast Coast had last game. How are you going to push high ground?
Yeah, it is not the greatest, but it's better than Bisco's had it, I think. Bloodseeker, a bit better, can get Yags. That's also going to help him sustain through the high ground siege. But yeah, Vacuum Wall, Lasso, Hookshot, Static Storm, they're all great high ground defense abilities.
It's never going to be easy here in this game for the side of Xtreme. Even though...
By the way, Stinger, 700 gold away from that Ags.
Yeah, that's scary. Honestly, what does Gaben say? Gaben still gives them a 76% win rate on the dire side. Dark Mago, BKB, TP. There is no Basher yet. Ghost is actually going for the Aghanim Scepter. I still am not really too sure about that Ags. I've seen it be effective, but I've also seen it do absolutely nothing.
Yeah. I think against the TB is very strong, but yeah, I've seen this item be very lackluster. I guess you would have to think what would be the other item. You know, Basher and Abyssal definitely look good this game. So there's a real argument for just Basher, so you can make sure that even with BKB, Jim Park wouldn't be able to sunder when he goes on top of him.
Interesting options coming in. Jim Park's almost done with his Scotty. He's also top net worth again, because, you know, you don't pay attention to him for like 10 seconds and the man's crept up all the way towards the top. Bat Rider, Dark Mago's going for the Octarine. Always nice to have the Lasso cooldown reduction. Did go for the Lasso cooldown reduction talent, actually, which is kind of interesting. A lot of Bat Riders go for the movement speed because you're going Octarine anyway.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, maybe he feels like this is not really... They're going to be defending high ground for the most part. They're going to be in the back foot, so just making sure they're not going to be forced into bad fights if he commits Lasso. You know, not that the 10 cooldown reduction is that big of a deal anyways. But the move speed is not going to be that impactful this game as Schofield. Gotta be careful here.
Does have a pipe and a Veiled Discord.
100 gold for the Axe on Stinger.
Back. Ghost taking quite some damage. Does, of course, have the Aegis as well. The Lasso comes out.
Oh.
Yulesed up in the process. Static Storm, Kinetic Field. They can just walk it off, and they haven't even popped the Aegis. They use 3 very big ultis on the side of Beast Coast. But the most important thing is bottom lane is being pushed out by Jim Park. He's done with the full Scotty. Doesn't have a TP, though, and there is no courier because it died. So...
Oh my god,
he
dude,
has to run back.
That's so risky, Jim Park. Come on, man. What is this?
That is faith in your team. That's what that is. Full faith that they will not let them pass.
Holy, that is a lot of faith. Yeah, what's his... Okay, he gets a Paladin Sword. Pretty decent item this game. And Dark Mago trying to... also split push that bottom side of the map. Looks like the cooldowns are not going to be abused. You know, they're going to have wall in 30, and there's no imminent pressure of high ground push right now.
I mean, it's kind of really remarkable that the net worth advantage is only 4k. With 13 more kills and full map control pretty much for Xtreme. You still have Dark Mago just on the other side of the map with his bots being able to TP there. Octarine Core getting closer. Did build up the 4-staff so that he does not, you know, he blinks in. He can just 4-staff himself out of there to quickly disengage instead of getting caught.
Yeah, I mean, their hero's far much faster. You have Iron Shell, Sacred, you know, even though he's still just barely ahead of Shinkyu, he kind of tied up with Paparazzi and JT, so he definitely recovered a fair bit, and that's just because their heroes are able to get more on the map than Xtreme. Now they're gonna smoke here.
Well, they are.
You have the eggs on Stinger, by the way.
Yeah, there's no BKB yet. As you mentioned, Ags on Stinger. Is there a blink? There's a blink on Sacred as well. So you could go for a big fat wombo combo. TB next.
They have that ward. They have a good ward.
Vacuum wall coming in. Hook shot as well. There's going to be the TB going ham. Global Silence gets used. Paparazzi on the side. Taking down JT. BKB pops the arena. They're all stuck inside the arena. Dark Mago. There's a very angry Ghost. They're all surrounded, and he's getting that Ags going ham. Oh my god, Ghost is just cleaning them completely. They're stuck inside the arena, and that Blood Mist that I very much did not doubt at any point in this game just absolutely rinsed them. 8k damage in what felt like 3 seconds.
The problem is that they got the Mars there, but they cannot kill him. Like, sure, he doesn't pop BKB, he doesn't get out of the Static Storm, but they just don't have the damage. No Silver Edge, only Crystallis for the Terrorblade. This Mars is way too farmed for the Terrorblade to deal with him. This last pick Mars kind of feels illegal that they're able to acquire Mars in a game against this TB. Maybe they felt like everyone else would be farmed enough so that they would have the means to kill JT. But once again, dude, JT feeling like the cornerstone of Xtreme Gaming. Both games, you know, one where he had a really good lane, one where he struggled a lot, just feeling just as impactful.
Schofield drag back, Ghost being able to nom some people. Actually needs the nom right now because Ghost is in a little bit of trouble. In comes the chase from Jim Park. We'll turn his attention towards Xingqiu. Batrider TP in as well. DY is dead. JT lassoed back.
Oh, nice lasso.
And they're still not done yet on the side of Beast Coast because they're still alive. They only lost 1 Milirax and got a good solid triple kill here.
Alright, that's not too shabby. You only lose 1 lane of barracks. Jim Park gets involved in all of those kills. Still maintaining a decent place in the network charts. And there you go, Silver Edge. They need it so badly. They have to kill Mars before he can cast Arena. Like, that's mandatory for the next fights.
That's also Sacred going for a Heaven's Halberd so to get the extra disarm on the Bloodseeker. Oh, Stinger gets a catch here onto Paparazzi. And, yep, he's not the one getting caught. TP's back to base. And Papa even throws out the sorry towards his team. Whoopsie daisy, my mistake.
Gotta respect that Ags.
That Ags though. Oof.
Yep. Really good Ags from Stinger. And he's gonna get Blink, dude. He is somehow fighting farm in the most dire situations. How is Batrider looking? Gets the Octarine as well. Things are looking up.
Silver Edge is done to be delivered right now. So you also have now the extra crit on the TB plus the break. You saw Paparazzi just get melted in 2 seconds inside the Static Storm Connect field. If you do the same with the Bloodseeker and you take, like, that's their damage. If Ghost is dead, there's 0 damage coming out from Xtreme. And then TB with his very tanky build currently, and also the Darkseer, it's going to be rough to get those killed. Roche is up in 2 minutes. It's going to spawn technically Radiant, but it will hurry up towards the dire side very quickly. Oh, double damage.
Yeah, double damage, and they want to use the Static Storm. It's going to be up again. They can find that Bloodseeker.
Oh, DY gets spotted, but hookshot actually coming in onto DY. Schofield from downtown gets the catch. Lotus Orb, Spell Reflects onto Xingqiu, the ulti. In comes Paparazzi inside the Static Storm kinetic field. And he's going to try and man-fight in the meantime. There's going to be the Silver Edge break. But Jim Park, he's being man-fought by Ghost. And Ghost is going ham. Nice Sunder to at least keep himself going. But Jim Park needs to disengage. The Glimpse gets used. Keep them at bay. Dark Mago, they all need to disengage. Vacuum onto the high ground. Sacred. He just puts his own mid laner in a horrendous spot. And Jim Park gets the DP out. He was like on the high ground. Okay, maybe I can disengage with the TP, and in comes Sacred says, nope, I'm going to cliff him right next to my ally. Make sure that my own Bat Rider will never see the light of day.
Still, this is, Beast Coast making a play pretty far away from their base. They still have a tier 2 tower bottom, and most importantly, Roche not going to spawn before everyone else is back up. They still have the outpost bottom. They can still fight for this Roche if they want to.
Yeah, Roche is a key factor. As mentioned, it will run towards the Dire side pretty quickly. Dire actually is pretty weak to taking down Roche, so that's 1+. Ghost is he's level 24 and Paparazzi's level 18. That shows you Paparazzi is 12, 2, and 12, and still Ghost is that far ahead in terms of experience.
That's true. Wow.
That's actually kind of wild.
It really is. He's gonna finish this upgraded blink, it looks like. He had the butterfly killed up, but now going for swift blink. And Roche is up. Unfortunately, it feels like Beast Coast, they are not gonna be ready to recontest this. They do have really good high ground defense, so it's probably better for them to force the defense than it is to force this Roche. I guess Matt is also not up, so it'll be quite risky.
Had his courier in the pit, and they killed it. And now they know that they're in Roche. And Schofield, hookshot gets tanked by, again, Xingqiu, the god, the man, the myth, the legend. To make sure no steals will come through, Schofield gets smacked. Has a buyback available. And they're going to hunt for more here. Extreme Gaming looking to go for that high ground fight. That is always kind of terrifying against the Static Storm Kinetic Field. With the Blink Dagger now done on Stinger.
By the way, look at Stinger's positioning here. He wants to be ready to get a really good angle on the Static Storm if possible.
This is also such a risky play. They're actually fighting him towards mid. Sacred's the one getting caught. He does not have a buyback. Oh no. And yeah, his positioning is great, but he was too far away to actually help out his team whatsoever. Lasso Drag comes out. That's going to be the first life gone. Second life available. Zip in towards the back line. Yule's up, controls up the Disruptor. He gets the Static Storm Connect Field off onto Ghost. The Bloodseeker, he is trying to stay alive, but will be able to get himself out of there. The Kinetic Field doesn't last long enough, and Jim Park is dead. The team has no buybacks, and that is going to be Extreme taking game number 2, winning the series against Beast Coast 2-0. In a bit of a surprise play coming out, Beast Coast get annihilated.
Yeah, definitely feeling the struggle and the momentum of game 1, that game 1 loss. That was definitely Beast Coast game. I feel like this one was much harder game for them in terms of the draft. I think this Mars pick from JT just on point. Everyone on Xtreme Gaming played well. They got that first blood on the Venomancer. We just saw Xingqiu dominate throughout most of the game. Kudos to them. They are now in a better position. Still need to climb some more wins if they want to strive for that top 2. But this is much better for them.
Paparazzi's only 2 deaths have been this Aghanim Static Storm Kinetic Fields. That's the only 2 times he's died this game. Like, pretty remarkable from the Storm. But again, you mentioned it during the game. JT is a monster. He's been a monster for the longest time, but my God, is he good for the Extreme Gaming lineup. The arena, the fact that they're all caught inside the arena, can't get out, and you have that blood mist going wild from the Bloodseeker. It is a filthy combo. And then you have Xingqiu, just casually, you also have Xingqiu. 2 deaths that game, 32 assists. The man was incredibly farmed, 18k net worth, had his Aghanim Scepter done. I'm just, Extreme. They needed this desperately, of course, because Group B was starting to look a little bit rough. But they're going to need to do even better, because next up is the big team themselves, Quest Esports versus Extreme. That's a rough one, Bowie.
Yeah, that's definitely a rough one. Even after losing ATF, feels like Quest are unstoppable nonetheless. They are undefeated so far. Let's see if Xtreme Gaming can make them bleed. I am confident that this series is going to give them some confidence moving forward, but you need more than confidence to beat Quest. These guys, they didn't get 4th place in the major for but they got it for a reason, and they're just extremely good.
Yeah, everyone thought, you know, ATF's gone. Oh no, the team's over. Their coach is gone. Oh no, the team is over. But no, Quest 6-0 right now. They just 2-0 Team Secret as well. Top dogs of Group B. We'll be going towards a short little break, get everything situated so we can get that last series for the ladies and gents at home. My name was Nika Truman. I was joined by Bowie, and we'll see Xtreme after the break.
Dragging us down, face on the ground. Still we so proud, just look at the crowd. Making some noise, making some sound. We ain't got a choice, they're hearing us now. Paradise through dirt in our eyes for us. Oh, actually I'll try, actually I'll fight for us. Dragging us down, face on the ground. Still we so proud, just look at the crowd. Making some noise, making some sound. We ain't got a choice, they're hearing us now. Paradise through dirt in our eyes for us. Oh, actually I'll try, actually I'll fight for us. face on the ground, but still we're so proud. Just look at the crowd, making some noise, making some sound. We got a choice, they're hearing us now. Paradise through dirt in our eyes for us. Oh, actually, I'll try, actually, I'll fight for us. Dragging us down, face on the ground, but still we're so proud. Just look at the crowd, making some noise, making some sound. We got a choice, they're hearing us now. Paradise through dirt in our eyes for us. Oh, actually, I'll try, actually, I'll fight for us. Dragging us down, face on the ground, but still we're so proud. Just look at the crowd, making some noise, making some sound. We got a choice, they're hearing us now. Paradise through dirt in our eyes for us. Oh, actually, I'll try, actually, I'll fight for us. still we're so proud. Just look at the crowd, making some noise, making some sound. We got a choice, they're hearing us now. Paradise through dirt in our eyes for us. Oh, actually, I'll try, actually, I'll fight for us. Dragging us down, face on the ground. Still we're so proud, just look at the crowd. Making some noise, making some sound. We got a choice, they're hearing us now. Paradise through dirt in our eyes for us. Oh, actually, I'll try, actually, I'll fight for us. Dragging us down, face on the ground. Still we're so proud, just look at the crowd. Making some noise, making some sound. We got a choice, they're hearing us now. Paradise through dirt in our eyes for us. Oh, actually, I'll try, actually, I'll fight for us. just look at the crowd. Making some noise, making some sound. We got a choice, they're hearing us now. Paradise through dirt in our eyes for us. Oh, actually, I'll try, actually, I'll fight for us. Dragging us down, face on the ground. Still we're so proud, just look at the crowd. Making some noise, making some sound. We got a choice, they're hearing us now. Paradise through dirt in our eyes for us. Oh, actually, I'll try, actually, I'll fight for us. Dragging us down, face on the ground. Still we're so proud, just look at the crowd. Making some noise, making some sound. We got a choice, they're hearing us now. Paradise through dirt in our eyes for us. Oh, actually, I'll try, actually, I'll fight for us.
Welcome, ladies and gents, to the last series of the day. My name is DK Truman, and Bowie, what match do we have last but not least?
It is Quest versus Xtreme Gaming. Quest, the total victory so far of this group. They are undefeated. They beat Secret. They, I think they also took games out of
OG.
Oh yeah, OG.
And 9 Pandas.
Yeah, definitely looking very dominant. Xtreme Gaming, they are coming back in the tournament. They actually got a 2-0 out of beastcoast. To me, that was surprising. Expected, at least a 1-1. If they can maybe even take one game out of Quest, that would mean so much for them in their journey. Because Quest right now looking like the favorites. If you can at least scrap one win out of them, you're probably already satisfied for Xtreme.
I think Quest is going Quest is through pretty much. The thing is, there are currently 3 teams that are tied for second place. That is 9 Pandas, Team Secret, and Xtreme. So as you mentioned, of course, getting points is really important right now because they are not going to be able to play against Team Secret anymore. They already did play against Team Secret previously in the tournament. And they have also played against... they tied against Secret and they lost against Pandas. So they can't actually steal points from those 2 teams, and they're tied with them. So yeah, you're pretty much gonna have to try and steal them from the rest of the teams. There aren't too many left for them to face up against because there are 2 more series to be played. One against Quest and the other one against OG. Speaking of OG, they are struggling 1-5 right now in terms of their map performance. But we do have a draft, I think, Bowie. So
Let's go.
Watching if we get to see any interesting bans coming through this time. It is finally a Timbersaw ban.
All right, I'm gonna respect that Timber. Now the Undying, pretty much a always first phase ban hero, at least in the games that we cast. I guess Primal was being banned a lot in the first phase. I wonder if it's gonna pop up here as well.
Yeah, it's you are playing against Quest, so the first hero that always pops to mind is the TA for TA2K, obviously, and the other one that is really solid for them has been that Snapfire mid for Noob.
But they do let it through. They take the Storm out as Quest, and Xtreme takes the Primal Beast. All right. I mean, they played a lot of Shadow Demon on Kaori. I wonder if that is something that they're going to first face here. That hero looks really good against a lot of meta heroes, really good against a lot of the illusion heroes. That, by the way, did not get nerfed. But it just got a Rubik.
I mean, it's a good hero. Omar loves to play it. And in general, it's a counter to a lot of big ultis. No one wants to pick Enigma into a Rubik. Which Xtreme, of course, could have done. Unless you're going to go for a support Enigma, which still some do, considering you don't ever have to really use Black Hole at that stage.
Definitely very popular in pubs right now, the support Enigma. I didn't see too much in competitive, but, Puppy, I think at some point had like 19 Enigma games this week or something. So wouldn't be surprised to see it pop up. Maybe Secret even played it, but I'm not actually keeping up with all the Secret games because I am casting as the day is going. And they get that ET. We've seen some really good performances, and it's going to be an ET Ember.
Yeah, the magic resistance reduction from ET in combination with the Ember, it does a lot of damage also, as you mentioned. We saw DY previously. I mean, him together with ZenQ and JT won them that first game against Beast Ghost with a superb performance, and it is a support that scales incredibly well in towards the late game as well. It gives you vision, control, percentage-based damage. It kind of gives you everything that you want. There are, you could steal the Earth Splitter. That's a really good steal for the Rubik, but the other steals are kind of terrible this game.
Yeah, I mean, Chains is fine, but I wonder if they would pick the Pangolier here. It's a decent match versus Ember. It is, usually you don't see Ember as a 6-7 like that, so Pango here feels pretty good, but they get the Brood. Was nerfed, they said.
Not really. Well, it was nerfed, like a lot of the main pick heroes, but a lot of them, most of them are still very playable. I'm surprised that techies all of a sudden got the terrible treatment, because I don't think the nerf was that hefty on techies.
Was it even nerfed? I don't think it was nerfed.
I think it was like 2 damage plus a second cooldown reduction on his sticky.
You are right. You're right. And 1 armor. So yeah, that's it.
One armor destroyed. Yep.
Yeah.
That's the banhammer right there from coming out from Ice Frog. But yeah, Broodmother, of course, it is a hero that can be played in primarily off lane and safe lane. Though I assume it's going to be just Malik in the off lane pick up on the Broodmother. Elder Titan actually kind of has a fun synergy once the spiders come out. But that's after the laning stage, and Broodmother at that stage already is single-handedly running you down.
Yeah, unfortunate for DT. Unless, they do get a good laning stage. We'll see how that's going to go. They're going to ban Darkseer here, maybe indicating willingness to pick some illusion heroes. Although Naga did get banned. Pretty classic counter to the Brood.
Yeah.
What else do you want to ban here? Do you take PL? I mean, do you have Ember on Extreme?
I mean, PL is really solid, except that his laning stage can be absolutely terrible. But if you get to a late stage and they don't have good heroes against you, it can do a lot of work. Most of the time you win at that stage, or the game is already over, considering your early game is horrible compared to nearly every other hero.
Yeah. Extreme.
There's still the TA for TA 2K.
Yeah, the Snapfire is a really good matchup because the Ember as well. I would probably take that Snapfire out. I've seen Snapfires just totally decimate Embers. Most melee heroes actually don't really stand a chance to Snapfire. It's a very brutal matchup.
It's a ton of magic damage, later a ton of physical damage, and most of the time it's kind of the moment you hit level 6, right before your opponent, kind of doesn't matter who they are, you throw a cookie, they get stunned, Mortimerskis is dead.
It is that simple. Grandmas have no love for anyone that are not their grandsons, and Ember, definitely not one of them, but they actually take that Visage. That hero is definitely climbing up the ranks. I've started seeing this hero more and more. Usually in the second phase, but I guess Brood plus Visage would be very scary.
Would mean all your buildings are gone in no time. It also is very hard for a lot of safe lane heroes to play against Visage, because you kind of can't... You can't go on the Visage because the damage output from the hero, if they have a combination with anything really, is remarkably hard to deal with. We get to see another Meepo ban. People are hating Extreme's Meepo plays.
Okay, all right. A lot of respect, and you gotta do it. That hero is so freaking annoying. That Mega Meepo, 5k HP, just dancing around the fight, just being a blob of meat.
You almost kill him, he goes into a dig, and then like, okay, cool, then you go for another one, he digs, cool, Mega Meepo, he throws himself away. How is this possible? Then he poofs out of there. This makes no sense. The hero is impossible to catch.
Yeah, even if you catch it, takes 5 years to kill him. But yeah, I'm fine with the Meepo ban. And Xtreme Gaming, I would love to see that Snapfire ban, but if not, even the TA looks good. I think those two are probably cores that, unless you want to pick them, you would take out TA versus Brood.
I mean, I would assume that TA2K probably wants to play the TA himself.
Yeah, no, I mean, if Extreme can, snatch it for themselves, I was wondering whether it would be a good matchup to have TA safe lane versus Brood. For Extreme. Yeah. I
don't really... I mean, Elder Titan support actually does keep you alive, so I think it should be just fine.
Because Ghost does play TA. I think he played in the tournament, actually. yeah, I was thinking because if they didn't ban it so far, you either are willing to give it away and if you have an answer, or you're picking it. It's not like Quest is that type of team that goes under the radar. Like, Quest is scary. Okay.
Oh, they steal that one away. Actually, that's a pretty neat little pickup there. Can play it position 4. Can also put it on JT for the offlane.
I like it. Okay. I see you. But they do get the Pango. Nice.
And the silence against the Snapfire is ulti. And it also forces Ember to go for an early BKB. Can't go Maelstrom into anything. Gaia Signs, for instance, you have to get yourselves a quick BKB, otherwise the Global Silence will completely decimate you. Bloodseeker comes in, counter to both the Brood and the Pango. Honestly, a really good Bloodseeker game so far.
Love it. I love it. The color scheme is perfectly orange and red here. The tones are vibrant, and yeah, really good Bloodseeker game. I guess the question now is whether Snapfire is going to be offlane or... Yeah, you have overall last pick for Xtreme, so I would love to see the Snapfire as a support, just so they can get a good response to whatever this quest is going to pick as carry. TA is still in the pool, by the way.
Yeah, TA2K, TA coming in, possibly. They have one more ban on Xtreme. Are they just going to let it through? Other tools, I mean, against Bloodseeker here that always springs to mind would be the Medusa, because you don't care about the Bloodseeker shard at that point. But it might be a bit too greedy with their lineup already.
There's a chance, I mean, I'll bet a very small one, that if they go for a Medusa like that, they could play this Bloodseeker offlane and, pick a PL, pick something to deal with the Medusa. Not every team plays offlane Bloodseeker, but it is something that people do.
JT can play anything, so shouldn't be too problematic. And they have Xingqiu in their team. They could even put Snapfire offlane and then put Xingqiu on the Bloodseeker. He'll just he'll figure out a build during the game. It's what he does best.
Just trust him.
Yeah, have faith in Xingqiu. I remember his good old classic Ember Boss 4. God, that was stupid. He was also the first one that played Clinks Boss 4 back before these Clinkses.
I remember that. The start of a beautiful story of sad pubs and split pushing Clinkses. Yeah, that's lovely, Xingqiu.
Sad support games where you just get one shot by a support.
The Solar Crest Desolator, Side of Vice Clinks, just solo carry. They do go for the TA. I think this is a better, more stable hero. I think the Medusa would be good, but that Bloodseeker, being flexible, does carry me a bit. And I think the TA matchup for Bloodseeker is good. You don't really care that much about being Rupture for TA.
Yeah, and now the question is, are they going to do exactly what you said? They might, put the Bloodseeker offlane, get themselves a different safe laner for that matter. Or do you think sticking with the Bloodseeker, getting an offlaner would be the better choice?
I think you probably play carry Bloodseeker. PL is good against TA, but then you look at Pango, you look at Brood. PL's laning stage notoriously kind of mediocre. So I think you just get a solid offlaner to be able to...
Okay.
Is this carry Pudge or is it offlane?
JT plays a lot of Pudge, so I would assume it's a safe lane Pudge.
All right. There we go. That's
Pudge,
a game. Okay. This is going to be awesome.
Okay, so with that Pudge pickup, I am going to say Xtreme Gaming. Full faith, Xtreme Gaming, Pudge Gaming, best gaming.
I think they're going to have damage issues here as Quest, because you're going to have this Vanguard Pudge. He can eventually buy a shard. You're going to have the Snapfire eggs at some point if this goes late enough. A lot of saves, and I think Quest's damage is eventually going to cap out. This Broodmother, maybe if Malik goes full damage on the Brood, we could see them still being able to pack a punch. But if it's only the TA doing most of the heavy lifting, it could be very, very scary moving late into the game. I love Xtreme's gaming draft. And after seeing what they did to Beast Coast, I kind of want to see them make Quest bleed. Quest, they're really good, they're very talented, but it's not fun if you're winning every single tournament. Gaming gladiators. So let's see if they can actually bring it to Quest. I do think they have a better draft.
Okay. Again, on opposite sides, Xtreme Gaming, Pudge Gaming, all the way through. Bloodseeker, like Rupture is grandiose in this game. Pango can't play, Broodmother can't play. I mean, obviously you only have one of the two. But for the other one, you have a big fatty Pudge jumping on top of you. I'm wondering what kind of build he's going to go for. I would assume auras would be, Crimson Guard. Yeah, kind of. If you have Crimson Guard, what do you really have to fear? But for the most part, definitely a Pudge is always fun.
Oh yeah, it's always fun, and it's always good potential for some First Bloods, which we could see with this level 1 smoke that Xtreme... Oh, they're gonna meet each other mid.
Pudge hook, let's go. Come on.
Ooh. Okay.
Oh, they do have the observer
they have
ward.
A ward.
So they know what's coming. And they probably, they spotted out that the ward was placed, so they know it's on the left side in favor of Quest currently.
Then fire backpacks his center here.
Gowry is actually a really good silencer player as well. I've seen him in games where he's like 7, 1, and 11 or something by the 10-minute mark. I don't know how he does it, but he is very annoying to deal with.
A great silencer game. I'm going to be playing versus an Ember Spirit. I guess the Bloodseeker and the Pudge don't care as much, but you also have the Snapfire cancel. There's definitely a lot of things that he can do.
It's good against Dismember as well, the global. So JT, laning wise, it can also be a bit of a harm if he goes for like Glaives of Wisdom, because the harass can be pretty nasty. In response though, you do have Cookie plus Rot onto TA. Like, that can be pretty good. This is actually a play that we've seen them handle before in the bottom lane. TA2K is trying to get the double meld hit in on towards the Pudge, but they place the sentry. They know exactly where he is. It does get spotted out, and the play fails. Yeah, Xtreme Gaming have definitely seen what happened at the Bali Major.
Yeah, good play, but sure, they lose the sentry, but they know where the Observer Ward is, and they don't get destroyed because Pudge notoriously low in armor. Oh, good hook.
That hook, though. In comes the slow from the blood grenade, but in response, JT will be able to get himself first blood. TA2K on the chase, tries to cut his way through. JT, can he get himself out of there? And will be able to disengage on the Pudge. So first blood secured. And you also have, of course, infinitely scaling Pudge.
Yeah, that's awesome for the Pudge. Really nice heads up there. Definitely, you're playing 6 matches, actually 8 matches today, and being ready for a play like that shows a lot of preparation here. Xtreme Gaming definitely taking their matches seriously, and it pays off.
A hook onto TA2K. He doesn't have refraction yet. Is going to be able to stay alive. Xingqiu, can he get the kill? Damage, shotgun blast, and yes, indeed, they find another one. Did cost them, of course, the Pudge, but it's a trade-off they're definitely willing to make. While in the meantime, topside, DY on the ET is hunting and ravaging this Quest offlane.
Yeah, and that's definitely a worthwhile kill for Xtreme, because TA lost a lot of creeps on their tower there. He... yeah, it's not going to feel too happy about this. Oh, those hooks. Always very close to landing here, JT. Off to a really good start.
It's also going really well for Papa mid. Incredibly well. We saw him last game, of course. Kind of dominate Dark Mago with the Storm. And on the Ember, he is doing a quite similar job in terms of making sure Noob does not get the last hits he requires.
Yeah, Papa seems to be back. How is this top lane going? We didn't really look at too much. So Bloodseeker and Brood actually very low in CS. Even the Snapfire has the same CS as Malik.
Yeah, it's the Elder Titan If he gets on top of them, if you get the stomp in, you can put on an easy blood right underneath, which of course is a lot of damage. Bottom lane, TA2K is being slowed again. We'll be able to stay away thanks to the Kaori silence to keep JT off of him. But yeah, they throw a cookie into a hook. It's a very easy setup.
Yeah, TA has to rush boots this lane, and they also lost. Oh, and they get the silencer. TA is really low as well.
These side lanes are going horribly for the Quest team, and mid is still doing pretty decently, but JT dominant in his bottom lane. Top lane, DY is just bullying.
Gotta watch out for JT, man. This guy, really, like, at least from the matches that we cast, has had amazing performances throughout, either in lane or in the game. And with this good of a start, you know, usually Pudge, I think, struggles mostly in lane. Zero, if he gets his items, is still just as powerful as it used to be. But the laning stage did get nerfed a fair bit.
Yeah, JT also now level 3, so Rot level 2 most of the time is the moment where they can't really outrun you anymore. Sync you, ready to get that cookie.
Yeah, Pudge has boots in the career. Once he has that, there's no way TA2000 can run away from him.
And Papa in mid, there's an Omar rotation. Denies the water rune refill, so it forces Papa back to base, and that's a great move to make sure that your mid laner at least has a good time, give some recovery moments for a noob.
That's huge, actually. It's going to allow noob to get the level 6 prior to the Ember, and because Ember has to TP back to lane, there's not going to be a response from the Ember if there's a gank in the side lanes. This could be a huge window of opportunity for noob in this game.
DY top lane, being chased a little bit, but they know they can't really do much against him. He's got infused raindrops and a healing lotus. Bottom lane, I just look away for a second, and they again get another kill. He's got himself only 2 flesh heap stacks actually on the Pudge. Huh.
Yeah, I thought it was more. What happened? Maybe he was. I guess he did die before they killed the TA2000. So that is one that he lost, and the other one I don't remember.
Towards mid, Paparazzi. There's a rotation by Xinkyu. Are they looking to actually man fight this? Rotation from top side by Omar, but in from behind it's DY chasing after the Rubik. And the Rubik will be able to at least stand there, maybe go for a fight. There is a Pango almost level 6, but they fortify the creeps to make sure his level 6 does not get gained yet. DY with the stomp. Noob is so close and dropping. Will they be able to get the kill? He has the Rolling Thunder available right now, and he's going in for Paparazzi just in the nick of things. And Paparazzi, sleight of fist, finds the kill onto Kaori. DY makes sure Omar dies as well, but the big winner there is Noob, who survives, gets the bottle refill, and will be back at retaining that mid lane.
Alright. Still though, all of those supports rotating means that JT is free farming the lane. Sure, it feels like TA2000 has a lot of creeps, but when you check the net worth, Pudge is ahead by a very hefty margin because most of those creeps are jungle creeps, and JT is free to get all of the net worth experience. Eventually he's going to rotate, and you know, he's just huge right now.
TA2K still very scary. JT top. Top net worth, he's got his Vanguard, so he's very hard to kill. Cookie stun on to TA2K. And he doesn't really give a damn with the flesh heap, or does he? Oh my lord! And TA2K just gets the refraction off. My lord, he was just a little bit too far away from the dismember as well, but it's TA2K dancing with death and getting himself out of there is huge for the side of Quest.
That's unfortunate. Ends up hooking a creep instead, but they're gonna get a Kaori. You know, at least that's something.
The kill in response, mid lane, JT TP'd there. We'll be able to pretty much survive against the Pango. Don't really think there's much kill potential for the Pango onto the Pudge with a Vanguard.
Yeah, I mean, the only reason Pudge died there is he was against Meld, Blightstone, being hit by TA and the tower. That's a little bit too much. He only has 4 armor right now.
Top side, Malik. Any surprises? He is bottom of the cores, but he is at least sustaining a bit. Ghost has Rupture available that you always have to be careful for at this stage. And a mid-rotation that won't result in much. JT was too far away to get a good hook off.
Yeah.
So, both these lineups, who prefers the late game?
Good question. I think probably Extreme. You know, you would think that TA and Broodmother, they all, you know, they are heroes that scale. But I feel like TA, ever since the BKB change, you know, the hero is strong, but you need to play around timings. You need to play around the first Roshans. I don't think you want this game to go too late if you're TA 2000. So I'll probably give you to Extreme. You have the supports that scale immensely well, Snapfire, ET, and even Pudge, right? Without that eternal scaling.
Yeah, even. But on the opponent's side, you of course have the Silencer that does the exact same thing once he's got it leveled. Xingqiu dropping low, has the kisses, but Noob actually is not interrupting him. In comes the kisses, a lot of damage being thrown out. Noob's dropping low, he got ruptured in the process and will die as well. Xingqiu hunted by Malik, but Malik, there's an Elder Titan going in for the smackdown of a life. He has 215 bonus damage from that fight. Silencer ulti came in a little bit late, but Paparazzi's gonna get controlled up. Do they manage to get the kill? No, yes they do, just barely. Corey's dot was gonna be enough, but JT gets himself a double kill. A 3-for-4 trade, which is very favorable for the side of Xtreme Gaming. TA2K though, he's got big fat juicy stacks to farm.
He needs it because he is almost the lowest farm core right now. And I mean, when you look at Quest, the 2 bottom cores are the cores that are supposed to be doing well right now. They're going to be your DPS and damage dealers. You know, this TA can recover the stacks, but I wonder what really happens with Malik here. He's going to need some time farming. And curious to see if he's going to try and go for the right-click build, or because he's this far behind, he's going to choose some sort of aura route to maybe enable everyone else.
Yeah, most of the time you do see kind of exactly that. You go for either you're a carry yourself or you go for the more supportive build. I guess this game, having a pipe on your team will definitely be a very advantageous thing against the Pudge.
That'll be
Greaves
really
as well
good
against the Bloodseeker's Thirst to keep your teammates high enough so Bloodseeker doesn't go ham.
Alright, so the Ember here going for the Scepter. Yeah, don't see that very often, but against Silencer, it's always a nice choice. You can even set up the Snapfire Cookie with the Scepter, although you do have chains as well. I have no problem with that.
JT's almost got Blink. That's big timing moment right there for the Extreme side. Doesn't even need to set up at that point.
Ember definitely, Paparazzi definitely a Scepter connoisseur, right? He also went for it in that Storm game where we were also, you know, I think there was even less justification for the Scepter that game than this one.
Well, to be fair, he only died twice that game, so honestly, wasn't really that bad of a choice. I guess he just likes the extra mana regen you get from it, and I guess that's
mainly it. It's better on Ember because you actually benefit from the move speed. Your Remnant goes faster, and Ember definitely a hero that also uses a lot of mana. We'll see how that's going to unfold as Malik does get a free tier 1 top tower.
J2K has caught up as well to the rest of the course. The only one that's still a little bit out on the Extreme is JT, who has his Blink Dagger done. Looking for a catch. Onto Malik he goes. Kisses come in as well. The gang squad is ready. The kisses get sent out over towards Omar. Will they be able to get the kill? Root him up. In comes the Earth Splitter. Omar steals the chains, which is a nice pickup. Global Silence comes out. Paparazzi's actually in trouble. Rolling Thunder comes out. Noob does get the stun onto Xingqiu. And the Snapfire will be a second one down. Great play coming out. The two-man... That Searing Chain steal was actually kind of nuts. I mentioned that, you know, he didn't have really much to steal from them. But then he gets the Searing Chains, the only thing that could save him there.
Yeah, I mean, and the stolen Scatter Blast totally broke the Flame Guard in one go. So that's why the Ember couldn't do damage to finish the kill, and with the chains they get it. And all bottom, Ghost very low.
And
that's
a stolen Bloodbright as well. Bit of damage coming out, Swashbuckle, forward, Noob.
All the chains only on the creeps.
That's really unfortunate. They can't go for the re-engage. There's also a Diffusal Blade now done on the Pango, so Noob right now is kind of go time ready, but the net worth is completely disengaged back in favor of Quest, and TA2K is about to hit top net worth. Oh, Malik in mid. They are making sure this Broodmother has absolutely zero game, and Corey tries to help out as well, so it nice couple of kills coming in for JT, but the problem is this TA is starting to get very big.
Yeah, that's what the hero does. It's going to outfarm the Bloodseeker. The thing is whether they're going to be able to use that network to secure Roche. He's going to have Desolator very soon, but Roche is going to be top. Whether they're going to be able to get Roche on is really the big ask. And the problem for Xtreme Gaming is you want to deny this Roche from Quest, but you can't do it yourself. Your heroes are really bad at it. So I do hope to see some vision and see their presence around this left side of the map a bit more, because that's for sure the next objective here for Quest.
Speaking of which, Quest smoked up in towards mid, heading to see if they can get a good catch. I do like JT's item of choice. He's going for the Heaven's Halberd after the Blink Dagger. He knows that the only one that really is scary for them is that TA.
I think that disarm is going to feel very good. Even the evasion against the Broodmother as well. And Brood going for the Echo, despite having this awful game.
Dead.
Or is he?
Well, there's an entire army behind him, so yes.
Oh my.
they all smoked around him, and big surprise.
This could be a Roche, actually. TA is nearby. They do have the Pangolier.
They're going in the pit, so yeah, they're attempting Roche. Can they respond? Not really. I mean, they could try now. DY doesn't have a TP, Zinq doesn't have a TP. DY is running in that direction, but the rest of his team is not coming.
It's unfortunate. I think they had the momentum here as Xtreme to predict this move and be able to at least push them back out of the Roche. You know, they have the T there, but it's not going to do anything.
Yeah, they know that they're taking Roche, but they cannot contest it. You also have Paparazzi going for that first item mules, which is a nice way to keep himself alive. The problem is his farming speed diminishes really quickly without a Maelstrom. Bottom lane, Rolling Thunder. Not really anything happening with that Rolling Thunder. Everyone gets away. But actually, JT is instead of the Heaven's Halberd going for an Axe. Huh.
Interesting. Not necessarily. There's not a lot of health regen reduction that's gonna matter, but the AoE increase is good versus the TA. Just so you can get on top of her.
And yeah, the Brood Spiders die instantly. The supports kind of also die. They die very quickly. They're a super squishy lineup on Quest without any like pipes and whatnot coming in. And considering Malik has gone for the Echo Saber into the BKB, they're not going to have auras on the side of Quest.
And Kaori could be in trouble here.
No, Cookie into the hooky. It's a nice combination. JT's on 8 stolen flesh heap stacks. Well, not stolen, but just in general flash heap stacks. So he's starting to become pretty bulky. 2.4k HP on the Pudge.
Right. Definitely buying some time here for the Brood to recover now ahead of Paparazzi. I mean, no wonder he's the lowest farm core that Scepter, as you said, doesn't help. But it also means that, you know, he didn't really die too much in the last minutes.
Yeah, paparazzi. I mean, when he gets the maelstrom, those spiders are gonna be easy food. Even though it can also be detrimental because the sleight of fist takes a very long time to finish. And at that point, they can just kind of surround where you jumped from.
Alright, so Age is still up for 3 minutes. They did give it to Noob because he's the one that's going to be creating space. TA2000 wants to wait his BKB to really join any of the next fights. But yeah, I don't think Quest is in any rush. Like I did say that Xtreme has, you know, at least in my opinion, they have the late game. But it's really the second Ages where we're going to see Quest really pressure this and get outer towers, maybe even go high ground.
Yeah, that is what I'm curious on. When they're going to decide to pounce here on the side of Quest. Are they waiting for the Broodmother to get big enough to join? Even though the Broodmother's actually recovered really well. Malik is currently ahead of Paparazzi, which is kind of remarkable. They're all next to each other in terms of net worth. So I don't know if
double BKB timing. Whether it's going to be ready before Roche or not, I think that's when we're going to see them pressure with 5 heroes. Right now, they are pressuring, but it's TA2000 just chilling.
Yeah, he is fairly decently farmed. Though it's not
that
like
Ghost is as farmed as he is, right? He's
Yeah,
actually right around his tail.
JT as well, and JT's done with the Ags, so that might actually be the timing for Xtreme to start making plays themselves. Aegis is going to expire in 1.5 minutes. I don't even know if you care that much about his Aegis on the Pangolier if his Rolling Thunder is used.
Yeah, I don't think you do. You probably, like, if the TA is not showing the fight, you probably go for the Brood, and if TA is there, that's your target. And you gotta remember, even when TA2000 has BKB, you're still gonna be dealing with both Rupture as well as Dismember.
Oh, Papa. They're on the high ground. Does pop his Flame Guard and fall back. So they might think that there's a vision around the area. There's actually a ward spot that's always pretty nice that you can use. It's nearby that gives high ground vision. And it's an arcane rune spawning topside. Paparazzi's trying to refill his bottle. Should be able to secure it. And indeed makes the trifecta jump. Only one remnant left though. Because of it, JT is just continuing to farm. This Pudge is unhinged. Ghost actually went for a Manta as his second item.
Yeah, it's a global, right? You could go BKB, but because they're just farming, Manta is going to scale a bit better. And now TA does have that BKB. JT will TP out of his Rolling Thunder.
And Malik TP'd in. He has his BKB at the ready. Noob's got a Lincoln Sphere, which is always a good way to try and keep yourself saved against the Bloodseeker. They have multiple ways of break. Well, not the most amount of ways to break it, but of course, Bloodseeker could just Blood Rage him and nuke it out himself.
All right, so both teams actually have their timings now. I'm gonna say Xtreme smoking because of that egg as you talked about. This could be a really good fight for Xtreme, not gonna lie. I think this BKB is like a start for TA2000. He can still die in these fights. He has to be careful. Can't be the first point of contact.
Well, it does look like they are gonna try and get the backstab going. Can they get the catch? Paparazzi running forward. The problem is, there is still no Aghanim Shard or Blink on the TA, so if they get on top of him, he is very likely toast.
Yeah, there's maybe Global to buy some time, but that's about it. I guess you can BKB TP, but there's no TP on TA2000 right now.
There's a little bit of a Ras coming out. Ghost gets the Rupture off onto Malik, who loses half his HP in a second. In comes the Kisses, but you mentioned it. The Stolen Rupture is a scary one. Malik still staying alive. The Stomp comes through. Charge forward from Ghost. Can they get the kill secured? That's a lot of damage from DY coming in. TA2K still alive and kicking. Or is he? One more hit. He's dropping very low. JT comes in. Nom nom nom. He says, oh my god. With the hook right next to Papa as well. 4 for one trade. They lose the Bloodseeker, but what do they gain? They gain way too much. JT's even looking for more. But Noob is very quick on the disengage. Yeah, that TA got annihilated by the double man Earth Splitter hit.
Dude, DY with his drums is hitting like a truck hole. I mean, it was the spiders, right? You talked about it in the beginning of the game. He got so much damage because of those spiders. He was right clicking for like 400, and he has max natural order. So that's a 0 armor TA just being slapped.
As also Malik got ruptured, so he's like standing there, pops his BKB, gets the kisses on top of him, can't move, just cannot play the game at that stage. Once you get ruptured, it's over.
Really hard fight. They even stole Rupture, but it didn't matter at the end of the game. They did kill Ghost, but that's about it. Everyone else on the side of Xtreme reaping the benefits from that fight. And I mean, JT is still the highest net worth, dude. What's wrong with this guy? He's always owning when Xtreme is playing.
Yeah, he's almost done with the Heaven's Halberd as well. So an extra disarm for the TA. Needs to be careful on this BKB timings. They're going to try and TP out. Nice stomp from DY. And he will be able to get himself out of there. Because he does get that nasty movement speed buff. Look at that. 22% movement speed, 220 bonus damage. It's good to be an ET.
It really is. And that's before that Solar Crest. Before the Boots of Bearing is going to get eventually. Alright, and Ember going straight up for Eggs here. He's keeping the BKB because he ended up going Use Scepter. That's a pretty interesting choice.
Yeah, Paparazzi, I guess the Yule Scepter does keep him alive for the most part. The Shard from TA2K, I think that's a very big problem though, because there's going to be a lot of those traps around the team fight that are going to be pretty nasty. So he'll definitely have to go for a BKB afterwards.
You think... Nah, never mind. I was going to make a really bad joke. Looking here for on Pangolier, do you think this Shard shouldn't have been, finished earlier? It feels like such a good Shard game. Because,
I mean,
the kisses, the stomp, the chains, the rupture.
I think having the Blink Dagger to reposition your Rolling Thunder is probably more important, and I think that's a better choice. Obviously, they have great tools, but they're not going to really focus him that much. Considering he's not the scariest of the bunch. Roche has respawn though. It is dire spawn, and they just took the gateway. He sees that they just took the gateway because
he's gonna get a lot of bonus from that. Let's check how much damage he gets.
He hit all
4 or 5 heroes.
335 bonus damage. Yep.
550 move speed. All right, let's go.
Oh, they're going for Roche.
He's gonna get the reset as well. He's gonna get it again.
Spots it out, knows that they're here. There's still a couple of them smoked up, but he sees the high ground vision and the hook from JT. They get the vision. Rolling Thunder comes out. TA2K, BKB doesn't keep him alive. Ghost is just hunting him. Kisses come out as well. TA2K, disengage is not possible. JT's on your behind. DY with the ulti as well coming through. Malik tries to find the killing blow in response, and they'll find DY, but what do they lose here, Bowie? I think it's a little bit too much.
This time, Xtreme Gaming aware of that move. I was very surprised that they didn't really account for first Roche too much, but they farmed their items, they played quite passively, and when it mattered, that second Roshan, when your high ground is in a threat, they contested beautifully. That Elder Titan, man. Just DY is having the game of his life. He died there, but really didn't matter. And JT with that hook just won the fight there. That hook by itself does it all.
You can't let that happen. It's too problematic. JT now also has the cheese. He's got 3.5k HP. Cheese, Heaven's Halberd, Vanguard. This gigantic monstrosity is never going to die.
It's definitely not gonna die. 3.5k HP, only 7 armor still, but having the Gossamer Cape definitely helps. That's one thing we didn't talk about, but they have one on Pudge, they have one on DY, and also they have the Elven Tunic on Ghost. So lots of evasion there to counteract and deal with these right clickers on the side of Quest.
Next up will be that nullifier on TA2K, but as you mentioned, evasion starting to become a bit more of a problematic scenario for the Quest side. And I mean, the biggest problem is just JT. Honestly, so far, all we've seen from JT today is just pure class. Spots out Noob, gets the nom-noms. Noob's lucky that he had the shield rune. Otherwise, he would have been in a world of trouble. Is trying to roll himself out of there, but JT's on the chase. He's trying to go for the TP. It's a bit too far to hit that hook, and he does manage to get out.
Yeah, I mean, he played so well, and 3 different heroes, at least from the games that we cast. Feels like regardless of the hero, it's always on point. And, okay, nice. Telekinesis shard saved by the Rubik. Omar should be fine.
It's all looking mighty fine here for Xtreme. Dodging and weaving through all the fights. Broodmother is getting close to the Lincolns. I mean, they kind of all need Lincolns at this stage with the Rupture just being that deadly. Ghost next item is going to be that Aghanim Scepter that we saw last game. More a, like, Ghost Scepter combined with that Rot is going to be pretty nasty. Speaking of which, JT bottom lane gets spotted out. Still has the cheese available, though. And the backup rotation coming through from Paparazzi and the gang. Omar is going to be the target instead. They know that they cannot let any nasty spells be picked up. JT goes for the Malik Eat, but the silence comes in. Zinku is actually going to get taken down. TA2K still hits like a truck, and Ghost is going to hunt in for Noob. Speaking of which, the Pangolier is man-fighting up against Ghost, but that damage coming again from DY. In comes JT, ate the cheese, running forward, did get silenced up, but he is a pest and will make sure that Malik won't get the TP away. Kaori is going to be the next target, and it is the JT show, and we're just here to witness it.
And 2 Pudge in the off lane. I mean, from the get-go, that lane was beautifully played. They are aware of the play, the TA and the meld. They got so many kills, and all of that advantage just trickled down to all of the lanes. Paparazzi, he actually stopped the lane, but struggled, especially because of his item decisions. But, you know, at the end of the day, he didn't die. He was there when he needed it. And as you said, it was really the Pudge just doing a lot of the heavy lifting alongside this ET and Bloodseeker.
I mean, that's a crucial part as well. Like, he doesn't have to do all the damage because you have the Pudge that does the damage and survives. You have the Bloodseeker charging in. You have the Elder Titan. DY is hitting ungodly Earth Splitters. It's just, you see your player, and then it snaps, and then they're gone. That damage from Earth Split is insane.
We saw this Elder Titan. Okay, there you go. Really good.
Going in. That range is kind of insane. But Kaori Silencer is going to be left behind. 17 stacks for JT. They stole Dismember. That's actually not bad. He's got the shard as well, so you have the save on Rubik.
Oh, nice.
He also has a Guardian
Greaves.
range. I don't know how I feel about that. I know they kind of need it in their team, but
it's an item that a Brood would go, right? But he decided for the right click dude at the end of the day, so.
Look at Zincu. He's got the Rod of Atos, Guardian Greaves, 4 Staff, Plate Mill, and a Shard. Like that's the difference between supports right now.
So farm there. They're gonna go for a smoke here. Silence is not there, but he's pretty much just a global silence bot. And they will find Ghost.
Do they have the nuke damage in one fell swoop? Yes, they do. He cannot respond. In response, though, it is going to be JT chasing in after Malik. The Broodmother is not going to be able to run away. The slow is too much. Godlike streak. JT's the real... Like you talked about, is this Pudge going to be a safe laner? Is it going to be an off laner? Yes, it's both.
The answer is yes. He is everything. I mean, I can't stop talking about JT. Every single performance has been flawless. The hero pool, sure, Legion definitely kind of a meta hero right now, but Pudge, definitely not the case. He's delivering regardless. But I think the quiet winner and something we should definitely keep an eye on is DY. That hero you know, it's not that flashy past the laning stage, but that spirit, that natural order just does so much, especially when you consider that Rot with the X does so much magic damage, and it's like a 0 magic resistance hero. So the combinations that they get with Zelda Titan, either the Skyref Mage that we saw in the game, or this Pudge with the Snapfire, super impactful.
Noob.
Oh no.
Yeah. Gets caught out, gets nom-nommed. You also have Paparazzi with the Yules to break the Linkenses, so that's another nice addition that it has. Interrupts TPs, breaks Linkens, and in this game where, of course, the Broodmother and the Pango both have a Linkens, it's very handy to have that extra tool.
Okay, so... Yay, did finish the Nullifier. What does it... I guess deals with the Uceptor in the 4 steps, but I'm not sure that's the item he needs. I feel like maybe he just needed more damage, needed a Daedalus or something. You're not killing this Pudge.
Yeah, he's pretty A-okay. Cookie comes out, tries to get him back. In comes the Earth Splitter from D1. Oh my god. No. He's running forward, almost gets Omar smacked in one fell swoop. Omar uses the dismember that he stole, will be taken down. TA2K with the TP out, but it's Malik left behind, and it's what? Like, how? They're so good. The Execration offlane and supports. Sorry, the extreme execration. The extreme offlane and supports are actually just remarkable. And then you add in Ghost on whatever hero that they need. Be it a Drow that has a horrible lane that comes back, a Bloodseeker that just needs to rupture. They've got everything they require in the team.
And I know it feels like we're just talking so much about Extreme, but you gotta remember, they're playing against Quest. Like, this team got 4th in the Major. They were undefeated in this tournament so far, beating Secret that was beating everyone. It's not like...
Oh, the stomp into Hook again. It's these... DY just gets a freaking 3-man stomp every single time.
Yeah.
And he's looking for another one. Bottom side. Stomp comes out. A 2-man stomp this time, but that does set everything up for a possible hook. JT, he's not going to go for the play. Stolen hook, though, puts JT in a little bit of a rougher spot. Slightly so, considering... as you mentioned, TA2K doesn't really have the damage to take him down.
Yeah, they only disengage because Pudge is out of mana. He's been getting so many kills, he's so much mana that... Yeah, this is one thing he didn't itemize for, no mana regen. But after he's back and refuels his tank, I guess you could wait for ages and finish the game there. But Extreme, they have everything they need. If you look at the game ball meter right now, 98% to 2.
It's actually both the Ember and the Pudge went for a Shiva's guard this game. So they have double Shivas on Extreme.
Okay, that's a bit of an oopsie. Because, you know, if you're against a PL or like lots of units, I can see the value of having two, but...
I don't actually hate it because obviously you're going to need to get armor. Otherwise TA just blows you up in 2 shots. You could go for the AC, but they don't really require attack speed at all on their side. So having the extra vision that you gain from it on both the heroes, I think honestly you could possibly go for another item, let's say a nullifier of your own or something, but I actually don't mind this choice.
And if you need armor, there's no better item. There's nothing else that gives 15 armor like Shiva's. So if you're speaking of like slots, oh, nice blink out from Noob there. And you're fighting. Oh, good stolen hook by Omar.
And chase in. Can Paparazzi get a catch? Spots out Noob. Nullifier comes out. This is a bit more problematic. Lift up, drag back. Paparazzi's just not taking any damage at all. They're gonna even eat Malik on the side while you have a Bloodseeker running in, keeping 3 heroes distracted. Malik is dead. The rest of the team, can they disengage is the question. You've got DUI with the control onto Noob. Coming through, 3 kills secured again. And Kaori and TA2K trying to disengage. Nice sidestep, but the Pudge is faster. And indeed, he is right on your heels. Pops his BKB, goes for the TA2K. Nice bash from Noob, but there is no running away from this chase. BKB used. The TA is in so much trouble, but JT, he's just hunting in towards the fountain they go. And that is the GG call. JT Pudge 13-2-15. Easy peasy lemon squeezy.
Even Quest can bleed when it's against the Pudge of Xtreme Gaming. I mean, honestly, everyone played a beautiful game. I think this Elder Titan is something that the teams will have to address in the future. They just play not only DY as a god in the hero, but they draft around it so well. They always have this very high burst magic damage heroes alongside it. And it's really hard to really deal with it. Like, this TA, as farmed as she was, never really had... Like, without Aegis, there was no way they could take fights. And unfortunately for Quest, Elder Titan's also great at what? Controlling Roche. So they're going to have to go back to drawing board. Let's see if Xtreme can take this. Because, you know, if they somehow beat Quest 2-0, I think this puts them in a really good spot in the tournament.
TA2K did less damage than his silencer that game.
Oh my god.
that is a painful statistic. I mean, you
Yeah.
saw it as well. Paparazzi got nullified. He got held in place for a solid 10 seconds with the lift up and everything. And he still just took no damage at all from TA2K. It doesn't help, of course, that the Broodmother was having a terrible lane. And, yeah, Noob also didn't have the best lane, but they did recover at one point to have it even Stevens, but JT was just too good. JT, DY, and Zinq, it's a nasty combination of players that like to make plays around the map, and that's the most important thing. They play offlaners, Legion Commander, Pudge, they're going to hunt. They're going to look for kills. You add in the kisses on top, they've got 1-2 combos all the way through, and they're making it look easy.
Yeah, it's. I think at the end of the day, the decision of going right click on the Brood, considering Malik got such a bad laning stage, was probably not ideal. I know Amar would probably go the same route, but it felt like if somehow they were able to enable TA2000 a bit more, there's a chance he could have done something. But like that Brood was a non-factor. The Echo Saber BKB, it didn't matter. Like he would BKB and get dismember, get ruptured. There were way too many ways of controlling the Brood. Let's see if they can do it in game 2, because Quest, they are by far the best team. The team with the best results in this group. So I do expect them to, have an answer for what Xtreme brought in game 1.
Of course, to witness what's going to happen in game number 2, we'll be going towards a short little break. I'm looking forward towards it. If JT brings this same level of passion, I'm going to love every single game they play. We'll be back after the break.
Dragging us down, face on the ground, but still we so proud. Just look at the crowd, making some noise, making some sound. We ain't got a choice, they're hearing us now. Paradise through dirt in our eyes for us. Oh, actually, I'll try, actually, I'll fight for us. our eyes for us. Oh, Echi, I'll try, Echi, I'll fight for us. Dragging us down, face on the ground, but still we so proud. Just look at the crowd, making some noise, making some sound. We ain't got a choice, they're hearing us now. Paradise through dirt in our eyes for us. Oh, Echi, I'll try, Echi, I'll fight for us. Dragging us down, face on the ground, but still we so proud. Just look at the crowd, making some noise, making some sound. We ain't got a choice, they're hearing us now. Paradise through dirt in our eyes for us. Oh, Echi, I'll try, Echi, I'll fight for us. so proud, just look at the crowd. Making some noise, making some sound. We got a choice, they're hearing us now. Paradise through dirt in our eyes for us. Oh, actually, I'll try, actually, I'll fight for us. Dragging us down, face on the ground, but still we so proud, just look at the crowd. Making some noise, making some sound. We got a choice, they're hearing us now. Paradise through dirt in our eyes for us. Oh, actually, I'll try, actually, I'll fight for us. Welcome back, ladies and gents. We are already at the last game of the day, Bowie. My name is DK Truman, as mentioned, joined by Bowie, and we have one more match to cover, and it's going to be Xtreme Gaming versus, of course, Quest for Game 2.
Oh yeah, Quest that was undefeated until the last match. They got beat by Xtreme Gaming in a very convincing fashion, I gotta say. It's not like, I guess, could say the Pudge, slightly cheese pick, but it's not like a Husker. It's not a hero that is like 100% supposed to win the lane. I think there's a lot of skill involved in how they were able to beat Quest.
Yeah, if you miss your hooks, then that lane's going to be a lot tougher, but JT rarely missed, and especially if you have Zinc Q in your lane, DY later coming to back you up as well with the Earth Splitter. Their combinations were pretty remarkable and definitely a lot to enjoy. But of course, on the opposing side, The laning stage was really troublesome. All three lanes struggled significantly. Mid was, I guess, the closest, but Malik just a non-factor the entire game. Could not do a single thing. His broodmother got destroyed.
Yeah, it was definitely a hard game for him. They picked his hero relatively early, and he, I'm not surprised that he struggled in the lane. I think the biggest mistake's not really losing that lane, but how he went about it, going for that right-click build. I think that kind of solidified his unusefulness the entire game. I don't know. Sometimes it happens. You think you're going to be able to just get enough time to get all of those items, but he didn't. He had Echo Saber BKB most of the game, and that was just not enough to really do what they needed. We'll see if with the next draft they're going to be able to perform better. I also want to check out Broodmother's win rate because I feel like I've seen it a lot this tournament already, but I'm not sure if the results have been that good. Let me check here. So Broodmother has a 33% win rate right now. Only 6 games, but not very convincing.
It's because exactly that statistic. 33 hasn't played it yet, so that's when of course it spikes up incredibly well. But then we have to wait for the group stage for them to join the fun. Right now we have ourselves draft number 2 starting. Any surprise bans? The Darkseer removal is an interesting one. Definitely does show that Xtreme might consider going for illusion-based heroes.
Yeah, first phase, definitely rare to see Darkseer banned like this, so Xtreme making sure to cover their bases. I think they banned it second phase last time. And that ET, I do love that one. I think that is like the first ban you have to really go for if you want to untangle the mess, find a way to beat Xtreme. That's the first one. To me, like every game that they looked super convincing, ET was involved.
And now, of course, he will have to go for a different hero, but the plus is if you have such specialist heroes, it does open up the map pool significantly for you. Xtreme is going to go for another Snapfire pickup. Denial of the noob mid snap. It's been also very effective for them last game.
Yeah, I love it. The dual purpose here, denying that, but at the same time, just being a pretty good hero. Sure, you're not going to have that ET, but if you get the Ember, just the chains with the kisses are strong, but they actually get that Dusa. All right.
I mean, they have 8th pick, so now you can ban out the anti-mage immediately. They picked Timbersaw, which you do not care about at all as a Dusa. It's kind of a non-factor for you, which is a big plus for the Medusa, and you can also get a safe lane that's pretty okay against Timbersaw. Speaking of which, we don't know if the Timbersaw is going to be that off lane or mid possibly, so you always have to be a bit fearful of the flex potential.
Yeah, they do ban Ember, which I really like as quest. The versatility with the Snapfire is quite scary. And they also ban Storm, so really going towards Paparazzi's throat, they're going to try and force him to expand his hero pool a little bit. What else has he played this tournament? He played Snapfire and Pango. So, nope, that Snapfire could easily be his hero in the mid lane anyways.
Yeah, I don't know if I'd like a Snapfire and Medusa, because, I mean, Snapfire does control the mid game pretty nicely once you hit that level 6. I do think that Xingqiu with that Snapfire on 4 last game looked so incredibly solid that I'm not 100% sure if you want to swap those. And if you play Snapfire in mid and you're up against a Timbersaw, you can get chunked.
Yeah, it's definitely annoying. Although you also have so much burst damage that I have not seen that matchup a lot, but I could see the Snapfire just having overwhelming burst, even killing the Timber early on at least. It definitely can go both ways. But Quest, what else do you want to take down here? Are you fully trying to go at... Because I don't think they want to ban the Pango, even though it's a hero that Paparazzi played, because you kind of want Pango for Quest against the Dusa. But picking the Pango earlier without being sure of the matchup can always trickle down into bad decisions. They could go Huskar. There's definitely some other heroes that you can pick up, and it also takes away the flex of the Timbersaw if you just pick Pango now for Quest.
Yeah, Quest also has options in a different direction. You could always go for like a Tiny if Noob wants to play it. Of course, he loves to pick up that hero as well. It's nice against Dusa, not because you can like burst the Dusa, but you can displace the hero, which is kind of nice. They are going to go for the Pango. It is a diffusal blade builder, but it does, of course, immediately show exactly it's going to be an offlane Timbersaw, Rubik 4, most likely 4. It could also be a 5 for the matter, and the Pangolier will be mid.
Yeah, I honestly, I feel like they're going to play the Snap mid now because it kind of destroys Pangolier. Most melee heroes, but Pangolier being kind of low HP, it's a really good matchup, and you can probably pick the Bloodseeker again, honestly, because they forced the... Oh, they actually don't go Bloodseeker, but they get Quap Clock, so probably going to be mid Quap for Papa, and it's going to be DY Clock.
Yeah, Medusa Clock, pretty nice lane. If you get on top of the Rubik with the battery assault, he can't do much. The Cogs, of course, very nice against the Timbersaw as well. Medusa, Queen of Pain adds in a lot of mid-game damage with the Sonic Wave and the Hunt. It lanes superbly well against the Pangolier. It's, in general, melee heroes kind of get stomped by Queen of Pain. I do think that Queen of Pain has some struggles in the mid-game when there's any kind of control, but Paparazzi is definitely a player that can circumvent that pretty easily. It wouldn't surprise me if he goes for a Yule Scepter, for instance.
Yeah, I mean, Silencer is still in the pool, and I think wouldn't be a bad choice for Quest, although you are against Clock. Oh, now that is a hero we don't see that often. Nightmare. I guess you can set up the Chakram, the Rolling Boulder. It trades well against the Clock, but it's a hero that hates being hook-shotted. It's kind of weird. It's not a great Bane game. Even though you can control the Quap, I think there's a lot of ways to cancel. Not only you get vision of where Bane is, but you can cancel from far away. Even just the Stone Gaze, super annoying for the Bane to play against that.
Laning-wise is actually pretty decent, though. It's a lane-dominating support. Undying is, of course, the other one, but that one was already banned out. And at later portions of the game, Fiend's Grip is always going to be scary, but Dusa Stone Gaze is kind of the ultimate against it, because if you're going to try and grab the Dusa and she pops Stone Gaze, your entire Fiend's Grip is going to be ended in 3 seconds.
I mean, there's an argument that, like, sure, you take mana away, so maybe, possibly, if you wait out the Stone Gaze and you get the Fiend's Grip afterwards, it could be good. But I think they have a fair amount of cancels. Even the Cop Shard eventually could cancel the Fiend's Grip. But as I said, probably just going to be a strong laning hero to deal with Xtreme. And Quest, they have to last pick a carry. They ban Naga plus Lark.
Yeah, what's Quest safely going to be an Xtreme's off lane? Because, of course, they still have to pick up that JT hero, keeping their beautiful off laner for last. That just shows exactly how much faith they have in whatever they want to secure for him. I don't think it's going to be another Pudge game, considering you're up against the Timbersaw, and that's just easy nom-noms.
Yeah, against Timber plus Rubik. We saw some decent Rubik steals in that game, but pretty much at the end of the game, so they're not that impactful as they could have been. They're going to take the Visage away, so... I mean, LC is still in the pool. Not bad if they decide to go PL for Quest.
It's also okay against the Bane.
Yeah, it's really good versus Bane, actually. Probably the best option they have.
Nightmare has a weird interaction, though, with Duel, which is always fun. I just keep swapping between the two.
I guess, yeah, if you do go LC, though... Yeah, the Snapfire is going to be 4, so it's a pretty good lane, Snapfire LC. You have the Dispel for the Fiend's Grip. You have Sonic Wave and the Kisses for the burst damage of the duel. Especially considering how good of a game, how clutch of a game he had against Beast Coast with the hero. I think that looks good. If they want to go somewhere else, I mean, I guess you can go Tide. Because you do have that Kraken Shell against Fiend's Grip as well.
Tide wouldn't be too bad, but then you probably get to deal with a Pango in lane. Bane Pango is kind of rough.
Wait, what do you mean? You think Pango's not going to be mid?
Wait, Tide.
Tide Hunter.
Did I say? What did I say?
You said Bane Pango leading.
Oh, sorry, Bane Monkey in lane.
Oh yeah, Monkey is open. You're right.
And then like that would be a pretty tough lane to try and survive because you just get hit by the Nightmare and then he sets himself up for the combo.
I wonder what's worse because like LC also struggles against Monkey, right? So, what would you prefer? Because Monkey, it looks really good if they go for this melee offlaner route for Xtreme Gaming.
You can also just go for Mars, and then you don't really care.
Oh, I like Mars actually.
Radiant team pick.
Oh, that one wasn't banned. We forgot about him completely. Meepo.
Wait. Is this offlane Meepo or they're gonna play?
JT plays Meepo offlane.
Oh my lord. Okay. Well, let's go. I guess still go Monkey King, honestly. I'm not sure there's a better pick. Like, what else can you pick?
That's a good question indeed. I
guess you can play Jug, but... Oh, there's that guy. Okay.
I mean, he still lives, but... Ursa is in a really bad spot right now.
He is. Right, this has to be a Diffusal Blade Ursa game. You're aiming for very early power spikes. You try to destroy Meepo in lane, and you itemize for the Dusa. I mean, I'm not against it. It's just I feel like the Extreme heroes are just better. Like they're pretty much 1-to-1 better.
Okay. Pretty much 1-to-1 better. Yeah, I like Extreme's draft. Very much so. I think that Meepo pick was a bit of a surprise, and it forces them into a very rough spot in terms of their safe laner. But yeah, I'm all for the Meepo pick. I think it's a pretty solid pick. Timbersaw is very decent against the Meepo, of course, because you do have that nasty chakram damage. But then comes in Mega Meepo, and then you do nothing against them anymore. So with all the roots coming in, with the fact that the other hero, like, you still have a Dusa behind it. It's an offlane Meepo. That's not even the biggest threat that they have. I'm definitely liking the choices here for Xtreme Gaming.
Yeah, all of the lanes look very tricky. I don't see them winning any of the lanes. Klopp's supposed to beat the Pango. This Ursa could potentially win against the Meepo, but just the situation that the Ursa is in is he has to go Diffusal Blade. I don't think you can go Battle Fury. It's a really hard Ursa game, like in general. Whereas this Dusa, I don't think she's gonna struggle at all against the Timber, as you said, and should probably have a really, really good game. So, okay, we'll see what happens. But Xtreme, not only they take away the streak from Quest, potentially could take 2 games out of them. This would put them in a super comfortable position.
Yeah, this would be a pretty big upset if they manage to secure the dub right here. Omar's the first one spotted, but don't really think that there's going to be any early aggression between the two sides. I'm just happy to get to see a Meepo game. I know that there were 2 streams that had them. I think VP was playing them, and Team
9
Secrets?
Pandas, right? 9 Pandas versus Beastcoast?
Oh, 9 Pandas, yeah, was playing it with Kiyotaka in the mid. So unfortunately we weren't able to watch it there, but we get to watch it here. So now you got a Meepo plus Snapfire lane. I have no idea what is that good. It sounds good.
I think it's decent. It's not about like the Meepo doesn't lose, and eventually when you get the 2 Meepos, that's when it starts to get super annoying because you're gonna have double Earthbind into Cookie, it's Scatter Blast, it's so much burst damage. This Ursa, whew, I wouldn't like to be this bear this game.
Well, it's not going to be easy pickings, but
remember,
Quest...
Meepo has 8 armor. Like, if you want a hero to deal with Ursa, this guy, 8 armor, 736 HP, like, this is pretty good. It's almost Terrorblade levels of armor here.
He builds into a lot of stats. That's primarily its build. Of course, the Aghanim Scepter gives him a lot of stats. which is nice. Now TA 2K went for level 1 Fury swipe so JT can just outrun him. And the Bane's going to be a little bit of a nuisance to JT. That's one advantage. You do have a Bane to back you up on that Ursa, so you got like the Nightmare saves and the I mean, Enfeeble's pretty nasty as well.
True. Very, very true. The mid lane here, it's gonna be farm fast until we get more levels here for Paparazzi. Top lane is interesting. I think we could see Omar dying to good Mystic Snake plus
Or
Cogs.
Malik right now.
Yeah.
Dropping low. Does
As
get
I
taken
said.
off. That's first blood secured. Ghost is pretty much out of mana though. But nonetheless, it's DY with first blood, so that's not too shabby. Keep the Deuce alive. Let him farm. As I say that, he only has 1 creep kill. Make that 2.
Get some mangoes, get some clarity from DY. Should be back in fighting shape here in Ghost.
And Xtreme Gaming, yeah, JT, full faith. He's gonna have a wonderful time.
I've seen a lot of Meepos in the offlane just getting the Athos. I wonder, because they have this dispel on the Ursa, if he would go a different route. There's not that many though, so it's either the Eggs Rush, Athos, or I guess Blink after some Wraith Bands.
He has marked up that he wants to get Cornucopia on the Ursa. So Battle Fury Ursa seems to be the play this game. I don't know if that's the best play.
All right.
Considering, do you have late game? In the slightest?
I wouldn't say so. I would not say so.
Well, especially that mid game is going to be the big problem once Meepo gets a couple of items in. And we've seen JT farm. He's capable.
Maybe they have ultra late game. The question is, do you get to ultra late game? That's probably the more.
I guess the Timber Saw is probably the most important hero on the quest side. Like, he can go off.
Yeah, if he does buy a lot of time for the Ursa to get the Battle Fury potentially. Also, even how much of a stomp is going to be made, because the first levels are fine for Noob, but now you can already see him struggle, very low HP, fair amount of CS advantage already for Paparazzi, and it's only going to get worse.
Yeah, Noob is being bullied back pretty heavily. And of course, Paparazzi with that will most likely be able to get the rune control, and then it spirals out of control, especially if you have some rotations coming in. JT needs to get his level, I think it's level 4, right? Where you get your second Meepo?
3.
3?
He actually didn't get it. Interesting. Okay.
Chose to go for Poof then instead. Yeah, I don't have a single clue what the levels exactly are. Ghost.
I think it's 3, 11, and 17, I want to say.
Okay. Man has a lot more knowledge of Meepo than I do. I just dodge it. Try to ban it every single game I encounter.
Pretend he doesn't exist. It's not real. You don't give it power.
It can't hurt you now. Top side.
Most definitely
Ghost out of mana. Has the Mystic Snake to throw out. Gives him a little bit more mana. Malik will be able to Timber Chain out of there. And Ghost to disengage. Also got himself the Falcon Blade done. Makes him quite a bit more tanky. But especially the mana regen is the important factor, so he can get more Mystic Snakes pronged out.
And that HP doesn't hurt either, because this hero has no strength whatsoever. Alright, so overall, Meepo and Quap, high CS, they are pretty much ready to roll if they want to. Oh, alright.
Going in. Can they get themselves the kills? InQ's dropping low in response. There's Shotgun Blast available. Does throw it out. Magic Wand will be taken down. JT, can he finish him off? Has a puff in a second, but JT's actually losing his Meepo. Earthbind comes out. And the poof to kill off Corey. No, he won't be able to finish the Bane. He does get himself back. And it will be the sustain of that bottom lane.
Alright. Will live. It is a Dead Stand Fire. So, Ursa having a pretty decent lane stage. Thought that maybe it could go a bit worse, but TA2000 looking quite healthy.
Cornucopia is now done for the Ursa, so he'll be able to actually sustain his lanes. Level 5, once he hits level 6, don't think he should have any troubles being able to survive, unless Paparazzi goes for a rotation.
Yeah. I think the hardest part is probably over for TA2000. And, you know, the Pangolier is struggling quite hard when you look at that 14-16 to the 27-0. But, you know, if this Timbersaw can get some good rotations, that's how they can actually buy more time for Dursa and Savage the early game here from Noob, because he is jungling right now. Never a good sign for a mid-hero.
JT is just letting his Meepo pull the creep wave topside. Okay, he's trying to get both, or at least make sure that one of the experience gets secured.
Room,
yeah. And on the other side, Corey is trying to do the exact same, but Xingqiu placed an Observe Ward, so they should be able to get the Bane kill if he walks forward. Will they be able to get both? That would be pretty nice. Omar does have the lift, of course. And in comes
sends
JT.
both.
Sends both, but it's still Omar picking up the Wisdom Rune, and now JT is a bit in a troubling situation. Does go for some poof damage. DY running through with the slow onto Omar. JT TP's back, and Omar will die. DY will follow suit as well, and JT can just poof out of harm's way. Very weird.
Look at mid. Paparazzi's taking the tower by himself here, just because of all that chaos that the Meepo created.
And the tier 1 tower secured.
It doesn't happen very often. That's not a hero known for taking mid tower at 7 minutes.
Let's see his net worth. 4k net worth. Top of the board by quite a little bit of a lead. And it will be Corey spotted first. Paparazzi was considering jumping forward, but he knows Noob is right behind him. So he doesn't want to use the blink, otherwise it puts Papa in a rough spot. Swashbuckle through, forces him back, and now DY lifted outside on the wrong side of the cogs, and this is a very dead clockwork. Honestly,
he wants to get the rune. We're actually still there for Paparazzi. That's big.
I'm actually impressed with Paparazzi not jumping previously, but the problem is right now there's a Rolling Thunder coming through. JT, nice Sonic Wave, but the Swashbuckle is... Are they going to be able to keep him alive? In comes the Earthbind, Xingqiu. Shotgun Blast, JT disengages, and with the healing self, Paparazzi will survive. While they're all distracted, top side, Malik is going in to tickle Ghost. I mean, right now, Ghost doesn't really fear anything from the Timbersaw whatsoever. And Paparazzi is still top net worth. They're aggressive in mid, though. Double damage still available. Xingqiu is going to get slacked.
Alright, Noob definitely getting some recovery kills here. Already, I mean, still the bottom of the chorus, but that definitely helps a little bit, as they will get a cowering response. Oh, the denial's close, but no cigar.
He actually popped his magic stick, which I think destroyed, like, screwed up the deny there. That was a little bit of a close one. Malik going for the TP out, but the cogs to interrupt the TP, and
No
Malik.
mana as well. I guess he has a wand, but probably thinks he's gonna die anyways.
Oh, the neutrals! No! Oh, that is... I mean, well played by him, but surprising that managed to work out.
Yeah, that's the creep he needed. I'm not sure if it was the tomato clap that got the kill, or if the clap came after the death, but still, very
I think it came after the death. I think he just got, like, right-clicked.
Yeah,
Also, JT is third in net worth on the Meepo, and he's almost done with the Rod of Atos. More roots.
My god. Yep, that's a very, very good start for everyone on Xtreme Gaming. The Ursa, I mean, he's gonna get a good timing on the Battle Fury. It's just, is that enough?
That's when he starts the farm.
Yeah. He needs,
and then you already have a Meepo ready to fight.
He needs Blink. He needs so many items this game. He needs Basher.
It's that's the problem with Ursa. He always needs the next item in this
They're
batch.
going to be against a Butterfly Medusa, so they're going to need MKB at some point as well. Diffusal wouldn't hurt.
They are looking to possibly go for Ghost. Topside TP's coming in. DY is running forward. He doesn't have his level 6 yet. Cookie Stun actually does connect onto the Timbersaw. Chains out of the area. Will they be able to finish him off? It seems unlikely. The supports don't have their level 6s. But Paparazzi, Sonic Wave, Malik at the tiniest leap of his life, and they will still find a double in the process. Great kill coming in for Papa. Immediately taking the gateway down below where they're looking for TA2K.
Ooh, that would be a very juicy one. They have Vision of the Ward. Sure, there's Enrage, but there's 2 Earthbinds, and there's a lot of other dispels.
He's getting baited in. JT stayed in the lane knowing the TA was close, but there's the Rolling Thunder in response. DY, he needs a quarter level to be able to hook shot out of there. In comes the kisses, though, from downtown. Zinkyu got his level 6. Omar is locked and loaded and taken down with, of course, the chase for that tier 1 tower in the bottom lane being most certainly successful for Xtreme.
Great position from Shinkyu as well, using it from Fog, making sure it's not going to get stolen by the Rubik. It's not an easy Snapfire game just because how easy it is for them to cancel and even to steal Snapfire. OT.
Fiend. There's still no Fiend's Grip for Kaori. Noob has his shield crash, which is good against Meepo, but that's all it does. Can't even get it off. He is dead. Still bottom of the course. Zinkyu is catching up to Noob. I mean, so is Omar, to be fair. Speaking of level 6s, hookshot onto TA2K. Paparazzi has the blink forward. There is no Enrage available. TA2K, can they finish him off, though? They need to find vision of him, but he's going to get the TP out of there. That is remarkable that he does this engage.
Yeah, very nice. But still, that's an Ursa that now doesn't have a TP, that doesn't have his Battle Fury, that is losing real estate left and right. I don't know. I think they might be forced to just sneak Roche to deny from Xtreme Gaming. I don't think that's a bad play. You just send the Timber to tank and just get Roche.
It's going to be really hard. It isn't the fastest Roche. Yes, you have an Ursa who has almost max level overpower and Fury swipes. But you're going to be off the map for quite some time. And you've got rocket flare spams coming out from DUI that's... like, they're constantly looking for fights. They're 100% hunting all the time.
Yeah. I'm not sure they have a better play, you know what I mean? Like, are you going to smoke gank with your Timber that has no... I guess he's even going pipe. That's not a normal first item for Timber. But it is what it is. They need to keep people alive.
Yeah, the big problem is the fact that we've just been watching bottom lane, you know, JT and Paparazzi and such go ham, but there's still a Dusa in the game. Like, Meepo is not the end game. Meepo is the reason to get them to the end game, where of course this Dusa can just go ham.
And even though the Meepo is not the end game, he's the second highest net worth. So if he comes to it, like, there's so many things you have to worry about later on, which baffles me that this Ursa decided to get a Battle Fury anyways. Maybe they just feel like they got out drafted so hard that they have to find a win condition that like, doesn't exist.
Well, he does have Battle Fury, so he has hopefully some time
time
to farm. Big stacks as well, so that's going to increase his farming speed quite heavily. Topside Malik's going to get rooted up. There's going to be the poof spams. Malik rooted upon rooted upon rooted. Cookie stun. It does get stunned up. And Meepo's Earthbind is kind of ridiculous. Like, this game, Pangolier sucks against Earthbind. Timbersaw sucks against Earthbind. Ursa sucks against Earthbind.
You name it and it's going to suck against Earthbind. I think they need Shard on Rubik. He's only 4 staff, but yeah, maybe if they get lucky with the shard drop on the Tormentor, that would also help them a little bit to deal with all of this catch that they have on Xtreme.
Kari still in the area, got a Nightmare off onto Ghost. And spots out that there's a sentry ward placed He might just get the sentry ward kill. No, still doesn't manage to get it secured, and Kaori on the Bane will just die. With Paparazzi continuing his spree. It did force a couple of TPs, so it's more time for TA2000 to be able to get some farm going.
It's either going for Blink or BKB. We'll see what he's going to choose.
Earthbind. They also have the pesky little Rod of Atos. Earthbind, Earthbind, Earthbind. Stun. JT is dominating. He's done with the Ags in 200 gold.
Oh, they do find one Meepo here. The Ursa is close, but that poof is, yeah, they don't have that many counters.
Fiend script
I guess
far
he
away.
had the range, maybe. Oh.
Well, they get themselves out. Roche is up. Curry in the area might set everything up in advance.
Yeah, I think they're gonna try. And yeah, missile already goes there. Kind of dissuading Quest to move further.
Ghost, in the meantime, has got the Manta done, and you mentioned it, the Butterfly is next. When is Ursa going to get his MKB? That is a very important question. I don't think so.
Yeah. I mean, it can happen. You know, we saw Beast Coast. Maybe I shouldn't use the T word, but we saw Beast Coast lose a game where they were very far behind. So things always happen. But if the plan goes smoothly for Xtreme, there are very few things that could really stop them, as they will go through the twin gates and find themselves a Kaori.
That's, again, the Bane. It is pretty nice to kill him, though, so that there's no Fiend Script shenanigans. Will he deny himself? No, this time no denial coming in. Paparazzi, he's going for the shard. As you mentioned previously, another way to interrupt the Fiend Script. And he has it now finished to be delivered. Topside, TA2K in the area, has the Blink Dagger done. It's going for the BKB next. They spot out that JT is jungling, but Zinq...
He has Zags, man. You're not killing this guy.
Mega Meepo's at the ready. TA2K might want to go in, but Zinq and Paparazzi are right behind it. And even DY. They spot all of this with the Observer Ward, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
DY needs to get in hookshot range. There's a big fight brewing up topside. And there's the hookshot in onto the Bane. That's the big target that they want to annihilate first. Blink forward by Paparazzi. This is problematic. They lose DY in response. Rolling Thunder as well with the Fiend Script. Paparazzi is caught, and they are forced to get themselves out of there on the side of Xtreme Gaming. JT has, of course, the Mega Meepo and the Puffs to disengage. And they'll be able to get that done, which means Roche is able to be taken here by Quest.
All right. They did use a lot of cooldowns, but no buybacks. Will mean that Xtreme has to let this go. Sure, the Medusa is still farming, but this is going to be at least some breathing room here for Quest. They earned this Roshan. Really good fight, really good patience. They kind of bait TA2000, and eventually they take a really good fight out of the Fiend's Grip and the Pangolier Rolling Thunder.
Definitely a solid catch. Zinq being chased, going for the TP out. Does get hit by the stolen cookie stun. And not a move that he expected to come through. Has a Yules as well, which is like the ultimate counter for enrages. You use him, walk away.
Yeah, this time Paparazzi doesn't buy it. Quap is where he draws the line. Doesn't get it for Quap. But is farmed nonetheless. Has the shard as well, which is really strong against the grip. Even this Ursa, no BKB means he could die as they get a good hook shot.
Stone Gaze, TA2K, first life about to be taken care of.
Oh.
Too many roots. There is a Rolling Thunder though, if they try to keep him alive the second time, but it seems they've just called it quits and they're all gonna run away. Paparazzi will be able to seal the deal onto TA2000. It's actually kind of surprising that the team just decided, nope, dip.
Yeah, I mean, once he loses first Aegis that easily, it's really tough to take the fight. I think more impressive is that they actually tried to take that fight without the BKB being ready. Ursa had it flying to him, but it was not finished. So he got caught before having the BKB. Very unfortunate. Maybe he was just he thought he would get it anyways.
A little bit of an oopsie daisy there. JT running top, looking for catch. Omar is the one spotted. Battery assault. The Rubik will die. Noob will get the TP away. Oh, DY almost hit that rocket as well. The hook shot, but won't be able to get the catch, and they get themselves out of there. While Xinku is waiting for the experience rune to come in. You also have a Meepo in your team, so taking the enemy's Tormentor is a solo man's game.
Yeah. Oh, Xinku is gonna get that Wisdom Rune. Can Diersa get something in return? No, he can't.
Big ol' yoink.
This is a tough one. It's a very, very tough one. They're gonna get the Wisdom Rune with Paparazzi in the bottom side as well. Tormentor is yet to be done, but should be on the menu for the Meepo. Ursa can also use his Enrage to get it if he thinks it's a good idea. Butterfly done, by the way.
I love the fact that it's a Diffusal Blade after the BKB Battle Fury Blink Dagger. Yeah. And then he still needs a Nullify, well, so many tools afterwards. Rolling Thunder from Noob. Is he going to be able to get it off? Silenced up, push back. Still gets the Rolling Thunder, but the hook shot from DY. There's also a catch onto Kaori. Killing spree for Paparazzi. He's back in his killing ways.
Yeah, I mean, Aegis
and
on
Ghost
the quest
is now
side
as well.
But it feels like it's Extreme playing with the Aegis here. They're going to march down. Probably get this tier 2 for free.
JT is just looking if he can spot out Malik, but Malik TP's out of there. JT, Blink Dagger into the Scythe of Ice next. I like the fact that Malik has a Heaven's Halberd, because it's great against Dusa, but what do you have against Meepo at this stage?
Yeah, I mean, this is such a feels bad game for Timber. Like, you're forced into all of these items you do not want to get. It's a tough one. And it's the opposite, because in game 1 he tried to get the right click build on Brew, didn't work, and this game it's tough. Like, even with all of these defensive items, I'm not sure if this is gonna be enough. The Spangle Leaf feels like such a non-factor. He got stomped really hard. The net worth doesn't look as bad, but the impact in the game, it's clear how much more Paparazzi was able to do.
Oh. JT is gonna get jumped.
Oh, the dig.
And the dig gets himself out of there, is trying to disengage, still has Mega Meepo.
Oh my god.
Coming in, Stone Gaze onto TA. He does have his Enrage still ready. Malik is jumping in, but JT has the damage with the Mega Meepo up on top. They don't really lose any HP here. Malik Timber Chain backwards, doesn't get hit by the cogs to force him in a rough spot, but they're going to turn their attention towards Omar on the side. Mega Meepo gets tossed all over the place, and the kill on to the pesky little Rubik secured. A 2-for-2 trade, though. They did lose their 2 supports. Fiend's Grip onto Paparazzi. The Queen of Pain is in trouble, and they find a huge one. Malik, though, is going to get spam rooted, and you still have to deal with the biggest 2 cores left standing, which means Xtreme Gaming are not happy that they did lose Papa, but they are happy that they did manage to at least get a couple of kills in their own favor.
Yeah, it's not too bad. It's just unfortunate that the kind of your win condition that's not even in win condition, this Ursa is the first one to die, and both the Medusa and the Meepo stay alive on Extreme. Those are the 2 heroes you ideally would like to stop shutting down as the Meepo gets another one. Holy moly.
Yeah, he has his 4 Meepos now, so Mega Meepo is even more mega.
What a hero, you know? Just bundle them into one thing, blink out, and you're good.
There's a reason why they banned Meepo in game number 1, because they knew that this was a possibility. They kind of forgot about it in game number 2, though. They thought, we have a Timbersaw, we have a Pangolier, they'll never go for a Meepo. That's just crazy talk. But they are a pesky team to deal with. Omar, stolen Blink, gets himself back on the high ground. And in comes JT with the Earthbind spam. Kisses coming out on top. Earthbind, Earthbind, Earthbind. Nightmare save. Not going to keep him alive. Yeah, JT is just like, who even needs this Dusa?
The JT I cannot stop singing his praises. Every single game, this guy is a beast. Like, what's up with him? I don't know what they gave him before this tournament, but it's working.
Well, it's LAN event. It's JT LAN event. He hasn't had as many chances this year to pop it off. He also has a new laning partner, of course, with Zinq. Kaka moving over towards a different team. Maybe the slight change up. I mean, Zinq is it's not a nobody. A god tier player from the previous LGT roster. We kind of really missed him after his break.
Yeah, I mean, got 5th and 2nd place at TI. That's, I mean, a lot of players would dream of having that in their resume. Zinq definitely one of the best Chinese players, one of the best support players available. And I don't know, Xtreme Gaming, I don't think a lot of people would expect them to take one game out of Quest, and taking 2 the way they did. This is so impressive, dude.
That would put them, of course, in a spot at the top in the group. And also making it so that Quest is not out of the woodworks just yet. Roshan might be up in 10 seconds, but very likely will be a little bit later on the respawn.
Let's see how lucky they get. They need a 1-second spawn, Roche, and
35
it's 30 seconds.
Yep. They also spotted Bane behind the pit. They're coming in full force. It's the Meepo army and the rest of his team, but, you know, it's the Meepo army. He's got Scythe of Vice now as well. They're going to go in, on towards the Meepo. Dig! High BKB on the Ursa. Can they get Meepo out of there? Actually, the lockdown is pretty nice. He needs to Mega Meepo it up, but JT is dead. They find the damage. Finally, Yule's up onto the Ursa. Gets broken up. TA2K dropping low. The Fiend's Grip onto Ghost, but there's the silence from Paparazzi. And they finally get JT, but they have to run away because they have nothing left in the tank. Considering...
At what cost?
I didn't understand that.
Okay, my phone just said I didn't understand that. I don't know why. Sorry for that. I'll just toss it away.
Alright, and they get Roche right after getting those 2 kills. So Xtreme Gaming very happy with the results, although there is kind of an ambush here. Oh, Ags on Timber. So they're gonna
go for the blast off. A lot of damage onto DY, but Malik's out of mana, and Malik is, what can you really do? Actually, go in on the kill for DY. That's a bit more than I expected. They buy back onto Omar here. They want to re-engage. Noob's got his Rolling Thunder in 8 seconds. Ghost is being heavily slowed, but JT gets the TP towards the outpost nearby.
Alright, I mean, that X pipe makes him super tanky. You have the evasion of the Halberd as well. No MKB inside for the Dusa. Not too shabby. So they still hold on to Roche. And they're gonna smoke his Quest. Unfortunately, all of the control here is from Xtreme. They have the better position.
Thank you. On the run, hook shot comes out.
Oh, side of eyes on the Ursa.
Ursa's dropping. He does get the enraged BKB off. He's going to stay alive, but they already lost Omar, which is a dieback. The 2 supports are dead. TA2K tries the man fight, but JT just jumps the opposite direction. Break onto Malik, and they Yules him up the moment he pops his reactive armor. His entire Aghanim Scepter gets nullified by a single Yules move from Zinq. And they will find their 3rd with that. Roche is in their books. Probably going to give that Aegis to the Meepo and then the cheese to the Dusa. Actually, Dusa might never die. Might give it to Paparazzi instead.
Yeah, I think so. I think so. Oh. JT gets the Aegis. Alright.
Well, that's a nice JT Aegis. It makes a lot of sense, sorry, because Dusa, of course, he's going to be tanky no matter what, and if you kill off one of the Meepos, all of the Meepos come back. You got Mega Meepo back. There's no disengaging, and they have to throw everything to kill off the Meepo.
Ursa now working towards the shard. Probably the most cost-effective item he can get before this high ground siege. And, it's coming. All of the tier 2s are down. And I think Xtreme Gaming, they have the momentum. They have the farm to breach high ground. The high ground defense is okay. You have Rolling Thunder. But if they can bait that out, then there's not much after that.
20k net worth advantage for the dire side. Ghost has a Scythe of Vice on the Dusa, which of course with extra int means extra HP, thanks to the power of Mana Shield. And Malik trying to just be a bit of a nuisance here, but well, JT actually takes more damage than initially anticipated. We'll send back one of the Meepo so he can do the swap shenanigans. Heal them all up.
Doesn't matter though. That Dusa by herself is doing plenty damage. You're gonna be forced to get the glyph going. Good positioning from Noob if he wants to Rolling Thunder, but actually tries to get the disarm off.
They're just continuing to siege. In comes the kisses. It's a way to just fear them off while they take themselves some racks.
Yeah.
I mean, JT's got that Mega Meepo and Dig at the ready. They're going to go in, Rolling Thunder, jump in onto Ghost. He has the cheese, though, out of mana, but eating up the cheese puts him back to pretty much full mana. There's going to be a chase for more. The Mega Meepo right on top of them. Stone Gaze stuns them up all perfectly, but they have no mana left on Ghost. Ghost is on the run. Noob gets stunned up afterwards again. There is no Ursa for this fight. On the side, Paparazzi is still alive and kicking as well. Ghost finally gets chopped down by Malik, but in comes JT with the root upon root. Will he be able to get enough done? JT loses his first life, and Malik is actually the one that is bringing the heat right now on the Timber Saw. He's out of mana, so that means they can finish off Noob quickly, and Malik is going to get rooted, into rooted, into rooted, into rooted. Do they have the damage to finish him off? Silence up as well, rooted up, boom, 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 poof, 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 kill secured. And they want to turn their attention towards the mid-tier 3 tower. Did force a buyback on the Timber Saw, but the Ursa and Pangolier are not there for any foreseeable future, so JT has little to worry about.
Good target selection from Quest, going for the Dusa. Even with the cheese, she's definitely easier to kill than this Meepo, the Mega Meepo in the Shard. I know they get the kill, but cost them a lot. And yeah, that's...
Oh, they're going in.
Right.
There is no Fiend's Grip. And JT lift up, goes for the dig, and we'll try and disengage. They have the Mega Meepo available as well. Nightmare comes out, disengage. Will he finally get the poof off? Yes, he will. And they Mega Meepo'd it up, so they'll be able to just run out of there together.
You know, the most broken part about the Mega Meepo is that, like, one of the Meepos was daggered, for instance, stolen dagger from Rubik. He doesn't have the status there, so he can actually blink out once he Mega Meepos. I think a good nerf for this would be that the Mega Meepo gets all of the status effects that the normal Meepos had. To me, you know, the fact that it's so easy for you to Mega Meepo blink out is probably one of the reasons this hero feels so hard to kill right now.
Yeah, it's it just has too many disengages, as you mentioned. It just...
It's like a different hero, right? It's a different unit, so he loses all of the debuffs. It's like a huge dispel, even though it's not a dispel.
It's kind of weird, as you mentioned, if it works with, you know, the Queen of Pain, Aghanim Scepter, because when you split them up again, then the debuff proc comes out. It's very strange. They are going to get the jump in onto Paparazzi. Do they have the damage, though? He's trying to get the blink away. And will actually get dropped down. Stone Gaze gets used by Ghost. In comes the kisses. Going for TA 2000. In is JT. But Malik, he's going for the backline. JT is actually going for the Ursa. Ursa has nothing left. Pops the Enrage. Will he be able to man-fight this JT? That's the big question. The answer is looking to be no. Fiend's Grip onto Ghost. JT chases for more, but Ghost is out of mana. The Dusa needs help, and the Dusa needs it quickly. Without the Dusa, do you have the damage here on the side of Xtreme? They're actually going to fall back because the Timber Saw is a pesky. Nightmare onto JT. Chase for more. Malik is the real carry in this game on that Timber Saw, hunting for blood. Zincu onto the high ground he goes. And they're actually very scary here because the Dusa dies.
Yeah, even with the side of eyes, with all of the items that she has, The disarm is a big thing. The halberd, it's so easy for Malik to join in, get the halberd on this Dusa. He's going nullifier, but a Lincoln's wouldn't hurt because there's no real counterplay right now. He meant but he was still disarmed the whole time. And as much damage as the Meepo brings, it feels like you don't have enough because the Quap is also afraid to join in. Very easy for the Ursa to munch her down. Still, big advantage and win probability going towards Xtreme Gaming, but very impressed with how Quest is still making this kind of a fair fight.
Yeah, with that net with advantage, it does become scary if it does go wrong. Next Roche could be the big difference maker between the two teams. Because they're focusing a lot on the Ursa, but they just kind of can't kill off this Timbersaw.
Yeah, that's the thing. The Ursa, I mean, we talked about Ursa not being the win condition. At the end of the day, that Timber, even going for the pipe and the defensive item, still feels very powerful because they just don't have the damage. I guess the Silver Edge on the Dusa is one way to deal with it, but the Dusa got disarmed even though she has the Silver Edge. That's why the fight was so hard for Xtreme Gaming to take.
You don't have a BKB, so you will get disarmed every single time on the Dusa. Unless, of course, you make sure the Timbersaw can't get any costs off, which is a little bit more doable with the Nullifier, though Nullifier this game is not going to be, like, the biggest thing. It's nice against the 4-staffs, but Rubik still has the lifts to get you out of there. Timbersaw can just chain away. You also have the Pangolier spells. They have tools.
Yeah, next Roshan's really gonna dictate this game. It's gonna be on the Dire side, most likely. So
jump in onto Timbersaw. It's a level 25 Meepo, so he did get the extra clone. Now he has 5 Meepos.
Yeah, I would just love to see Xtreme chilling now, because all you need is actually that Roche, and that's probably their way to get Mega Creeps this game. You don't have to force fights in the enemy base. It's just way too unreliable. You already lost a couple of fights. You know, it's not that easy to really get the connection, get those kills anymore. Rig have fast smoke, but it's a long spawn timer, which means Quest might actually have the territory advantage towards Roshan when it spawns.
It will be a Radiant Roche, as you mentioned, and that's the third one. That's an Axe. That's the big one.
Even the Ursa getting one would be huge, having that lower cooldown in Rage, but I find my brew regardless here.
Yeah, they are starting it off. Kisses comes out immediately. Noob rolling Thunder use. He's going deep. Stolen Kisses by Omar. And that puts DY in a rough spot. He's actually going to get taken down. Buyback immediately coming through. They're going to focus again on towards the Dusa. Stone Gaze, can he even get it off? No, he cannot. Ghost cannot even respond. Ghost is dead again. 90 seconds, no buyback. He just fully bought out that Nullifier. Now it's going to be Ace that has to go ham. Malik is the one chasing for more. It's the 2 cores left on the side of Quest. But JT and Paparazzi hold down the Timbersaw, and they have enough, it seems. TA Duque charging into the mix of everything. GG called.
Okay. It was such a good start. They killed the Dusa, but they spend a lot of resources. The Fiend's Grip, definitely something that Ghost didn't itemize for. But at the end of the day, that's the beauty of having a Meepo offlane, right? You always have that second carry. And yeah, JT, dude. I gotta give it to him. 4 different heroes, 4 flawless performances. This guy, you have to watch out for him, you know? If it's not a Pudge, it's a Meepo. If it's not a Meepo, it's something that he places in the offlane. Xtreme Gaming looking like the dark horse of this group.
Yeah, I mean, Xtreme Gaming, maybe that swap up, you know, player swap between them and Acer and whatnot could be the way they get themselves back on track, because they have been struggling a little bit more this year than I would have expected from that roster. They are fairly nasty to deal with. You see all 3 cores of Xtreme pretty much neck on neck in terms of the damage. On the opposing side, Malik, 62k damage dealt on the Timbersaw. But they were just too far behind. I still, Quest played so well. Despite the 20k net worth advantage that Xtreme had, they managed to nuke down the Dusa without her being able to even pop Stone Gaze. They had a perfect lockdown on the Dusa. Unfortunately for them, you were at the stage of the game where you were up against not only the Dusa, but also the Meepo, and even the Quap became really strong in the late game.
Yeah, and I mean, I guess the most important part is we kind of talked about, this being such a long day for most of the teams. They start off losing to Night Pandas, tying with Secret. The fact that they were able to bounce back against the caliber of the teams like Beast Coast and Quest, as tired as everyone was, is super impressive. I mean, very commendable performance here from Xtreme Gaming. We'll see if they can climb to the top 2. Still going to be hard because Quest had a really good score, and they did lose to Nine Pandas, but taking Quest out means that maybe we'll have some tiebreakers along the line here.
Nine Pandas seems to be winning 2-0 against Beast Coast, so it's going to be a close affair in Group B, luckily enough. But Bowie, I mean, we got to cover 4 games of course, the Xtreme lineup. And what did they do exactly? They won all 4 of them? Is that correct? JT carried 4 games in a row, played phenomenally, and made us definitely very happy that we got to see Xtreme on the, I think, Eastream?
Yeah, and they were not a one-trick pony. That Elder Titan we talked about, God handled Quest, gave them the respect. It didn't matter. They did really good things with the draft, stealing the Snapfire. It feels like they studied most of the teams they're playing against, and from the draft to the game, very flawless performances from everyone. I mean, it's crazy, right? We're talking about Xtreme kind of underperforming. I guess Team Secret is the same thing. They didn't really had a good year, and now, sure, they're not top 2 right now, but they're having a very impressive performance here in Riyadh as well. So, as TI approaches, everyone gets to their best form, and that's why this is the best time of the year to watch Dota 2.
To be fair, any time in the year is a great time to watch Dota 2. Of course, after Riyadh, you also have a new patch ready for the regional qualifiers. So that's the adjustment that they're making on the Dota team, which I'm looking forward to seeing. Just every meta change pretty much every season, or multiple times in a season. But Bowie, does mean that was it for us for Riyadh Masters. Yeah, it was fantastic. I am so happy we got these amazing series. But do you have any last words for the viewers at home?
Keep watching Riyadh. I think it's only going to get better. Remember, after this, after the groups
stage
are over, you're still going to have all of these teams playing. It's just that the top 2, they will be guaranteed to play with the teams that are waiting, the 8 teams that are waiting, whereas everyone else will have to fight to the death to see who actually moves forward.
Yeah, there's a lot more Dota action coming out for Riyadh Masters. This was only the first day. We still have the finishing, which is tomorrow, of the playing stage. Then afterwards, it's going to be the group stage, where, of course, you have teams like BetBoom, like Tundra, like, of course, Gaming Gladiators coming into play. And then after that, it's the playoffs. There is so much Dota and a $15 million prize pool. My name was DK Truman. I was joined by Bowie for this series. Hopefully you enjoyed the show. Hopefully you enjoy the rest of Riyadh Masters. And in case we don't see you, good afternoon, good evening, and good night.
Dragging us down, face on the ground. Still we're so proud, just look at the crowd. Making some noise, making some sound. We got a choice, they're hearing us now. Paradise through dirt in our eyes for us. Oh, actually, I'll try, actually, I'll fight for us. so proud, just look at the crowd. Making some noise, making some sound. We got a choice, they're hearing us now. Paradise through dirt in our eyes for us. Oh, actually, I'll try, actually, I'll fight for us. Dragging us down, face on the ground. Still we're so proud, just look at the crowd. Making some noise, making some sound. We got a choice, they're hearing us now. Paradise through dirt in our eyes for us. Oh, actually, I'll try, actually, I'll fight for us. Dragging us down, face on the ground. Still we're so proud, just look at the crowd. Making some noise, making some sound. We got a choice, they're hearing us now. Paradise through dirt in our eyes for us. Oh, actually, I'll try, actually, I'll fight for us. face on the ground, but still we're so proud. Just look at the crowd, making some noise, making some sound. We got a choice, they're hearing us now. Paradise through dirt in our eyes for us. Oh, I'll try, I'll fight.